And welcome back to another great night here on the Freedom Revolution Network. This is Clarity After Dark. I am your host, Scarlet Anonymous. I will have my co-host, Tim Parsons, with me here shortly. We're doing a continuation of Tuesday's show on worldwide wild weather. Like I said, say that 10 times fast. And we'll be having you, the people, call in tonight to talk about some of the questions and concerns and feedback you guys had from Tuesday's show. So we definitely appreciate the love and the support to come back with another episode this week for you guys. So we'll definitely be talking about some of the things that we found out since then. A little work that TLO and I did as well right after the show that we found that was very, very interesting with some of the weather models and patterns and just some of the storms that are coming up here in the future. So like I said, thank you guys for joining in tonight. So as I said, if you guys weren't here for Tuesday's show, I'll kind of catch you up really quick. And basically, we had been talking about the events that have been unfolding since, at that point, the last 96 hours, which was Alaska having the Typhoon Merbok remnants, as well as their earthquake in Fairbanks. Then we had Puerto Rico and Hurricane Fiona, as well as they had some earthquakes, as well as Mexico, which now has had over 4 6.8 events that have been coming in at over 7, but being downgraded by the United States Geological Service, which is not surprising. They do this all the time. We've been expecting the increase in pressure along certain areas, especially after we've been seeing the increase in earthquakes. And this is something to watch because we're expecting the West Coast to potentially get some earthquake action. And it seems to be skipping out on that area for now, but that's not going to always be the case. Another thing that we're going to talk about, because this has developed in the last week, and really in the last 2 days since we talked, I talked about it briefly about that invest that was sitting down there in the Caribbean. A lot of outlets now are talking about how big of a storm this is going to be. And they're already warning Florida and the Gulf, and outlets that I never thought would give a week warning are giving a week warning, which makes me think, and what I've already seen from the models, this is going to be one to remember because they never give us a warning. If you guys have been with me since the beginning of my hurricane days, when we were over on Freedomizer Radio, I always told you guys they never give a warning. So if they give a warning, it's a big deal. They always wait till 1 or 2 days before the hurricane and kind of warn everybody and say, yeah, for sure it's going to come. But even this one, with the tracks that they aren't quite sure of, are pretty darn sure about this one. Currently, it is sitting at a 90% chance of formation within the next 2 days. Here's the upper level low. Southern Caribbean Sea. Showers and thunderstorms remain disorganized in an association with a low pressure system located over the Southern Caribbean Sea, about 150 miles east-northeast of Curacao. An upper level wind environment over the low is expected to become more conducive for development, and a tropical depression is expected to form during the next day or two while moving west northwestward at 10 to 15 across the central Caribbean. Locally heavy rainfall and gusty winds are likely to affect Venezuela, the ABC island chain, northeastern Colombia through Friday. Interest in Jamaica and the Cayman Islands should closely monitor the progress of this system. Formation chance in 48 hours, high 90%. Formation chance through 5 days, high 90%. This is the one we want to watch. I mean, Donna's still out there churning. She's kind of out. She might hit Bermuda. I think it's Bermuda out there. And Gaston is still, a storm out there doing its thing, and that might hit the coast over in Europe. We've got a wave behind this one that has a 20% chance, and the wave behind that is 60%. If at what point these all develop, we could literally have 5 hurricanes in the Atlantic Basin at once. And so we'll be watching this because it's about to start picking up. I've had a feeling about that. I had a feeling about this one that we were going to start because the year came off so sluggish and slow for hurricanes that we would at this time of year start to get some bombardment. And that's what we're seeing. Like I said, very conductive all summer. We've had large amounts of Saharan desert sand. And so we need to be very aware that atmosphere is now gone. And the new atmosphere is bringing in. You sent me an invite, Tim? I don't see it. I'm looking for it, though. Send it to station manager. They do have 2 tracks, but I don't see it going all the way to Texas. I just don't. With tropical tidbits and the GFS already steering it towards Florida, maybe it could shift a little bit. But I see this one hitting Gulf over. So like Alabama, Mississippi, like those areas, that shoreline, all the way over to Florida, with a potential hit on middle Florida. With some of the models that are already showing it, it shows it hits up the side and then goes up to the panhandle. Let's see. I don't think you sent it to me, Tim. Because I don't see it in my email. And join us, Tim. Where are you? So I was just about to go to Tropical Tidbits right now as we speak. And look up the new models, because I haven't really seen that and really looked at it quite yet. And I want to see what we've got going, because like I said, this was going into like October 1st through 3rd. So, it is quite a ways out yet. I mean, it's not like it's going to occur tomorrow. But it also showed this spinning out and over into the East Coast. Yeah, it's looking like a direct panhandle hit and then going up through even the Ohio Valley and on its way out, according to this. So I would be monitoring for potential systems, and there's some with disorganized showers coming after that. But as far as this last little 98L, this thing's going to do some damage. Where? We don't know yet. But I would say interest, and like Riot Hall said, all the way to Texas, just in case. If it does spin out at the last minute over the Yucatan or something, it could change its track. So I'll give that some grace. But this is not a good situation for folks. This is very bad news. And there was a storm that TLO and I were looking at Tuesday night that literally stretched from the United States and inward to the Four Corners region, all the way back over to like Vanuatu and like the Marshall Islands. It was a huge plume of just straight moisture, just one giant storm across the whole damn Pacific. And if we keep getting systems like this, there's going to be a chance where there is a storm that would cover most of the continental United States. They said this typhoon Merbach that just hit Alaska would have covered quite a large portion of the continental United States. So we're starting to get storms that are completely like unimaginable. Unimaginable. Just unimaginable. I'm not seeing that, Tim.
That's weird. I'm sending the link to you in the private chat. Try that one.
Okay, I'll try that out.
Never done this before. So
it's a learning curve for everyone.
Always.
I know, isn't it though? And especially when you mix more than one platform together, then that's when you start just losing all control. I'm gonna have to sneak in this way real quick. Man. Yeah, I was trying to be slick and do two things at once, but I can't. But yeah, it was an interesting pinwheel storm, like TLO said there in chat. I'm just gonna bring myself in really quick and then steal the link, and then I'm gonna leave. Send it again one more time. I'm gonna have bad until I do it in the private chat.
Okay. So no it's still in there.
But send it again, because I just entered in on a different device, and it won't show me unless you send it again.
Here it comes.
Thank you.
You are welcome.
All right.
Okay. Oh, now we got alcohol.
I know. I want to see if I can mute myself over here.
Okay. Hello. I'm on twice.
I know, because I've got one. Okay, mute. There we go. I don't need to be on that end.
Damn.
How did we do that?
I have no idea. How am I open twice? There, I'm blind.
I don't know. Okay, that's gone. Where is that coming from?
Oh my God, that's horrible.
I know. I don't know what that was about.
It's like feedback.
Oh.
It's not there. Now it's not there. And you're in there.
I think I got it figured out.
Yay. Yes, there you are.
Okay, now I can mute myself.
Echo. Echo.
It won't let me be in it. I'm sad. I know, isn't that awful?
Here we go again.
I go?
Right.
Okay, I'll leave the chat room, I guess.
Unmuted, or I took you out.
Can you mute me? Yeah, take me out so I can just...
Holy crap. Add admin.
It won't let me do it.
I just added you as admin.
Oh, yep.
Holy shit.
That was worse.
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh, good. Yay. As everybody left. Holy shit. Okay, you're in here. You're in as admin too. But are you muted? Did you mute yourself?
No.
Oh, good. It's working. It's alive. It worked. Oh my God. You need WD-40 on your end. Red alert. Red alert. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
A real bad alert sound effect.
It was.
Hmm?
It was awesome.
Everything's working, right?
Seems to be working now.
And you can see in Podbean?
I can see in Podbean.
Awesome.
Good deal. All right. Just took us a second. Squeaky wheel. Get us, get it together.
Yeah. Share.
All right. Well, and the thing is with this weather lately is, we haven't been having too much domestically, but these hurricanes at this time of year is kind of the worst time of year for a lot of the United States. I mean, yes, it's warmer down in these areas, right?
Mm.
But the devastation that can occur is big time. And that's what's scary. Is that it comes at a time of year where it is a little bit cooler in other places and we could have bad weather, snow in one area, hurricane in another.
Sounds like Colorado.
Doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, that storm that came to Colorado the other day that was causing flooding. Like I said, that stretched all the way back halfway across the world, pulling in basically like an atmospheric river.
Wow. From the west?
Yep. All the way from the deep Pacific, like on the other side of the world.
From Russia. It came from Russia.
Right. Well, not quite Russia, but quite south of there.
Hawaii?
But, no, farther than that, like the Marshall Islands, like so kind of like north of Australia.
Oh, okay.
Yep, all the way across, pulling that moisture deep in, because there was like a low pressure hurricane system down by Mexico, and that was just pulling it in all the way up to the Four Corners. And these atmospheric rivers that's going to be the game changer. Like I said, we've already seen one of these water bombs in Italy. We keep seeing these type of events, and that was in 2 hours. They said 2 hours they got 20 inches of rain.
20 inches?
20 inches of rain in 2 hours. It was 438 millimeters, which is over 20 inches.
And where was this?
Italy.
Holy shit.
Mm-hmm. And they said with the Hapai volcano eruption that happened in January, that a ton of water got ejected in past the stratosphere, which will cause atmospheric rivers. Well, with the grand solar minimum and the albedo effect on the ocean, we're going to have an increase and uptick in atmospheric rivers. So it's like a double dose of potential for atmospheric rivers, which is very bad news for us on the ground.
Isn't that the same shit the volcano did when it erupted, or no?
That's what it did. Yep. It put water up there. That's what I'm talking about. It's the Hunga Hapai volcano. Oh, okay. And so when that blew, that put tons of water. Instead of particulate matter that we thought was going to cool the earth and potentially have a year without a summer, it put water up there instead. So that's why we're seeing a lot of storm activity, floods, fast floods. Like we've seen floods in California, where they had those mudslides recently, and then they ended up finding a lady in the mudslide debris afterwards because her house got completely inundated. Missouri, St. Louis area had rapid flash floods overnight within one night of rain. Eastern Kentucky had about 20 to 25 inches of rain in places overnight. Puerto Rico, just through Hurricane Fiona, had over 30 inches of rain in certain spots. That is legitimately unsustainable. I mean, 30 inches of rain, it has nowhere to go. Storm sewer, I don't care what you have. There's nowhere for that water to go. That's 3 feet of standing water. Besides, and just think of that everywhere.
I can't even.
And you can't, because in certain areas it's going to be 6, 8, 10 feet deep, and depending on your topography. And so these type of storms that keep occurring, they're only going to create mass damage, and that's what's concerning. And like Pam said, holy derechos, there's been a lot of derechos this year. Before 2018, I had not really heard the term derecho. Or 2019, I should say.
Is that like
maybe it was 2020? I forget when it was, because it was before we moved up here, so it might have been the summer of 2020 actually. And the day we were at home, we weren't up north here, and we were at home, and the first derecho that ended up flattening Iowa came through, And now I've lived through 3 more derechos since then. And we never had anything like that before. They weren't as common. They're happening more and more often.
Mm.
And that should concern people too, because a derecho is like a line of storms that has like 80-mile-an-hour winds that's over 250 miles wide. So when it comes in with mass devastation because it just flattens everything in its path.
What are 304s?
I don't know. What is that? Is that the little public health people that they hired that are like not supposed to be cops but are like supposedly community engagement members or some bullshit? Oh, that's Lord. I could imagine. Yeah, it's almost the weekend, Tilo. And it's starting to get cold out, so thirsty women of the summer start getting, hungry for fall because, cuffing season is about to start. So that might be true.
Excuse me.
Mexico had a land tsunami from the quakes. See, because the plate boundary broke down there. So in Mexico, they had a bunch of earthquakes in the last couple days. And we're going to look this up really quick. The EMSC.
So Mexico is getting pounded too?
Hard.
Really?
With these earthquakes. Yes, bad. And Svalbard just got hit, but
there is no such thing, TLO. Sorry, I'm going to pay attention to the chat room. And of course,
pay attention to the chat. No, that's fine.
Yeah, we open up Podleave and Podbean.
I mean,
nobody in there.
So. I mean, for me personally, I think if you have anything showing out of your dress, it's too short. That would be about the line for me of appropriateness. Like, I don't want to see booty cheeks. I don't want to see your thigh. I don't want to see your hoo-ha hanging out.
No.
Like, none of that. Mm-mm. So I guess that would be the line for me.
As short as you can go without being
without letting it all hang out, right? Right.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I feel that's fair.
Yep. Oh, they're showing.
See, look, see, this is what's wrong with the youth of today. Because they do go out in some outrageous stuff now. Stuff we would never have thought of going out in. Like, it's not even clothes a lot of the times. It's just holes and strings. Like, it's wild.
It's like stuff in Vegas that you see.
Yeah, and it's just not cute. Like, there's a way you can do it cutely, but not the way they're doing it.
I don't like seeing women like that. I like the imagination to be used.
Right.
To see the rest of what you're looking at.
See what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly. See, nobody wants that. That just ruins night.
I don't want it in my face, or it's like, because I wouldn't walk around with my penis hanging out. You know what I mean?
That's what I mean. Or like, like showing your bulge everywhere. Like, wearing like tight ass, like leather jeans. Like.
Yeah, I mean that's too much. There's such a thing as too much.
There is a thing is too much, but I don't think the youth believe that.
I mean, even at the swimming pool, there's women wearing like a piece of thread in the front and the back, and it's like
I don't appreciate that. I think if you're anywhere where children could be like that, that's inappropriate. And some people say, well, for like swimsuits' sake, I get it, because I mean you're not really seeing much, but the thong swimsuits and the super high cuts in front and all that, that's not appropriate around children. They don't need to see all that.
Yeah, it's just
they just don't.
It's actually
I get it's human body and human form and all that, but
yeah, but it's too much for me, and it's not attractive, believe it or not. For me,
it's not.
People might.
I would hope it wouldn't. I mean, for some people that may be, but
well, some people might get off on that, but
I just think there should be some level of decorum for that.
Yeah, there should be some discretion. I mean,
yeah, right. Like, it's cool. Like, I'm all for women's empowerment and like, you know, being body positive and all that.
Well,
Because I don't mind like a big lady wearing a swimsuit or a bikini or all that,
no.
but don't have you know your bush hanging out. Don't have your lips on the ground. Don't have your tits out. Like, there's just some like decorum.
Yeah, right.
That's all. There's a way to look nice, but still look provocative, right? And I think that's the line that's been crossed. That people don't realize like the appropriate level of provocative.
I would say this is a guideline, and this is kind of, I mean, coming from a guy and having a daughter, I would say this. Whether you're the mom or the dad or whomever you are, if you wouldn't let your daughter wear it, I wouldn't wear it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And I don't
Yeah, like I said, like sultry, okay, yep, that's great. Sensuated, okay, yep, that's great. Like I say, even provocative or risque, right? But there's a way to do it appropriately.
You know what drives me crazy is those things that you women put over your bathing suits that you can kind of see through, but not see through.
Oh, the cover up? Yeah.
I fucking love that. I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah, cover ups are nice. Yeah. But you know what? They give you just a little bit of like cover, you know what I mean? So that you're not, you know, showing everything, but then you can still feel comfortable. You can sit on the beach, you know, you can run around in those. Like, it is nice. Yeah. I will give it that because I am a cover up person. Not everybody is. Yep. But I do wear cover ups quite a bit. I have a lot of them, all different types and styles, lacy kind of ones, holy ones, terry cloth ones, zip up with a hood, like all types of stuff.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good visual, TLL. Think Bond girl. Yeah.
Right. Like you would want something like classy and sophisticated. And, you know, like I said, there's a way to be attractive and even provocative, but without being not all out there.
Like in your face. Yeah.
Right. I mean, there's women who, you know, have very low cut tops that look nice, and there's a way to do it. You know, like, but everybody wants to do extra and the most. And that's the problem. And even like it going back to, you know, like even the weather's trying to do the most. I mean, everybody is just doing the absolute most everywhere.
Yep.
Politics, business, social lives, media. Yep. It's all extremes, just extreme, like to the very definition and point of. Everything is like the antithesis of the other. You cannot be in a gray period. Like the gray world no longer exists really right now.
It's black or white.
It's black or white. Because think about it. Everything you're not allowed to be on the fence about. Right? Especially like on politics anymore, or even like social health issues, like, you know, the scam that just was released that it's no longer a scam anymore and we're not doing it no more and it's all over. But then if it's all over, you can't have your emergency powers either. So you can't have it both ways. Like, okay, so Corn Pop said the other day that it's all over. I'm trying to use a fun word so that we don't get the you know, the ham. Yeah. So Corn Pop said the other day that the scam is over, like declared over. U.S. declares scam over, right? That was the headline. And Corn Pop said we're done. So, but that means then we need to take all the executive powers away now, because if the thing is over, we done. That's it. You don't get to keep your emergency powers for something that was a thing. Now you say it's not a thing anymore. So that means you're relinquishing all your powers, right? I just seen that Canada is letting everybody back in starting the 30th.
Good.
Right. So without tests, without quarantine, without all that. So if that's the case, and all of these countries around the world are releasing this and saying it's over, you can't still have emergency powers then.
Hello, Alex. You checking the chat room out? We got people coming in here. See that?
Yeah, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just really thinking about that, and it's like, you can't have it all the ways. You can't say there's an emergency, but now there's not an emergency, but yet you still keep emergency powers? No, otherwise we're still in the middle of the throes of it, and you deserve the emergency powers, because that's what they were made for, temporary control of a situation that was out of control. Well, now you say you have it under control, so now relinquish your powers. No more EUA authorizations. No more any of that. We need to be done.
Yep. I agree.
So it's very extreme. It's one way or the other. I mean, even right now, where they're talking about Putin and the Ukraine, it's either we're going to nuclear war or nothing.
Yeah, he's pretty pissed, and I don't think he's bluffing, man. I really don't.
No, I don't think he is either.
No.
I think he's serious at this point because, I mean, it's went on for, 6-8 months now, to the point where, he's tired of fiddling around. But then what does this bring? Like I said, this season of extremes is going to come to a head in a way that I don't think we want. Whether that's food shortage extremes, food price extremes, weather extremes, political extremes. Like, this extreme thing is like a thing right now.
Podcast extremes.
Yeah, podcast extremes. Whether it's just like it's do or die. Like, legit, there is no gray. Gray is dead.
Alex Jones being persecuted. Extremes.
Everything. You must apologize for Sandy Hook. Like, he didn't create it, nor did he create the narrative that it wasn't real. Like, they took that all out of proportion.
Oh, yeah.
Like, they did. He never started that. He just questioned the idea and questioned some of the things that were going on that people did not have answers to.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, hell, there's people who say that some of those kids are still alive today. I mean, they look the same as they did when they were 5, and a lot of people do. Like, I have friends that I've had since I was 5, and I still see their faces in them now. So, something to think about. People try to say, oh, you're crazy over that, but I mean, how could you prove it? I mean, you put them in the witness protection program, boom, bam, bop. And who knows what types of technology they have. They could probably have DNA changing technology where you could even change somebody's DNA now. Who knows?
Speaking of that, I was watching Eureka. What a crazy show.
Isn't it crazy? I told you.
The first episode's like, holy shit. It's like Doctor Who on steroids. And I don't even like Stargate. No, it's all about this time. This guy invented this thing and fucked up the time continuum and tore a hole in it, like the shit we were talking about in the last show. And I'm like, with Sun and all that.
Oh, it's wild. The whole show is wild. Like, wait till you get into it, like, deep in the seasons, because it's wild.
So that particle they were talking about that travels faster than the speed of light, they found that?
Yes, the Higgs boson particle.
That's what you were talking about.
Yes.
Because I didn't catch exactly what you were talking about until they brought it up in that episode.
Right. And they talked about how they had found the Higgs boson particle yet, and it wasn't discovered. And at that time, no, it had not, but it was eventually discovered. And the science that they said of how it would work is what they say how it works.
So there is something that travels faster than the speed of light.
Yep, and that's the Higgs boson particle. That's why they needed the Hadron Collider. Okay, so July 4th, 2012 is when the Higgs boson was found. And that show was in 2007.
That means it's going faster than the speed of light, which could be going back or forward in time, whichever way it would go.
And that's why they want to figure it out. That's why people believe this or can rip a wormhole in the space-time continuum. With that large of antimatter and dark matter particles and exotic particles switching, it's very possible. So, theoretically. And that's the thing they keep saying in the show all the time, theoretically, but then it ends up working out. So is it theoretical then?
I don't know.
Yeah, see, it's no longer theoretical once it works out.
Yeah, that's what they were saying in the show. It's going to blow the law of physics out of the water.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes, correct. And so that's where we're at. And so think about it. They had it very early, and they talked about it in 2007. It wasn't found until 2012. That they told the public. It could have already been found by then.
Yeah, well, they were playing with that shit in Fermilab in Batavia, Illinois, and then the particle accelerator. And
they had one in Duluth. They had a super large hadron collider in Duluth, Minnesota. And now if you even ask anybody in the town, that never existed there.
We're talking about...
You could go up there and take tours. Yeah, no, but I'm saying, like, we, in my state, had a large hadron collider in Duluth before CERN was built.
Pamela's asking us if we're talking about SG1. I'm like, no, talking about Eureka.
No, we're talking about Eureka. Yeah. It's a good show. If you
Crazy.
have Amazon Prime, it's on Prime Video.
Yep,
All the
Prime Video
seasons.
and Peacock. It's on. So
Oh, is it? Okay, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it's on all the seasons are on Prime Video, and it's a great show. I'm on season 5. I'm gonna be really sad because I'm gonna have a show hole once it's done.
We'll watch. Have
You
you
know,
seen?
because I've
Have
been
you
watching
seen?
it for months now. You know, like each season is at least like 10 to 15 episodes. The last season was 23 episodes, I think. So it's like I'm like 70 episodes in. Like I'm gonna be real sad.
Have you seen Cobra Kai yet?
I have not seen that.
Oh, there's your next show. There's your next show.
Okay.
That show is just off the fucking charts. It's fucking. Oh my god. It's the only show I've binged in a day, the whole season.
Mm.
It's that.
You know which one I binged in a day that was super good to me? Squid Games.
Justified's good too. I like that guy.
Yeah, did you see Squid Games?
Yes, I did. That's a great stop.
That was fucked up. That was fucked up.
Yep.
Yeah, no, that was fucked up. Oh,
Yeah.
and my kids never seen Squid Games, but apparently on Minecraft and on some of these other little videos, they've made videos with like the little red light, green light song, and she knows how to sing it in Korean. And it's super fucked up and creepy.
Oh my god.
She started doing it one day, and I was like, "Where did you hear that from?" And she was like, "Oh, it was on a video on YouTube."
All right, so I got to say something real quick here. So, Scarlet and I decided to do this show because I was reading the comments in the Podbean chat room, because I was co-hosting like I am now on her show, and her show's on StreamYard, Freedom Revolution Network, blah 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 blah. So I had my face in that chat room, and not this one. And this one was just blowing up, and I wasn't even paying attention, so I felt horrible. And at the end of the show, made all these comments, and there's some great comments. So she is now my admin in Podbean. So she's seeing what I'm seeing, and we are paying attention to the chat room in Podbean. And you're more than welcome to comment because we are watching it now. You almost like need a moderator, you know that, Scarlet? We need somebody to watch shit, because
we do. And I mean, Pam and TLO and Darren all are mods on YouTube and everywhere else. And so those people would be good choices for moderation on Podbean as well.
Well, depending on how
especially Pam, because Pam's been our lead moderator, so she's always there.
Well, that's fine with me. I got no problem making either one of them.
Yeah, because Pam's usually always there when we start the show. Always. Like, if I didn't see Pam in the chat room, I'd be concerned. I'd be ready to look for her. Like, send out the search party. Where's Pam?
Yeah, so don't be shy, guys, because some people were really saying some interesting stuff, and I'm really, really on a guilt trip for not paying attention to that, because that's unacceptable.
Well, and we missed the ball on that, and especially because we were talking about topics like Art Bell and some of the shows that he's done in the past that have tied in with things now,
right,
in today's time, and especially things like time travelers and people who of which have been trying to, you know, quote unquote, predict the future, or maybe from the future. That is something that we don't know yet if it's happening or not, but right. If it, like Art Bell always says, if it were to be happening, it would be happening now.
Right.
So with that being said, that's kind of something we've been thinking about. I mean, are we, like, one of the theories of time travelers is it's us coming back to warn ourselves. You know, some people think that's what aliens are, you know, higher dimensional beings who are coming back to try to get our attention because we are them in a different timeline, in a different, level of dimension.
Now you're getting into Doctor Strange multiverse crap.
Right. Yeah. Which it could be absolutely possible.
Sure. I believe parallel universes, and
I believe that the parallel universe theory could explain out Mandela effect, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if a bunch of us remember something all the same, like Berenstain Bears or Berenstein Bears, That's a big one that people have. The Mandela effect itself, where a lot of people remember in 1995 Nelson Mandela dying.
Mm.
There's a bunch of other Mandela effect events that people have been, writing about for many years now. Some of the more popular ones are hard to explain. There was a movie too with Sinbad in the 90s that they try to say it never exists. And I believe that they basically told Sinbad he was not allowed to talk about this. I think they like NDA'd him on it.
No way.
I do, because when they've asked him about it, he's kind of beat around the bush about it. But there was this movie with him as a genie. And they try to say the only genie movie that existed was with Shaquille O'Neal.
No,
but that's
there
not
was
true.
a movie with
There
him.
was a Sinbad genie movie in the early 90s. It was like a kids movie, and yes, and people say that never existed, Tim.
Oh no, it did, because my kids were kids then.
It was called Shazam.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because your kids would have been about my age, so I could see you remembering this, because it would have been around that time you would have rented it from like the video store and shit.
Right, from Blockbuster or whatever. Right?
Right, or whatever you had, Video Update, whatever you had in your area, Family Video, whatever you had. So it's like, those are events of which they claim never existed.
All right, so I didn't know what the Mandela effect is, so I'm just going to be honest here. Maybe some other people don't, but I just looked it up.
Yeah.
It says the Mandela effect is an observed phenomenon in which a large segment of the population misremembers a significant event or shares a memory of an event.
And I don't misremember shit, so I'll be damned. Like, I have a perfect photographic goddamn memory, so it's like, I've been tested on that, and like, no. I used to be in gifted and talented due to my memory. Like, I was in gifted and talented classes and signed in higher level stuff. No, I have photographic memory for sure.
But they're saying it's a memory that did not, or an event that did not occur.
Right, but why do I remember it that way? Because I have literally photographic memory.
Well, that Sinbad movie happened. I don't give a shit what anybody says, because I remember it was kind of stupid. But
yep, some of the ones I don't believe in, because some of them don't make sense. But they try to say like Curious George's tail was never there. Yes, it was. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I got a book with one with it on there. Pretty sure I bought toys with the tail on. Oscar Mayer. Some people remember it. Meyer.
Meyer.
Yeah. Some people remember it the other way.
They had a bologna commercial when I was a kid that spelled it out. My favorite.
Yes.
I bet you I can find it on YouTube.
Yeah, but see, then it scrubs it on the videos and stuff too, though. So some of the things with the Mandela effect is, but some people have found like old videotapes and shit that's not changed. So they found like items that they own from that time, like especially with the Berenstein Bears. That we can prove otherwise. Like Pikachu, they tried to say the tail on Pikachu was black. I remember that. They said that never exists.
And it never has a tail. That's what they're saying.
Yep. People said there used to be a hyphen in Kit Kat. There was a hyphen in Kit Kat. Now they said there was never a hyphen in Kit Kat.
Okay, I found it. Hang on a minute. Let's see what
remember Fruit of the Loom with like the cornucopia around it? They said that never existed. You remember Fruit of the Loom? And they used to have all those damn commercials.
People are on fucking drugs. Here's a commercial.
My baloney has a first name. It's O-S-C-A-R. My baloney has a second name. It's M-A-Y-E-R. Oh, I love to eat it every day. And if you ask me why, I'll say, 'cause Oscar Mayer has a way with B-O-L-O-G and A.
1973.
Right. And so people remember it the other way, but I am with that group of people who remember it like that commercial. You remember Ed McMahon and Publishers Clearinghouse when they used to come to your house with a check?
Yep.
They said that never existed, Tim.
Oh, it's bullshit.
They said that never existed. Go look it up right now. Google Ed McMahon Publishers Clearinghouse, and every damn entry will say that never existed. That shit used to come on during the Super Bowl. They lying. That shit used to come on during the Super Bowl live, and they would show up at somebody's house with a fucking check and it'd be Ed McMahon. Like, I remember that shit.
Are they
Very
gonna
vividly.
Are they going to say Star Search was never a show either because he hosted that?
I know, but yeah, they say Ed McMahon never worked for Publishers Clearinghouse. He never handed anybody any checks. His face was only on the envelope. That's
Cool.
a lie. He was in the commercial.
Yep.
And they used to make such a big deal about it because it was one big day and they would show it live and they would even break on TV to show it. And it'd be like 30 seconds a minute. And they'd go to their house, ring the doorbell, boom, Publishers Clearinghouse winner. Yep. You know, they say, Luke, I am your father was never said in Star Wars.
Bullshit.
Yeah, if you go watch it now, it's not there in the videos. They've altered them, or we're on an alternate timeline. This is why I believe that alternate timeline could be a thing due to Mandela effect.
Mandela effect. McMahon and Publishers Clearinghouse. It's right here.
Mm-hmm. But yes, if you look at like Mandela effect, they say nope.
Here, let me play this. What? It says entertainer Ed McMahon was a spokesperson for Publishers Clearinghouse, and it says false.
Yeah,
There's no evidence that McMahon ever worked for Publishers Clearinghouse. You people are full of shit.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, see, now there's a gal in chat, Mariappa McCarty, is saying she remembers a lot of Mandela effects too. And I'm telling you, a lot of people have the same ideas, so we have to be on some type of separate timeline because why are people remembering it so adamantly the other way?
You know what? It sounds like, I hate to say it, we're in the Matrix and they're fucking with our programming, and some of us remember some of it and some of it don't. Some of us don't because it was rewritten or deleted. Isn't that crazy shit?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what the fuck?
Yeah.
I mean, how would you explain this where some can remember it and some can't? And you know it was there. I know it was there. I saw it all the time.
Yeah, and they try to say he never said in Silence of the Lambs, they tried to say he never said hello, Clarice. They lying. I remember that movie. Don't play it. He said hello, Clarice. Like, no.
Wait the fuck.
Like, legit. I'm serious. Like, you look up all these Mandela effects, it bothers you.
Here's a commercial right here with Ed McMahon doing it.
See?
Hang on a minute.
See? Overpaying for
Here's a commercial, so whatever. La 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 la.
You can get insurance from Byberg.
Yeah, no thanks. Here.
Stay right where you are, folks. You may be the winner of $1 million. This is Ed McMahon, and I urge you to watch your mail for $1 million message from me. Look for the envelope with my picture on it from American Family Publishers. If you receive this envelope, you may already be the winner of $1 million. I will personally award this giant prize. So look for your $1 million.
Personally award the giant prize.
It's from American Family. It could make you a millionaire.
Whoever that was is the MVP because what he just said, I will deliver in person. Bullshit. He was there. He was there. He was there. He was there. We were all there. We all watched it. Like I said, they used to do it during the Super Bowl even. Like, so you can't tell me that didn't exist.
See, now someone's making a good comment here. I never heard of American Family Publishers, but they're saying Publishers Clearinghouse. So are they saying it's a technicality that he never worked for Publishers Clearinghouse, which I know that he did.
Yeah.
Not.
Yeah, we all know that's what it was. I think they're just trying to cover it up because they're trying to say it never existed. And a few people have probably pulled out old tapes and found their old tapes that they taped on and found these commercials and were like, oh, I'm getting them. Because before this, recently, there wasn't anything that you could find.
Yeah.
But I mean, just a bunch of things. People try to say Tiananmen Square dude wasn't killed.
Huh.
Yeah, they try to say Tiananmen Square dude was never killed. He was unharmed. That's a lot.
Here's
Why
a
they
reference,
rioted?
here's a reference in the comments here on that video I just played on YouTube. It
Right.
said, watch the 1989 movie Heathers. During the lunchroom scene in the Heathers poll, she literally says when Ed McMahon hands you a check from Publishers Clearinghouse.
Yep. See? So we're not like, why would that have been put in popular culture if it wasn't happening?
Yeah, why are they doing this mindfuckery to us? I mean, it's such stupid shit, but why even be argumentative or dismiss it?
Yep. That's what I mean.
Oh my God.
It's wild. I'm telling you, it's wild.
I've never heard of this crap.
Yep. Mandela effect. I'm telling you, it's a big deal. So a lot people try to say Smokey the Bear's name isn't Smokey the Bear. Supposedly we just got that screwed up.
I saw him too.
We just saw Smokey the Bear at the state fair. We called him Smokey, and they called him Smokey, and he was Smokey the Bear.
Only you can prevent forest fires. That's what he said.
Correct. Exactly. But yeah, they said contrary to popular belief, his name isn't Smokey the Bear. Well, why the hell did his hat say Smokey on it?
Well, what the fuck is then what is his name?
What is his name? They don't tell us.
Winnie the Pooh? I mean, was he a bear? He was a bear, right?
Yeah, he was a bear.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay,
that's what I mean.
Yeah. It's crazy shit. This is so stupid. So what are some other Mandela effect things?
Like I said, the Shazam and Sinbad thing. That was a big one. Lucy, you have some splaining to do. Supposedly that was never said in the I Love Lucy show.
Yes, it was. I watched reruns of that show.
All the time. He used to say it.
It's the first thing he'd say, Kona. Lucy, you have some explaining to do, because she always fucking got in trouble.
Always.
So, yeah, and he heard about it when he got home. That's the first thing he said when he walked through the door. Wow. Okay, what else?
Okay. Let's see. Tom Cruise's sunglasses and Risky Business.
Ray-Bans.
Yep. They said that never existed. He didn't come out with that.
It's on the cover.
Mirror on the wall in Snow White was never said.
What?
Yep.
What did the Queen say then?
Darren's like, I even remember Smokey the Bear. I'm saying, Darren, like, they're trying to make it seem like we're crazy. Like, no.
Are these the assholes that are trying to cancel our culture, or who's saying this stuff?
I swear, I don't know these people. Like,
oh, that never happened. Really?
Right.
I've been around long enough. Yes, it did. Yes, it has.
That's what I'm saying. Even I've been around long enough to know some of these things.
You gotta look up Risky Businesses. Fucking.
I know, isn't it messed up? Sex and the City. They're trying to say that it wasn't called. It was called Sex in the City, and now they're saying it was called Sex and the City. No, it wasn't. It was called Sex in the City.
Was it?
Yeah, 100%.
I never watched it, so I don't know.
I could see why you wouldn't have.
No,
but it was like a chick show. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, I could see it.
Yeah, she did.
It was about female relationships. And at the time it came out, you would have been like maybe in your 30s. So you would have cared about old 45, almost 50-year-old women dating in New York.
I did
on a TV show. Like, that would not have, you know what I mean? Like, what would that have?
I like
Sarah. But it was definitely Sex in the City for sure, 100%. Because Sarah Jessica Parker was everywhere during that show. She was a big buzz. She was a household name. It was Sex in the City. People have like DVDs that show it that they bought back in the day.
Let me see if I can post this and share
them. Looney Tunes. Some people remember it spelled with like a TUNES, but they say it was TOONS, Looney Tunes. Yep, people have two different rememberings of that.
Yeah, but it was a cartoon, so it should have been TOONS.
I thought it was always TOONS due to the fact that like Tiny Toons was a thing.
Right.
Like Tiny Toon Adventures, and they spelled it with the TOONS. It was Tiny Toon Adventures. It was a show. Tiny Toon Adventures, come and join the fun. They're furry, they're funny, they're Babs and Buster Bunny. Like, I remember the whole theme song. They can quit playing with me.
God damn it. That link. You
What'd you do?
That's a link with 1,000 pictures of Tom Cruise wearing a certain pair of Ray-Bans.
Oh, right. Hey. See?
Yeah.
So more proof. That's the whole point. It is professional gaslighting. It really is. It's professional gaslighting. That's a good way to put it. Like media gaslighting. Because they're trying to tell us you don't remember that. That didn't happen. Yes, it did.
And the point
And
of that,
all of us say it.
what would the point of that be?
If people are getting moved, let's say we are in the Matrix, okay? Let's go with a lot of what ifs.
Okay.
Let's say we're in the Matrix and they are changing things.
Uh-huh.
And due to certain actions or reactions, some of us get moved to different timelines. And it wouldn't be something we would necessarily notice either. It would be very subtle and gradual. So if they're switching us on different timelines, the way to make us not realize that is to say it never happened. It make you feel crazy and question your sanity.
Well, it pisses me off because I'm losing my goddamn mind to this with all this other crap. Now you're gonna tell me shit didn't happen in our culture as far as entertainment.
Yeah. That's where they're at this point. Like, yes, they really are out here telling you that these things never occurred.
Okay.
Yeah, the monocle on Monopoly dude. They say he never had a monocle.
What, an eyepiece?
Yeah, that little eye thing he had. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. How would you know that if that never existed? Why would we all have that shared memory if it never existed?
He actually had his hand on it from what I remember.
Yeah, he was holding the little monocle. Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. He had like one hand on his hat, like one on the monocle. Like running. So it's like, no. So it's like they try to tell us a bunch of these Mandela effects. And if we're getting pushed to different timelines for their own purposes and or to trap us here, because a lot of people say, okay, here's a deep theory, right? Okay, so 2012, which you said you did a lot of research on, they say, what if time stopped in 2012 and they turned on CERN, which was the first time July 4th, and when they found the Higgs boson in 2012, and time was supposed to stop, but they've been keeping us artificially, basically on an artificial life support with life.
Oh, so we're all in a bunch of pods and this is all fucking virtual reality.
Kind of. Some people say that. It's possible. That they would have basically kept our timelines going artificially, like artificial life support. That way they could try to become God and overcome God and basically create their own like universe.
You know what? I was thinking, this is so weird you're saying this, because I was thinking a couple weeks ago what dreams really are. And maybe that's when we're so-called asleep and they're programming us. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yes.
So subliminally or subconsciously, you're in a state of rest or mind if we're laying in these pods. This is really fucked up. I think way too much. But it's like, what are dreams really? And then how come you only can remember them when you first wake up, if at all? But when you're up for 15 minutes, you can't remember what the fuck you dreamed about. So maybe we're being programmed with some software while we're sleeping.
It's very possible. Now, let me tell you a story that'll blow your mind. Okay, so me and Red did a bunch of research about Dulce Base. And we were doing, and Red can do a lot of things, right? She is a Reiki master, and she can transmute a lot of things in time and space. Okay.
Oh, really?
And yes.
Huh.
And Red is very powerful. She just don't use her shit. She's a good person, so she doesn't use it very often. But we're using it for research. And we were doing research into this because they were talking about different types of species down there and all different types of stuff. And so, we may or may not have started remote viewing. Okay. And and she was going to like around Dulce Base because you got to remember she's not that far away from it physically where she lives. So how hard would it be?
Right.
And they started sending like government people like in her mind. And like straight up told her like if she kept coming back, like they were gonna fucking like trap her there and trap her soul there and shit.
I believe that because ask her about this. Every time somebody does remote viewing or astral projection and they start going to the moon, they're warned, don't come any closer and go back.
One time, the last time I was able to astral travel or remote view, I went to Russia and they straight up told me, don't ever come back here. And if we ever catch you, we're going to kill you. So I kind of believe in it too. And that was the last time I was ever able to remote view.
Well, remote viewing, for people that never heard of it, there's a video called The Kill Shot, and it actually shows an asteroid hitting Earth, and for some reason South Korea is involved, or North Korea. I'm sorry, North Korea is in there, but remote viewing was invented supposedly by the Army. It's a real thing.
Yeah, absolutely, and they use it. No, it's actually been used. Art Bell, once again, good old Art Bell, used to have God dang it, what's his name? I can't think of what his name. He was the expert in it, remote viewing, and he always had him on his program. And he was the guy who started it in the government, in the military.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. I can look him up. Remote.
Yeah, God, what is his name? It's it's on the tip of my tongue. I can think of it. Ed Dames.
Okay. Yep.
Ed Dames.
He did the Kill Shot video.
I believe so. I believe so, Ed Dames. And he came out, and then recently, in the last, so many years since I've done radio, I actually talked to the director of the Farsight Institute. And he does remote viewing with a team, and he actually does it with a team of all Black girls. He says for some reason that they're able to pick up more shit. Well, and really? He's like a redheaded white dude. It's very interesting.
Huh.
Yes. And so I was going to have him on to talk about Farsight Institute, but he never got back to me on it. In the station manager email, I have the emails between him and I, and yeah, he never got back to me after that, to actually schedule a date. But he said he was very interested in, talking about Farsight Institute and all that.
There's a show on Gaia, or Gaia, Gaia.
Oh yeah, Ingo Swan. You right, Bonnie. Hey, Bonnie.
Bonnie is here.
Bonnie's here.
Yeah, it says remote viewing training. Start your free trial on Gaia or whatever.
Yep.
What the fuck?
Yeah, remote viewing. You can be taught to remote view. Absolutely. And if you get good enough, obviously the government would want you, because that's what they use. They use a lot of remote viewing especially for espionage reasons. So you can get secrets from military, this, that, the other. And people could be getting programmed, much like Manchurian candidates, to be doing it during sleep.
Mm-hmm.
It's very simple.
That's freaky, man. Even for me, that is.
They have a lot of brain neural interfaces the deeper you go in the seasons in Eureka, so keep watching. There's a lot of brain intraneural faces that they talk about, which reminds me, and some of the stuff they're talking about is the same exact crap that Elon Musk is talking about now.
That's just coincidence.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That they would have that history from that long ago. These weren't even things people were thinking about then. Well, not mainstream.
So I got to share this with everybody and you. So I did some work at, I'm not going to say, because it doesn't matter, but I like anonymity, whether it's a business or a person or whatever. So
Montegraph. I forgot about Montegraph. Dang, that was a long time ago since Dutch has talked about Montegraph on YouTube. Oh. Yeah, he was a remote viewer too. You're right. But there was some stuff about him, though, with Montegraph, and a bunch of stuff where people were talking about, was he controlled up and blah, blah, blah. And so there's a lot of controversy about that. There was a lady who went on live every night for years talking about Montegraph and how he stalked her online, and how they have these huge group of online gang stalkers. So there's something to that too. I'm not going to say for 100% if he did or didn't, but I have heard that be claimed by many YouTubers. So I'll just leave it at that. Even DeFango had brought it up at one point, and DeFango's not even in that whole crew, but even DeFango brought it up. So makes you wonder.
Algorithms, here they come. Sentinels are coming from the Matrix. Be careful. Okay. So I have to share my work today. So I went into this place to run a service call, and I'll just say this, it's a computer hard drive place. And they had this thing on display, and this thing was about the size of a medium pizza pan in diameter. And it was sitting vertical, but it was about 6 inches thick, and it weighed 70 pounds. Okay. And it's from 1981. And guess what it was?
What?
Like a 1.2 gigabyte hard drive.
Wow.
I'm like, you got to be fucking shitting me. We got that on SD microchips that you can put in your fingernail for storage. It had like 6 discs in it, or 14 discs that were 12 inches in diameter. I didn't even know what the fucking thing was. And I'm like, you got to be shitting me. That's a hard drive?
What a relic. Like, that's the dinosaur. But you know what I found out recently after this week? I read an article from this guy from floppydisks.com. He's the last dude making floppy disks. And you know who his number one customer is?
The government. No, I don't know.
Close. Airlines. Apparently, all of their machines are really old and still use floppy drives to share and exchange information.
You're fucking...
And so I'm not joking. I wish I was joking. I literally read this article this week. Floppydisc.com guy. He's the only guy, I guess, who makes them still. And he has to make them. He said a lot of government agencies too, but airlines are like his number one customer.
They're still using computers that have 3.5-inch floppies.
Correct.
Oh my God. And it's a fucking airplane?
Correct. Yes. Flying us around. Yes, correct.
Was it specific? Was it for it can't be for the aircraft. Is it for the control towers? What
No, he said for the aircraft itself. Let me try to find the article again, because I literally just read it.
How can you have a 777 Boeing with all that technology? And oh, wait a minute, we got to put the 3.5 floppy drive in the computer? What? That makes no sense.
They said the planes are old.
A 3.5.
Yeah, here's an article from August 11th, 2020. Boeing 747 still get critical updates via floppy disk.
Well, that I can believe. The 747's been around for a while.
So a lot of airplanes, though, use floppy disks.
I can't. That's just fucking... That blows my mind.
Yep. Some still run on 3.5-inch floppies. So...
They don't even hold that much. I was talking to a guy about that today.
Yeah, 19 hours ago, some industries still use floppy disk. This is one of the only places to buy them. September 22nd, because I read another one, but it wasn't by NPR, but NPR picked it up and said an online merchant who runs one of the few remaining websites where you can buy floppy disks says they're still used in the medical and airline industries.
Oh, that's even better. The medical field.
Yep. Because like you said, the industry moved on to CDs and flash drives. CDs and flash drives, and then downloading data instead of just physically passing it around. But they say, it's very extremely stable. It's not really hackable, and so that's why they still do it.
Yeah, but we can't do it. They don't want us to own anything in physical form. So
nope.
Fuck.
I know, but they still use it. Like,
of course they do.
It's pretty sad. Yeah. So older medical technology, and people are still going to use it, till it becomes, I guess, obsolete. But yes, they are still being used, but mainly in flight software and
flight software. Oh my God.
Yes.
That is insane.
Yep. Yeah, and it went around like quite a bit. Like there was a lot of different places that picked it up because like I said, the guy owns floppydisc.com. He's the last dude doing it. And so because now he does send them out even as novelties for people who want them. Oh, look, Tillo says he still uses them.
No, and that's fine if he uses them. He's not flying a fucking airplane. But
I mean, true.
The most they hold is 30 megabytes. I just had this conversation with the guy today.
Oh, did you? Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, I did. See? Yeah, because I bought my first computer in 1994 and I didn't even know how to turn the thing on. I was so computer illiterate, it was scary. And I bought a Packard Bell with a 230 megabyte hard drive, no optical drive, 4 megabytes of RAM.
Well, you could buy your optical drive separate back then too, where
that's what I was going to get at. So I put another hard drive in it. I put a CD-ROM in it. I upgraded the modem. It had I don't know, the fastest you could have was like a 56K.
Yeah, I was going to say 56K back then.
Yeah, so I upgraded my computer and I learned a lot and how they work and everything. So, and then that's when 3.11 Windows was out. And then right after that, Windows 95 came out and it changed everything. And I just got on that train in the nick of time. And I taught myself all that shit. And I did my own IT stuff and networking at my business with all my computers and everything. And
back then you could, though. You could mess with so many more like configurations and features on your computer then than you can now.
Yeah.
Where now, if you mess up even a couple files, like it's not like it used to where you could just rethrow a line of code and it would fix itself.
Yeah, like DOS commands or something. I had to do that.
Exactly. Like you could actually override it and make it do what you wanted it to do.
Yep.
And now they make that almost impossible unless you're doing like Linux open source.
Right.
You know,
I remember.
I mean, that's a whole new world, Linux, but like it should be the future because open source should be the way we're doing most things, to be honest.
Yeah.
Open source only helps everybody, and then everybody can build on what's there. We don't have to be just stifled by somebody's invention or somebody's patent or somebody's whim. You know, open source makes it open to all the minds who can figure it out.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something. I had this conversation with this guy, and
Darren said you guys are making me feel really, really old.
Yeah.
Sorry, Darren. Make you feel old from halfway around the world. We apologize.
Yeah, well, I asked this guy.
But that just shows how much wisdom you have, Darren, that you've been able to see all these things happen.
Yeah, you're not old, you're smart.
Exactly. You're just wise on what's going on.
Exactly. Yeah. A lot of people can't compare it. I mean, hell, that's when America Online came out.
True.
About 95, 96, somewhere around.
I found an old disc from 3.0 when I was cleaning out stuff.
For America Online?
Yep.
Isn't that crazy?
Yep. And I found it for 3.0. And I still have Britannica on CD-ROM. Remember when that was the way you found out things?
Yeah.
And how stifled were we? Because that's all you could do to find out things. If it wasn't in a book, it didn't exist. Or if it wasn't in an article or microfiche or like it didn't exist.
No, you just popped a CD-ROM in there because you could fit, if I'm not mistaken, 600 or 700 megabytes of information on there.
Yeah, so I mean, you had like a 12 disc set, but like eventually they got it down to 1. But like in the beginning, it was like 12 discs. Like
yeah, they didn't have.
Here's A through B, A through D. Here's D through
right. Disc, yeah.
And that's how you found out information. Like you couldn't Google things. Like only certain things were Googleable. Like you couldn't just ask any question on Earth and you would get an answer. Like we can now.
No, and what the most advanced browsers was Netscape.
Yeah, Netscape or Juno or Netscape ended up being NetZero, and they still actually exist.
Do they?
Yeah, they do. They do actually still exist. I forget what they actually do. I think they provide, I don't know what they do now. They do something. I think you can like plug it into like your phone line or something and it works to get internet. I don't know what it is. It does something though. It still exists.
And you only could get online through an ISP that you paid $20 a month for. That's
the truth. And if you didn't have them to get on, you weren't getting on.
Yeah, that was the bridge from you to the internet.
Yep, you had to pay. You either had, and everybody was always doing the free trials, making 10,000 email addresses because they never wanted to pay the full price because it eventually became quite expensive, especially for AOL.
Yep.
Once they started adding all those features and chat rooms and this and that and the other, like it became a big deal.
Well, I talked to this guy about how computers evolved and stuff, and it took me in the Wayback Machine with Mr. Peabody back to 1994, 95. And, Bill Gates has always said somebody can make a better operating system and Microsoft will be out of business. So I started talking to this guy. I go, well, what do you think about the cloud and all this? And then like Google Chrome OS, if you have a Chromebook and blah, 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 blah. And he said, well, I'm a Windows fan. And for personal use, you're better off with a Windows PC. But if you're a business for networking and everything, you're better off doing shit on the cloud.
Yeah.
And that's what he told me.
And that's the truth, though. I mean, most businesses use all their storage on the cloud. But also the cloud, as infinite as it is, it's also finite too. I mean, things can be snatched out of the cloud, unless you have private servers. I mean, it goes deep now. But now you could make it where your business could have its own private servers and its own, basically running independent without outside input.
Yep.
That is possible now. Where, 20, 30 years ago, that was not possible. You had to have a way to get on and a service provider and this and that. And it wasn't just as quick and dry as it is now. But now the amount of information you can put into the cloud, the amount you can save, the amount you don't have to keep on personal computers now, that's a bonus for businesses. I mean, with how much data people are storing on a daily basis, most work computers would become obsolete very quickly and not have memory or storage and have to be updated often.
Yeah, this guy told me hard drives that are out right now are 60 terabytes. I'm like, you're fucking kidding me.
That's just like, dude. Like, I thought gigabytes when they came out was like
a gig was a
like that was a big deal. Like,
I think,
and now they have 60 terabytes. And then what if they come out with something beyond terabytes? Like, that's just I can't even imagine that day. But like, that's when we start getting to like the quantum computing level.
Right, exactly.
But,
yeah.
I mean, that's just insane. Like, it's millions upon trillions of data. Like, just insanity.
Yeah, I think a terabyte's 1,000 gigabytes, and that's just insane. Just 1 terabyte.
Yeah, exactly.
That's too much. That's too much storage. What are you gonna do? I don't care how much video and music you have and pictures. That's ridiculous.
Okay, so Darren says he's got 4 terabytes of storage, and he said he needs more. 60 sounds good.
What the fuck?
Wow. TLO said he's got 2 times 5 terabyte hard drives.
Does he?
Yeah, I can see that though.
I don't even know what's on this computer. Let me look it up. Now I want to know.
And most of those hard drives are like external when you have that much storage, to be honest.
Yeah.
And they're expensive too. They're not cheap.
No, but they're a lot cheaper than they used to be. Oh, we got it.
They are a lot cheaper than they used to be. But yeah, but the high storage, they're charging the biggest buck for. Like, you can get smaller 1 terabyte drives for like $40-$50. Which you could buy a bunch of those,
This computer has 8 gigs of RAM, 2.4 gigahertz Intel. 64.
Yep. See, his near a terabyte on weather data only. I would like to see all that data too. I bet you it's good data.
I don't see the hard drive though.
TLO said his stepdad has filled almost 100 terabyte of movies.
Holy shit! Really? It's got to be all 4K or something. That's ridiculous. Wow.
Right? I mean, that's a lot of movies, but I mean, hundreds of movies. I mean, there's thousands of movies in existence. Does anybody know like a quantified number of how many movies have ever been created? I'd be interested to know that. Right? I mean,
500 gigs. I can't remember.
That would make sense. That's normal now for most computers.
Oh, wow. 1.78 terabytes. Are you shitting me?
Oh, yeah.
This computer was way ahead of its time. This computer is at least 8 years old.
It was ahead of its time.
Yeah. And it's working like a clock. Obviously. Huh. I didn't know that. Wow. Okay. Well, whatever. Close that.
Yeah, so it's interesting though. But nope, thousands of movies from all over the world. I could see that. We still have a like a foreign movie like rental store in Robbinsdale that's really neat, that has like a lot of foreign movies and things like that, like old school.
Hey, Chris popped in here. You saw that in the chat room? What's up, Chris? Yeah, we are paying attention to the chat room now.
I am.
Scarlet is in here as an administrator too. I did a real quick podcast this morning apologizing for that because it's very unprofessional and there's no excuse for me.
And I didn't know you were sitting over there, or else I would have like kindly reminded you, like, hey, anybody saying anything over there? Because we're pretty good here about, and especially since we use StreamYard as our main way of communicating with the world. It's easy to teach to other people why we use that. I mean, I'm sure there's other better ways, but to be able to teach the average person who knows nothing about doing a show, this is the easiest way to get them on. And so we get to see all the comments, and maybe there's a way. Do you know if Podbean has an RSS feed? Because if they do, we can put it in to our destinations on StreamYard, and then we'd be able to see the chat. It would feed itself in.
Yeah, there is one to my show. I can send it to you. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Then we needed to input that into StreamYard, and then it would come in this chat, and we'd get to see it.
Oh,
and
really?
It would just show, and it would show up as Podbean, and we'd know that came from the Podbean chat room, and then we can, talk back to people just in the Podbean chat room, or just on YouTube, or just on Facebook. Like that's, when you actually click click their name, and you want to write back to them, you can actually go when you post comment inside StreamYard. It usually says all, but it'll show every destination we're allowed to comment to.
Very cool.
And hopefully Podbean would be one of them if they have an RSS feed.
Yeah,
I would hope so. I would hope so that they would let you, but sometimes they don't, because our Restream doesn't let us do it that way. We'd have to sit in the Restream chat, which we should, because we are missing DLive, I believe. But I believe they can comment. We just can't comment back.
Mm-hmm.
DLive and Twitch. Which we should pay attention to as well, because there's probably people over there listening and we just don't even pay attention to them.
Oh,
and that's not nice.
Yeah, that listen and don't participate. That's for sure.
Well, and there's a lot of chats too to be paying attention to. I mean, for any host or moderator, I mean, to literally be watching 6 different platforms chat rooms, I mean, it's hard. I mean,
And I tried explaining that when you're the host or co-host or whatever. And because usually there's moderators, like we said, because there's just the chat rooms are just a different world.
They are. Sometimes they're very busy. Sometimes they're very dead. Right. And when you're trying to read articles and look up other things and do things at the same time, it's hard sometimes. It really is, to be able to pay attention everywhere. And we don't want anyone to feel like we're not paying attention to them, but sometimes it just happens. It's just truly an oversight. But you guys can always message at least me at stationmanager@freedomrevolutionnetwork.com and let us know, hey, I was sitting over in this chat room and nobody came and checked on me, and we'll check on you.
Yeah, just go to Freedom.
We'll make sure that we'll do it, so just try to get a hold of us somewhere where we can see it. That way we can get to you.
Just go to YouTube and look up Freedom Revolution Network and jump in the chat room and say, hey.
Yeah, YouTube is usually where we see it.
Me. So,
exactly.
Yeah, because I felt horrible because here's a backstory, and I'll try to keep it short if that's even possible. But back in the day, I was in the chat rooms and stuff like this on Freedom Marza Radio, and the owner of that network, Proof Negative, because I was being such a smart ass and this and that, he said, why don't you call in? Then I called in.
He loves a good troll. He loves a good troll.
Yeah. And then he goes,
he's a master of trolls. He does very well with them and can hold his own.
He goes, would you like to do a show? And I'm like, yeah, sure. Why not? So I got a show on there, and this was way back in 2008 or 9 or whatever. And then I was on there, and then I started doing my own thing and jumping around. And then Scarlet worked over there, and that's how we met. But I wasn't there, but I was still talking to Proof and calling in and whatever. And then now Scarlet has her own network, and she's my boss, and we're friends, and I still do my thing, but I always involve Freedom Revolution Network in there.
And we appreciate that. And that's all we ever ask for. People have control of their own show, right? But if you're going to be on the network, let's be a group and let's do things with the network to try to lift that up. At the same time, you can still have your own show, do your own things. If you don't want to do a show on the network, you can do it on your own thing. But, obviously try to have content, right? Because that's what's most important. And a lot of us have been, slacking as of recently. But now we've decided we're going to kind of come back. TLO said he's getting a little studio ready for us when, yes, we're going to do a mega show with everyone.
Well, here, and that's too, we always promote. I mean, if you want to call in or join the show, there's some fucking button that you can do that with. I don't know what it is because I'm on the show.
Yeah, if you just go to Podbean and then you look up Original Red Pill Show, you should see that we're live. And then there is a little call-in button, and then it will let you call into the show.
Yeah, and then
it just dials right from your device.
But Chris Wilson saying here on our podcast, Beyond One's Belief, which sounds cool, weekly Monday, 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Big Chief is the host. Post unscheduled music late night. So don't worry about not regular schedule. So see?
It's in the lower right corner past the Sheriff podcast. It's a phone receiver. Okay. Yeah, we'll check it out.
There you go.
Thanks for stopping by. I mean, we talk about all different types of things here. I mean, at one time, we have such a variety of things that, you can never say what we're going to be talking about. We try to come up with, a few news articles or topics that we're going to come up with for the night. But other than that, we kind of let the flow and let people bring in something to the conversation. And, we do have people call in. That's allowed. Because that's where we came from, was originally radio. I mean, we do video as well, but not all the time. Because our roots are radio. That's what we did. We feel like the type of listeners we want are the ones that are willing to sit and listen and auditorily take in the information, because those are some more of the critical thinkers. A lot of visual thinkers want quick bursts, where audio listeners will listen to an hour, 2, 3, 4 podcast and get into it and totally be enthralled. So I think it's the quality of people you get on radio, more wholesome, more attentive to detail in ways that you don't see with the video crowd. Right. Video crowd almost wants to make you like a video jester, and like, what can you balance on your head?
Yeah, and how much can you use your green screen?
Mm-hmm.
And
what you can put up on screen share and all that, which we do that, right? Like especially during hurricane season, I like to be able to show you the maps and show you the things, but I can explain to you where to find them yourself too, and you can look along with me. It's that simple too. I mean, I shouldn't have to do all the research for you either. That's a part of critical thinking, is that you too have to do your own research. Somebody can tell you, but do you know it for yourself? That should always be the level of scrutiny that you put yourself to when you're taking in new information. Do I know it because I've been told it, or do I know it because I researched it myself? And this is what I believe. Because there's a difference.
We got Chris in here with us.
Yes, I'm a former professional military and defense analyst.
Whoa.
Oh, hello. Welcome.
Spent 12 years as a junior officer, as a captain for the Army, selling billions of dollars worth of weapon systems to Saudi Arabia, $10 billion for our Abrams battle tank M1A1 Block 1, and to concurrently to Israel, where they bought copters. I also sold to Australia, Canada, South Africa, Great Britain, Western Europe, besides the Middle East. And
you have an impressive background.
Yeah, it's fascinating.
Absolutely. So what are your feelings on, the current topics of geopolitics at this point? Do you have certain feelings being in the weapons industries?
I've written, edited, or forwarded 8,000 essays that I share on all my international podcasts I'm on.
Absolutely.
Great Britain, Netherlands, and sometimes Scotland, and sometimes South Africa.
Well, if you'd like to, at some point, schedule a show that we could do just focusing on what you do and what you would like to get out to the people, I definitely would be willing to do that. You can absolutely email me at stationmanager@freedomrevolutionnetwork.com. We'll still keep talking, but I do find you interesting and knowledgeable enough that we could have you on for a whole program, and I'm sure you could put something up for us and get something together that would be fascinating for the people to hear.
All right, I'd like to bring on with me another former military. He's a pro. He's well known. His name is Raccoon, otherwise known as Raccoon 6 when he types it in. And he's on our podcast, Beyond One's Beliefs, as well as the host who's originated it. His name is Big Chief Thunderlung, or just Big Chief. But yes, I can do that. I brief
Wonderful.
3 times a week. I brief 3 times a week. I was doing a total of 8, but it got just too hectic. I'm severely.
I understand that. I used to broadcast almost every day, multiple hours a day, and at a certain point, you do almost just get burnt out. Unfortunately, I mean, it's one of those things being in this type of business.
Right. Well, I've researched everything over 30 years, and essentially, I can answer virtually every question you possibly have about what's going on with the economy, geopolitics, ancient civilizations, current civilizations, you name it.
That'll be wonderful, because I've done a lot of shows. I've done shows with many different types of people, and one thing we've focused on in the past that Red and I have, and we like Gary Wayne. I don't know if you know who he is, but he wrote the Genesis 6 conspiracy, and we've brought up a lot of topics about ancient civilizations and its ties to the current time, and just kind of leaps from the past, because a lot of past tells us what's going on now, right?
Correct. Gary Wayne is very good. He's it's all positive. I have all his original 97 essays that I've transcribed with photos that I share on the podcast that I do. I haven't gone into that realm with him. The only difference with Gary, and it's not negative, it's just his perception of life, and just don't take this in a negative way. He's very good, but he takes it strictly from the Bible. The problem is that there's nothing wrong with the Bible.
No.
What I'm trying to say is that basically what most people don't know, the Bible has been rewritten over the centuries.
Right.
And so much, the Catholic Church was taken over by the Zionist Jewish cabal in 1540 by Ignatius de Loyola. I'm in Southwest Florida, Collier County, Naples. But basically the Jesuits have 28 schools and colleges across the United States, and the Jesuits have. You'd be fascinated with the research I've done. I know the presidents. My last position was I worked in graduate education as the admissions officer for the Navy. This is above the what you would know as the midshipmen's for Annapolis. I was in Monterey, California, and I managed the admissions officer program. There were 330 professors. 30 of them were adjunct, but I worked with them and helped improve the programs. Anyway, I'm not here to talk about me. I'm just going with Gary Wayne. I respect him highly. I was so impressed with his research that's why I transcribed all of his essays.
And he's brilliant. But yes, I do agree with you on that, because the Bible is great, right? And it's a fantastic thing, that has nothing to do with my personal beliefs or whatever. But if we're using it in the scope of history and time, it is just a historical document that many other historical documents support, right? So other factors and ideas outside of Christianity should also be considered for some of the conditions that have occurred, right? So I get exactly what you're saying, because I've interviewed him like 6 or 7 times in my career. And so I do know exactly what you're talking about, and that's something that my co-host Red and I, which you would find very fascinating. We got to get Red back in here, because this is what Red and I do, is mostly we've done trying to explain from the history until now how we got here, and explaining certain groups and certain theories and certain ideas, and especially about mystery schools and ideals, especially like, he's talking about the Jesuits here, and that would fall in line with mystery schools and those type of esoterics that have been shaping our culture and world for a long time to get where we are now today.
Correct. History has been completely written, Scarlet.
Yes. And Tim's here. Yeah, Tim is here. Red isn't on tonight, but she's one of my co-hosts that we've done many shows, and she had her own show, Journey into Freedom, on the network, that we have done many, many shows with over many, many years. But she was a good expert in that, but continue.
Okay. I thought Red was the
Tim is with us. Yeah, Scarlet and Tim tonight.
his name is Tim. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Apologize.
That's
All right, Tim,
okay.
I'll write this down. Anyway,
That's all right.
I have researched since I got out of the Army as a captain in 1992. And then at that point, I worked for the Defense Department as a senior analyst. And I learned the hard way is that basically everything we've been taught and learned over time is a combination of lies, deceptions, disinformation, cover-ups, false truths, and treachery. The fraction of 1% that we actually have learned that is positive is from our parents and their parents and their parents for generations untold.
Mm-hmm.
That is the truth
That makes sense.
we have. So,
And it's sad because I mean, a lot of documents do support that, especially that Red and I have went over in the past. Like Tim has been around for the last 2 years, but Red has been with me since 2015, since I have been starting in my career in radio, right? And when we started going through like the CIA declassified files, Stargate files, all of these things on air, we were showing people that, look, these are government declassified documents admitting some of these things that they claim to not exist, much like alters and things that enter into people as entities. You know, people say, oh, that's hokey pokey, that doesn't exist. But CIA, Stargate declassified files state that it does exist, and they're the ones who started it. So, you know, many different missions throughout the years have been targeted against people that people don't realize they've been, and these things have been done as government programs and disguised and then later declassified by the time everybody's dead, so no one cares.
right.
And that's been a common tactic. And that's how they keep us, you know, in now times away from our history and away from the knowledge. But that now things like the internet are bringing in a way to bring back, because people can talk to each other and make little groups and spread information through those groups and networks.
Agreed. That all I was trying to say is basically the way history went. I've researched every aspect. Our planet is 19.6 billion years old. Our current civilization, there were 5 civilizations. We are known as collectively as the Aryan race, and that is actually 450,000 years old. And I'm going to give you 2 names, and you can look it up, but I've already done their essays. One is called Michael Tellinger, Tellinger. He's South African, Caucasian, and so is the other one. His name is Wayne Herschel, Wayneherschel. And I grew up in the Netherlands. I went to high school there in 1969 to 1973. So I had a great exposure traveling through Europe by car, motorcycle, train, jet. So where I'm going with this,
This was very interesting because I just looked up Wayne Herschel. I'm not familiar, but I see that he wrote a book called Alpha Omega Taurus Stargate. And I was just telling Tim here that he needs to start looking into some research on star forts and some other ideas and technologies that he might not be aware of. So that's very interesting that you would bring him up, and we were just speaking about him.
well, I know the top 100 to 120 greatest alternative historians today alive. I've contacted about 16 to 18 of them. And I was on a show called darkoutpost.com out of Detroit, Michigan. And the host is, his name is David Zublik. And he started screwing with my schedule. And I had built all these other podcasts around it. And then he axed me in April 30th. The other person because of, her name is Michelle Stefanik. Michelle Stefanik is exceptional in finance, an extremely bright young woman. She was the chief financial officer at the Nairobi, Kenya embassy when it got blown up on August 7th, 1998. She fortunately had taken leave for the weekend, and basically they blew it up. This is a CIA operative. The CIA blew her. The CIA, just to help you out, is the CIA is the front for the Freemasons, the Masonic Order.
Whoa.
The Masonic Order is the front for the Illuminati. They're all one and the same.
Oh,
I'm not trying to change this point. I'm just telling facts.
Yeah.
So what happened was she uncovered money that was being redirected and it turned out to be initially $14.6 trillion by the CIA, which later was reconfirmed to be $42.2 trillion, and that was money by the CIA to fund all the wars in the Middle East. And what happened is, so that because she had uncovered it, the CIA naturally takes out any obstacles. So they put the bomb directly below her floor and blew up the building. She wasn't there, but half of her staff died, and 14 were bloody. But this was a major explosion, and she has been fighting for 23 years what she's been going through. She filed and still has in the Library of Congress the only case that Congress has deferred judgment on, because she can literally bury every federal agency involved, every one of the military which is involved, and all of our intelligence agencies. Collectively, I call them the second unholy trinity. And the first unholy trinity is Rome, which controls the religion through the Vatican of three religions, excluding Hinduism. The second is the London, which is the financial headquarters of the world. New York has always competed, but always been in second place. And the third unholy trinity is Washington, D.C. When you look at the three of them from the air, when you look at the Vatican from an aerial view, that is a skeleton key. That's the key of Solomon. When you look at Buckingham Palace from the air, that is the key of Hathor, or key of Ra. Okay, the Eye of Ra.
Oh,
and when you look at Washington, D.C. from the air, it is a pentagram.
Oh,
and
great.
basically, a pentagram is pure evil with 2 points pointing up and one down. It's inverted. A pentacle is positive, and that's how you get the name Pentagon, because that is actually pure evil. Anyway,
Wow.
I wasn't here to over-carry on this. I'm just trying to show you. This is just a sample of what I've researched over 30 years.
Holy
and that's
shit.
why I share thousands of essays. So,
Oh, I'm sure you do. Absolutely. I mean, and we've been around for quite a long time and focused on a lot of these topics as well. So I would be very interested in collaborating with you on doing some of these shows to bring our listeners more aware of what you have to offer, because I think hearing it retold many different times by different people who have different pieces of the puzzle are very important. That is the way we're going to break through the cognitive dissonance. Once people start seeing that all these things are tied together, all these groups have an agenda, and it can be shown with a paper trail if you just look for the right places.
yes, just like our CIA, which is the Central Intelligence Agency, its headquarters is not Langley, Virginia. It's Geneva, Switzerland. I have an essay on that. It's excellent. You'll understand when you read it.
Wow.
I'm going to give you my email in the chat.
Okay.
And that way you can contact me offline, not now.
Uh-huh.
And
Right. Absolutely.
Okay, so just let me take it off of capitalization. Okay, it's S in Sierra, P is in Papa, E is in Echo, C is in Charlie, T is in Tango, R is in Romeo, E is in Echo, 990@gmail.com. Okay, so I'm getting it for you now.
Right.
I spoke it faster than I wrote it because I'm severely disabled. I've lost use of my right arm and hand, so I'm one-handed. So
No worries.
But I've managed to do all this, and in Canada, the ones that is a Christian-based audience with Jeff Shepard in Ontario. I'm on every Wednesday. He was on vacation, or rather business this week, so we didn't do a show, but there's 45,000 that listen to me. And that is over daytime, nighttime, and he shares the information over at least six media platforms.
Wow.
But they believe me. They know I've earned my integrity on all these. I was in South Australia for 8 months, and the man who does that, his name is South Ozman, South, OZ, like Wizard of Oz, and MAN. He's taken a leave of absence for probably 3 months. But the one I do Tuesday, that's in the Netherlands, and that's where I grew up in Amsterdam, and his name is Laurens, Laurns. And so I am doing less now than I did before, and whenever they take vacation or business, so be it. But either way, we have our own show on Mondays from 6 to 8 p.m. I'm doing Wayne Herschel. I'm finishing up on
Is
one
that
of the
Eastern time then?
yes, always that. I'm
Yeah.
Naples, South Florida,
Okay.
and that's wrapping up section 6, and that is I did a book. I don't know if you've ever heard of these people. I'll give you. His name is Howard Menger, Menger, and he was contacted at age 8 by a Venusian woman because he is one of their bloodlines, as we are as well. Because our world was actually populated by 5, possibly 6 races. One is the Pleiadians, one is the Andromedans, one is the Lyrians, one is the Syrians, and one is the Octurians, and I can't remember the 6th one at the time. But anyway, we were all star-seeded. And
Right.
Wow.
And if you want to go to like Galactic Federation and things like that, because we used to do many shows on that, Red and I, this is really funny because you're bringing back all the topics that I literally have just said, like the last couple shows that I need to get back to my roots and the shows that I used to be doing. And this is the type of topics we used to do. So that's so very fascinating that you just happened to call in tonight, just out of the blue, because Tim and I don't usually do a show on Podbean together at all. We're usually on my network, Freedom Revolution Network, which he is also co-host and co-owner of, but it's very fascinating because this is synchronicity, because I literally just said we need to start doing these shows again. And I've done many shows with a young man named Jermaine where we would talk about these different races, what they did, what their place was, what their messages were. And so some of my listeners are very, very aware of these topics. So I find that fascinating.
Yeah. Yeah.
well, it's just irony. Okay, very
Yep.
positive.
Right, absolutely.
I have connected both of you together on this platform, and you both have an interest in my specialty, which is on one on our podcast of Beyond One's Belief. We talk about basically what the public would have never have learned.
Right.
I had a near-death experience when I was 20 years old. I was in a horrific car accident. I broke many bones in my body. I was in traction for 6 months, but the first 3.5 months I was comatose. I crossed over, and I can give you very positive information about that.
Wow.
I live over 80% of what lies beyond,
Holy
and
shit.
we live life forever. We never die. We are eternal beings. However, we are not immortal. Whatever is wrong with the body stays with the body, mentally and physically. And we cross over to the next plane of existence. We just go from however, the fourth dimensional realm is controlled not by the creator or by Christ, but it is controlled negatively. These would be terms you probably might not be familiar with, but reptilians and grays. Anyway.
Yep, I'm very familiar with reptilians and have done many, many shows about them as well. And so, like I said, these is very, very funny topics to bring up because I have done many, many shows on these things.
Yeah, you're getting. Go ahead.
We're getting out of your league, Tim, for sure. But this is going to be good for you to get.
Yes, you are.
Some of the education.
Yes, you are. But he's talking about David Icke stuff, so I know what he's talking about.
I have issues with David Icke.
No, I know, but he talks about this stuff. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that's maybe where you like a lot of people in the mainstream get some of these ideas, but the Corey Goods and the David Icke's.
I'll tell you things about them you probably aren't aware of.
Okay, well, that's fine.
I share knowledge. I don't covet it.
Sure.
Okay, David Icke. I have a picture of him. I know his background in Great Britain, and I have a picture of him and his wife where they're doing one of the 10 demonic hand signs, which is the upside down triangle. Anyone that does that uses demonic hand signs, well, that's telling you something right there.
No.
Okay, and I can share that photo. Okay. That's number one on David Icke. Yes, he does have knowledge. He said he happened to originally just pass by a bookstore and something told him to go in there. He got this message. He went in there and found a book and then started reading it. But basically, the world is controlled by the Masonic order. This is a fact. It's based on Zionism. I've traced Zionism back 20,000+ years. And when you look up Michael Tellinger, you'll realize that our civilization is 450,000 because the planet Nibiru, known as the Anunnaki, which came to Earth, which are reptilian, they were fourth dimensional. They were mining gold in southern Africa. There's over 4 million sites. And he has proof of it because he even has a what looks the same thing as what Edward Leedscalen did when he was moved Coral Castle in Miami. When he built it at nighttime, no one ever saw him, but it was done through sound, and light is actually a component of sound. But it has to do with frequencies and sound. Same thing that Nikola Tesla was trying to express to the public.
Yeah.
So the point is that he has what looks like an ice cream cone as far as by size dimension, both. And this literally, every time he does tours and he brings it as an example, it sends off all the alarm systems at the airports and security. And they always question him, but basically it is a stone, a specific type of stone, and it literally levitated the gold up to the base ships that were above from South Africa.
Whoa.
But you'd have to read up on Zacharias Sitchin and know about his 14 books that he wrote and co-authored. So I didn't want to
Art
overdwell.
Bell did a lot of shows about Zacharias Sitchin. So that's somewhere good to go look, Tim, to try to get that good condensed information that isn't tainted, because a lot of that came from a good place back then, especially about his theories and his books as they came out at the time. And in some of the CIA declassified files, there is proof that the CIA and other groups believed what he said is absolutely true, and that's in the CIA's Stargate files that Red and I did shows about previously.
Wow.
Okay, you seem to have done a lot of research as well, both of you. So if I named like Andrew Basiago, do you know who he is?
I do not.
No.
Okay. Have you ever heard of Project Pegasus?
Yes.
Yes, I have.
That was him.
Okay.
For the CIA, and he was doing time travel at age 8 between Woodbridge, New Jersey to Santa Fe, New Mexico with his father. He also went back in time to Lincoln's Gettysburg Address, and we have a photo of it that turned up 10 years after he did an interview in a closet in an attic, I think in Pennsylvania. And that is it's an actual photograph, and it's the only third existing photograph of Lincoln's Gettysburg Address. And you see him in the field right there.
We were literally just talking about time travel the other night.
Yeah, you're freaking me out. Really
I know. I'm telling you, when you get on this level of shows, Tim, people will come to you like this. This is not something that I'm not used to doing a call-in show, and we did a live call-in show. Like I said, Art Bell style, whoever wants to call in could call in.
Yeah.
We would, throughout my whole career, we have got people like Chris who call in and just happen to be the right people on the right wavelength at the right time with the right amount of knowledge with the puzzle pieces that we've already taught people to fill in. Like I'm telling you, you can't even make this stuff up. You just got to roll with it.
Right.
So, Chris, you're saying that time travel is
it exists, and there's 5 types.
5 types.
Correct.
Wow.
The one that Andrew Basiago was doing with his father, they were called chrononauts, and they used a chronovisor. I have essays on this. I will share them with you.
Wow.
So yes, and you will see pictures of Andrew Basiago going back to Lincoln's Gettysburg Address, to Lincoln's assassination. Basically, the CIA has run everything. Our government, but they're basically the lowest form. It starts at the highest tier is actually what is called the Grey Pope. The Grey Pope is in Italy, in Rome, and he gives guidance to the Black Pope. The Black Pope then carries out from the Grey Pope, and he has a council of 7. 6 are white, 1 is black for Africa. And he basically dictates the terms of the governance for the world, as well as assassinations. Then he, in turn, gives it to the white Pope. And from there, it goes to the Council of 300, the Bilderberg Group, P2. Then it goes to the Chatham House, which is the Royal Institute of International Affairs. Then it comes over to the United States. 1 through Switzerland in the process. And then from to the United States, it goes to the Council of Foreign Relations.
Yep.
And from there it goes to
Wonderful.
Majestic 12.
Yeah.
Majestic 12 is the lowest tier level of our government. They are not running it; they're just carrying out directives. Does this make any sense?
Yes,
Absolutely.
more with Scarlet than me. That's pretty deep stuff.
Yep. No, I know exactly what he's talking about, and that is absolutely true. And these people have controlled it for a very long time, and it's provable throughout history. And that is the thing that people need to be made aware of. Like, there is nothing new under the sun, and this plan is definitely not one of them. So it has been going on continuously, and the tightening's only getting worse.
I have to ask Chris a question. Just one
Okay.
question about time travel. So
Okay,
if time,
One
go ahead.
moment. I'm just have to make an acknowledgement.
Sure.
There's a woman in the audience. Her name is Chrissy.
I see her.
I've
Yeah.
been on her show, and by accident, she blocked me. She just acknowledged that she unblocked me.
Right.
It was strictly accidental. I go on her show, and I brief just like I'm doing with you. Go ahead.
Okay, cool.
Ask away.
All right. So if while you're saying time travel's real, so can we go back and change things to alter them so they never happen? Is there a paradox that could
Only
make
if
it?
the person died, but not through any. Andrew Vasagio, and I will send you my essays on him.
Okay.
I already gave you mine in the chat. So
Okay.
you either snapshot it, copied it down, or
I did. Yep, I got it.
Okay. You've got one of the three. You got it.
Okay.
So, okay. Tim,
Yes.
time travel does exist. However, Andrew Basagio, and I think I'm pronouncing it right, it's Basiago, and he is a lawyer in Seattle, Washington. He's a few years younger than me. I'm turning 68 in January.
Okay.
But basically, he mentioned that you can go back, you can advise, but the point is you cannot physically change the past. Unless you were shot and killed for some reason there, then that would change history as far as because you wouldn't exist in the future. But in just general terms, no, you cannot change the past.
Okay. So
Let's go, Tim. Let's go. So our plan could work. Let's go.
Yeah. Well, we should bring up the Minnesota thing to him with the.
Well, yeah, like I said, there was this caller on our bell who claimed to have called in the year 2030. Okay, and this was in 1999 was the call. In 1999, at the time, he was asking questions about what was going to happen with Y2K, all these other things. But one thing he dropped in the conversation was that he was in the new physics building in the University of Minnesota. Well, I live here. And about 3 years ago, I went to a concert for Lindsey Sterling. And they were building a new physics building. So if the timeline would be correct, that means he would be alive now. He'd be getting ready to go to college. And by the time this new physics building is built, this wall that exists for time travel would exist in the basement of this physics lab. And so that was Tim's idea was, let's go find the kid. And I was like, well, maybe we could.
Well, that sounds almost similar to one that was on Art Bell's show. And
Yeah, it was on our belt. That's what I'm talking about. His name was Jameson from the University of Minnesota. And I remember this call in depth because I am from Minnesota. So when I went to this concert and seen the building being built in 2018 after the old one had been torn down after 100 years of standing, it kind of piqued my interest because then I remembered this call that happened in 1999.
Okay, amazing.
Yeah.
Well, my college was by mid 70s, so you have an advantage to me. You have youthfulness versus my elderly status. But anyway, yes,
we call it wisdom around here. We've got listeners of all ages around here, and we like to call it wisdom around here.
Yes, I call it wisdom as well because what I can tell you when you cross over, I can just give you a quick overview real fast. Number one is that as you cross over, you are an energy orb, okay? And your body remains behind, and everything that's physically and mentally wrong stays with the body. This is a fact. When you cross over, basically you go through what is called a life review. You will experience this. Everyone will. Life review is what's happening. It's the reptilians, which are known as the Alpha Dracos and the Omega Orions, and the 3.5 foot grays from Sirius, either A or B, basically are helping. They're subordinate, and they're a cloned race. Where I'm going with this is that whomever you are thinking of when you cross over, if it's spouse, relative, parents, grandparents, friend, a disciple, a savior. That's exactly whom they will assume their physical form. They have this ability. They can transmutate.
Wow.
And so basically what they've done, Scarlet, is they've actually tapped into your memory and pulled out the key significant points of what was positive, neutral, and negative. So you're seeing really a flashback of what this when I was 20, and I remember.
I'm very familiar with this whole idea because I was a big follower of Sylvia Brown, and this is exactly what she explains occurs when you cross over of this life review that takes, what would be in our time like a couple days, but like they show you all of these points of the current lifetime that you were in once you get there.
Okay, from that point, after you've seen that, that's in preparation. This is all not positive. And then the next step is that it's called a review board. I call it the karmic review board because then whomever you are thinking of, they've already assumed that form. And what they've done is their purpose is to convince you to stand before, come before the, because it's all telepathic, come before the review board. And their whole mission is to convince you to go into the tunnel of light.
Right.
And you
basically, I don't know about that.
If you don't know, and this what they're not aware is that basically, like I've been sharing all this, so the people that listen to me on all the podcasts for the past year plus, is that they're learning when you cross over and you go through the life review, and then you go before the review board. It's all based on what we call free will, and they must have your consent. So what you do is you telepathically refute or refuse to go to the review board, and you refute to go into the tunnel of light. They cannot force you. They're going to use.
Yeah, don't do that. I've heard the tunnel of light is bad. Yeah, no, I've heard this, Tim. Remember, I was just talking to you about free will the other day. Remember this?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So I'm glad you're aware of it, both of you. So what it is that what the public doesn't know is this tunnel of light is basically, it's going to send you back into our world through this birth, life, death, recycling, enslavement scenario that we've been experiencing. I've traced it back 230,000 years since the reptilians, which were the Anunnaki, when they were mining gold for their planet Nibiru, which their atmosphere was degrading, that after 220,000 years, they have 5 tiers of classes. If you think of the Hindu religion, okay, they have basically 5 tiers, and it works
Which
like
I'm highly familiar with because I used to go to a Hindu temple strictly because I was a journalist at this point, and they had like free yoga, so I was going there, and they took a straight liking to me, like the priest, and so we would talk about different ideals and things because they knew I wasn't Hindu, but it was fascinating because of the things I learned from them and the things we talked about and just some of the ideals. So I became very understanding of Hinduism and how it works, and so that's interesting that you bring that up, but continue.
So they have 5 tiers, the reptilians, which are the Anunnaki. The highest tier is the royalty and nobility. They have wings, okay? They're sort of like a off-white beige, like almost like an off-white color of their scales, okay? And they have wings and horns. Where then the next tier down, and they're the tallest, and they're 12 to 14 feet tall.
Whoa.
And then the next tier is the engineers and scientists. And the next tier below them is the administrative and technical. And the next tier below that is the warrior class. I have a photo taken in South America where the local Indians in Brazil had killed one and severed the head. So I do have a photograph of that.
Jeez.
And there's been reports of other potential catchings of Anunnaki type beings in the past and Draco type beings, especially in South America. There's been other reports, and then whatever was in the cave in Afghanistan.
Right. Well, in Afghanistan, what they found was okay. I can tell you about that. There are 2 things they found in Afghanistan. One was with a special forces team. They typically have 6 in a special force, and they have a leader. And they were told to go up and investigate this cave up in the mountains. They went up there. It was a very high ceiling cave, And when they were going up, they found discarded, or they thought discarded, of everything from clothing, weapons, of basically Afghan military. And when they got up there, they peeked into the cave, which was pure dark, and they saw two glowing eyes, yellow. And what happened was that was a giant. It came out and it took its spear and it skewered one of the six special forces. And that's when the leader, the captain, said, "Shoot for the face, hit the head." And they did. They killed it. And that was on George Norrie's show, where the pilot who carried it back from Afghanistan to Germany said they weren't supposed to see what was under the tarp. And while they were in the air, they checked it out, and it was basically it was a 1,500-pound tarp and not tarp, 1,500 pounds for the pallet and the giant. And when they looked,
I remember hearing that because Linda Moulton Howe is on that show as well.
she has other ones, but I have issues with her, not because I wrote her in 2014 and she never answered me, and it was very descriptive because it had to do with her explanation of crop circles, and she's absolutely wrong.
Right.
I know her background. I'm from Connecticut. She went to Yale for undergraduate, and she went to when I lived in California, she went to Stanford for her master's in journalism. She has the credentials, but I'm 50-50 with her because she was off on crop circles, but she was very good when she had a warrant officer that she had on the program who was in Alaska, and he had access to a very secret base that was below ground, and it basically can power the entire country of Canada. It's an incredible energy source. And then basically when he was going back, he was in Virginia, and then he was approached by two men in black, and they wanted him to not investigate any further because he was looking into this. And one of the two men in black said to the other one, he gave himself away and basically said, they don't want us looking into this. Anyway,
Wow.
So that warrant officer was very good, and his rendition to Linda Moulton Howe, I give her credit for that one. But there's certain things that she said that are contradictory to what I know. Anyway, but she has had some good episodes. Anyway.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, she does have good information. I mean, but yeah, nobody can be right about everything, though, to be truthfully honest. I mean, I'm sure that you can only be an expert of so much. And I mean, sometimes you may not get it right. I mean, nobody's ever shooting 100% in this world. So I'll give it to her for that, right? Because we're all human. We're all fallible in that way. So sometimes you might not get it right? So.
But I think there's a little bit more into it where she's actually being controlled.
And that could be too. And it seems like the people who are the highest and most out there and sometimes have the highest profile seem to also have the most strings pulled on them as far as what they're allowed to say, what they do say, what they say in public, how they say it. And that's a problem. Censorship at any level is a problem. I personally don't like that. That's why I created my network, Freedom Revolution Network. That's something that in my shows we have never done. Because of the fact that people need to know what's going on. And if we're going to be censored, that's how you know you're kind of hitting the flak over the target, right? That's kind of how you know you're getting the good stuff.
All right, I'm also going to I have another partner of a different nature. He has background similar to mine. Our website is called New Life Aboard, all capitals, NEWLIFEABOARD.com. I want you to both of you check it out and look at the silver birth level. Okay. And it'll make sense. My partner is basically, he's above genius level. He's got 40 points above me. He's got an IQ of about 190. And basically, I came up with the idea. He had different ideas, but because of his background, which I can't go into, he chose to go with my concept, which is to save humanity. And that's what this ship, we're getting a total of 12 ships. 2 will be supply and 10 will be, these ships are 1,000 feet long. They're between 101 to 120 feet wide. They're all flat bottom, not V-hulls, which have greater propensity to capsize. They have triple hull construction. They have a clamshell opening in the bow, and in the aft, they have a ramp that goes down. They hold 1,000 people on the standard ship, which are 11 stories tall, and we're converting everyone over to implosive renewable energy. They will have both three types: hydro, wind, and solar. And they'll be, the solar will generate the batteries, which will will transfer energy to the generators, which in turn charge the batteries. They run 8 hours a day, and there'll be a banks of 4 batteries, and basically they have unlimited range, and they should not need to go into port. We'll be heading to the Pacific, because what the audience doesn't know is that GPS is only tracked in the northern hemisphere, not in the southern.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
I have not an essay, I have a video I can probably recover of a woman that was interviewing a man in Australia. She was in Great Britain, and he was absolutely against what is known as flat Earth. And the more research he did, the more he found that it actually made sense. Because in the southern hemisphere, all pilots, they have to turn off their GPS 1 hour from leaving, like say Sydney or Melbourne, Australia, or it goes. You can take any country in the southern hemisphere, and if you look at where their flight plans are, if you wanted to fly from, say, Sydney or Melbourne directly across to, say, Santiago, Chile, across the Pacific Ocean, well, you have to fly to Los Angeles or Mexico City, and then, quote, supposedly down to Santiago, Chile. This applies for South Africa, for Cape Town, Johannesburg. If you're leaving from Buenos Aires or anyone in
Ushuaia, like when you go down to like Patagonia and all that, you're absolutely right. When you think about it, they make everybody fly in and then like fly down, even for like trips to Antarctica. That is also true. I'm in like this group that follows like, Antarctic cruising, and a lot of people are actively going in the group, and everybody has to fly into like either LA, and then you fly down, and then you fly all the way to the tip, and then you get on the ship. And so that's very interesting that you would say that.
Well,
because we've done a lot of research on maps and mapping and like the WGS 84 system back in the day. Me and Red did a lot of work on this because we knew a pilot who was talking about some of these theories and ideas, and how altimeters work, and how, those things would not quantify the way that they claim you have to get there, right? And just based on, how flight patterns, flight levels, and those things work, it just doesn't make sense to have this shape if you claim this exists. So I get where you're coming from on this, and I get where you're explaining this, because this is one of the questions that I had many years ago was, what about, we've heard about things like the ice walls and things like that, and ideas like hollow earth, or, like I said, with the ice walls. And so these things I've brought up before because we need to challenge our ideas, because there would be very good reasons why they would want to keep us from what is out there beyond what we think.
Yeah, and he left.
Oh.
Maybe the flat earth thing's too much.
Maybe.
That's amazing too, because I was jokingly bringing that up the other night with you.
I know, and Dutch Sense has been bringing it up as well lately. That's been one of the things he's been bringing up quite often. Is, hey, I don't know for sure about it yet, but if you really start to think about it and look into some of these things, they start to come out to fall into place that, that might be true.
Yeah.
It may be, or maybe some other type of shape, maybe not quite flat, but, has volume to it. I mean, we have mountains that go up into the sky and this and that. So obviously, there's height, but what if, and that was a fascinating call. But see, this is why I do my show Art Bell style, because you will get people who call in who are absolutely fascinating, just like that, and out of nowhere just pop up for no reason.
That is the most, my head's spinning. That is,
I've had calls like this for many, many years, like legitimately. Like,
That
if you go back and listen to my shows that would probably be on Blog Talk Radio under Clarity After Dark or Journey into Freedom, you can hear calls and callers just like this. I used to have people call from Singapore, all types, all over the world. I had callers who only called in every once in a while who didn't want to be named, some who wanted to be named.
Mhm.
It was wild, like legitimately, like you don't know who you're going to get. And a lot of the times it was just the synchronicity, like Bonnie was talking about in the chat room, that it just happens to be the right person who knows the right things that you've been talking about. And like I said, I've been wanting to go back to my roots, and the literally all the topics he brought up so many topics, but I've done shows literally on all of them.
That is fucking crazy. I've been doing this a long time and I've never been contacted or reached. I mean, I've been not on the show. Let me rephrase that. I've been contacted by people, but on a show with that's a first for me.
Oh, really? Oh, see, this is, I have been, I guess, blessed throughout this time, because since I have modeled my show after Art Bell, I get those vibes and I get those callers and they just call in.
Yeah, remember
like, they just do.
The other night you said that the only way you're going to protect yourself is live in a bubble. And I said, well, be careful with that, because the flat earthers say there is a bubble, which they call the firmament,
right,
over the earth.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then all the shit we were talking about. And that guy left comments in the chat room Tuesday night with high detailed opinions and information and facts or predictions. He knew everything we were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And then he calls in tonight and pops in, and it's like, yeah, it must be you, because I mean, I'm out there. I'll be the first to admit it. And I know some things. He brought up Nikola Tesla. He brought out this crap, time travel.
Yes,
like,
the time travel. We could go back to, let's do it. Like, I'm here for it now. Like, I'm excited, because I'm telling you, if you go back to all my old shows, this is exactly what I used to talk about. All these topics, and I would not bullshit people. So you can go to Blog Talk Radio and you can go back on Freedomizer radio channel and go look at Clarity After Dark and Journey into Freedom shows, going back, and it'll say with Scarlet Anonymous and Red Gypsy, and go back and listen to these shows, because I talked about these topics a lot. We had Gary Wayne on, like I said, 6-7 times. He said we were one of his favorite people to talk to, Red and I. Not to toot my own horn, but to toot. Because we brought him a lot of questions and a lot of things and a lot of ideas. And we talked about fairies, because we had contacted the Maryland Museum, and then they came at us really crazy and said if we talked about it on air, they were going to sue us. And we got death threats. And because one of the first shows I did, actually the first show I ever did was with a man named John Captain, whose girlfriend was killed in a monarch mind control slave situation by the government.
Oh,
yeah, absolutely. And we did like a 6-part series with him, my first show. And that's how I started Clarity After Dark. It's funny, because I named the show Clarity After Dark tonight, and we got people calling in just like old times. So I'm telling you, the time to be doing the show again is now.
Sounds like
because I'm telling you, like, look who just came in. Like, blockbuster guest with lots of information that we'll be able, I mean, we could do 1,000 shows over this.
Well,
like, legitimately.
But the thing that's bending my mind, because all the other stuff, you know, I've never had anybody say that time travel exists.
No. I've had others say it, and during my time of research, why I say it could exist. And this is why I bring up these compelling ideas about time travel.
Yeah, but that's been in my mind. Like,
I know, because this is why I'm telling you, and this is what puts you on these timelines and wavelengths with the right information at the right shit at the right time. Remember when I told you that when I started to listen to Art Bell 24/7, I started to listen to hear the right things at the right time, and it would just come for the right reasons. This proves it to you. I hope it does, because this is the energy I'm talking about that Art Bell brings. And I'm telling you, that's why I created my show. And this is why I do what I do, because I've done the paranormal, the weird, the strange, the things that, like he said, the government's not going to tell you. No one's going to tell you these things. This is why we're here. And I haven't been getting into the extremely far out as of recently, but like I said, this is me and Red's roots. This is what we did.
Well, this is fucking crazy even for me. I mean, I've heard.
Yeah, you got to go back and listen to some of our old shows and try to get an idea of the caliber of research that we were doing at the time. I mean, we were doing 3-4 hour blockbuster shows with all types of information, documents, this, that, the other. I mean, we did research for hours and hours on end every week. I mean, we did eventually get burnt out, to be honest, me and Red did, because we did it for so long about so many topics all the time. And every show was jam packed like that.
Well, it's draining my brain what he was saying. It's like,
I know. What? And it got me so excited. I was like literally like dancing in place, like super excited because I'm like, this is what I was made for. This is what I'm used to. And it just shows me that this is what we need to be doing because it's time. It's time. And this is why I said I got to get back to doing these shows, because I used to have a groove of which it was things like this where we would just do a show, put out the call in, and boom, people would come in and line up like that. And they would just show up out of nowhere.
Yeah, like him.
Correct. All the time. And then they became friends of the show, just like that.
It's insane.
It's very simple. I'm a person who likes to disseminate information. So if you've got great information, I'll share it with my listeners. We'll make shows about it. We'll collaborate with you and whoever else wants to do shows. Right. I'm here for it. Because people need to know. And the more, like I said, the more people who have more pieces of the puzzle, who have done research about similar things or dissimilar things, all the topics you were talking about, I've literally done hours and hours upon hours of research on.
Well, apparently, because what you said resonated with him. In fact, he agreed with you. So that's
absolutely
obvious.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's just next level. So I'm telling you, this is what I do, and I do it well, and I enjoy it. But when you start doing it, you start getting weird synchronistic moments all the time like that.
Well, that's deeper down the rabbit hole for me. That's like, whoa.
Like it shows the right people are on the right wavelength with the right idea. And that's why the information is allowed to be shared.
I'm shell shocked. I really am. I'm like,
are you?
Well, yeah, because of the time, just all the other stuff I've heard about and this and that. And all that, but I've never had anybody say that time travel exists. That's what I'm floored about.
Yeah. Oh, Bonnie said she started listening to Art Bell in the late 80s. How lucky. I wish I could have. That would have been dope. Again, you were probably on the West Coast, so you might have been able to hear him back then. Because when he in California at first, and then eventually was back in Nevada and all that, but he'd always been on radio, and he was a big deal. Yeah,
and his flat
especially in the alternative, occult, strange, because his show was on late. He did a 4-hour show live. So that's why anybody who says, oh, nobody will listen to that long of a show. Yes, they will. Yes, they will. Oh, if you have good content and good information and good research, yes, they will.
Sure they will. I could have listened to that guy all night long. Just him.
He's fascinating, and he knows his shit, and especially with his background and his credentials.
Yeah,
hands down. Like, we're gonna learn more about this guy. We're not gonna say he's the end all be all yet, because we don't necessarily know him. But from what he showed tonight, he definitely showed his chops, and he knows what he's talking about. And these are the topics that we want to bring back to people, because it's about a freedom revolution, and it's a freedom of your mind as well.
Well, yeah, just leave your mind open to the possibility that what he's saying is actually true,
right?
Without losing your fucking mind.
Well, see, and I've already researched literally everything he said and brought it in shows to the people at length. Like, every show Red and I did was a 3-hour show or longer. So it's like we did shows twice a week for 5 years.
So there's apparently time travelers then.
I believe there are.
Well,
like I said, with the stories with John Teeter or Bam Bam Markham. But like I said, we got to figure it out, because I've heard of a few forms of time travel. I haven't heard of 5.
Yep.
So I'd like to hear what he has in the papers and the dossiers and all that. Now, a lot of people who we'll see, because you know what? I've had a lot of people call in, and I will say this, who say they've got all this information. So we'll see if we get these dossiers and essays and things, and I'll see if he'll share them with me, and, we'll go over them and disseminate them. And,
Yeah.
However he wants to bring. But I want to see the proof in the pudding too, because the documents usually are where it's at. That's what I like to see if we're going to be bringing stuff to people.
Right.
And I'll do my research. I have no problem with doing that.
Oh, you will.
Because I read fast and I have photographic memory. So I will remember things that are in the documents. And that's why I can recall certain things like that off the back of my head when he's bringing them up. Because I've done it, talked about it.
Yeah.
Been there.
Holy shit. That is just crazy.
Wow. Yeah. So
wow.
Welcome to a little bit of my world and what I did and how I got into radio was that way.
Yeah, but
that type of radio.
I never thought it would go down that rabbit hole now too. This is a whole different thing.
Yeah, we just opened it up for callers just because, and this is what you get. But like, that's what I said. The energy of the type of show that I run brings that. And I usually don't get like trolls, and I usually get good people with good info and good intel like that.
Well, if this guy was full of shit in a troll, he's very good at it.
I don't think so, but
No,
you never know how much information we'll get from him, or these other things. But if not, like I said, other people, like I've met Gary Wayne before, just like in chat, and then we started doing things, and I realized his background and how prominent he is in some of these, and then we started doing shows together, and like I said, he became our favorite people. So there's. It can go one way or the other, but I'm willing to find out. I'm willing to jump down this because this is exactly what we used to do. And I miss it so very much. So I'm on it. I'm very excited because this is going to be like what I used to do. So it's like getting on a bike. You just got to I haven't kept up with this information because for so many years I focused on V's. We'll call them, right? V's. We're not going to say the word, but I focused on that for many years where I didn't focus on these other topics. But then when I started radio, I really focused on these topics. And then the last couple years was the scam and all that. So then I focused back on V's again, you see. Yep. So it's been like this cycle of V's and then esoteric, occult, out there, alternative topics, V's, occult, out there, alternative topics. Like that's the way my radio career has went. It's very strange. So now I'm back full circle to that again.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Isn't it? Like honestly, I even my mind's a little blown, but it's not because I've had this happen to me many, many times over. Yeah, and I hate to say that, and I don't want to toot my horn, but if you go back and listen to my shows, you'll hear it. Like I've said it before on air, so it's documented. And so hopefully we can bring some blockbuster shows with some good information. I'm about to be going to the vaccine awareness event October 1st here in Alexandria, and that'll have Dr. Sherry Tenpenny, Larry Pilevsky, and a few other people there as well that aren't necessarily as well known, but Sherry Tenpenny obviously is the knockout. Del Bigtree will be there, and I've met him many, many times, so I'm sure we'll be fast friends again. Every time he comes into town, he's very good to me and does the interview and make sure I get my time. So I do appreciate Del Bigtree. Yeah, no, he's good people. And Alex Jones actually has him listed on his website for his show as a partner.
Huh.
Yeah. If you look at his, when you go into Alex Jones menu and all the other shows, Highwire is listed by Del Bigtree.
Yeah, this is interesting.
And so I've done a lot of research because when you start going into the research with V's, you also start going down the military rabbit hole. When the military rabbit hole brings you down to secret programs and things they've done. And then the secret programs and things they've done bring you back to these other groups like the Jesuits and Masons and Buck and esoteric mystery schools. And it brings you back to all these things where he's right. History has absolutely been 100% re-recorded by man. And that's true.
Yeah.
That is not a lie.
In Ed McMahon commercials.
Yeah, Mandela effects and stuff. Yeah, see, because they're trying to make us not believe what exists once again. And they've done this many times throughout history. Just like books of the Apocrypha Like he's talking about with the Vatican taking out books from the Bible. Me and Red did many shows about the books that they took out of the Bible and why would they take them out of the Bible, and we read them on air. Especially like the Book of Enoch is a really important book that was in the Bible, but then they took it out because they said it wasn't of divine nature. But at the same time, other books started with people having visions, and those weren't excluded because of that, because that's what they said why the Book of Enoch was removed. Because he said he ate some flowers and then saw messages from the Lord. Yeah. So, these things were taken out because of, Jesuit and Mason control, and through all these things like Council on Foreign Relations, all these groups, Bilderberg Group, World Economic Forum, which is now like a kind of media front cutesy version of things like CFR, Bilderberg, and some of these other groups, foundations that work, in these shadows of a shadow government, truly. I mean, when it comes down to it, it is a shadow government.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, because corporations and entities run the world. And it's been like that for a long time.
Apparently.
Mm-hmm. And most of these things are destined and predestined.
Pre-planned,
to occur.
Yep.
Especially because groups like CIA have control of just about everything. They can change a narrative in a city in a minute. And they can get in and out like they were never there, even though they're not supposed to be anywhere.
Right.
But they are everywhere. Like he said, their headquarters is Geneva, Switzerland.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh, and they've got CIA black sites all across the world. I mean, if you don't remember, many years ago, while me and Red were doing shows, they found the Chicago black site. And people were saying that in Chicago, they were taken off the street and brought to the CIA black site prison and abused and tortured for days on end. And it was awful, awful, terrible. And that was in mainstream news.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. So if that existed in Chicago, where else do they exist?
Right.
Because it was like in an abandoned warehouse building that nobody in the neighborhood knew even what was happening.
Not probably on the south side or west side where nobody.
Yeah, somewhere where nobody really goes and it's run down and all this and that. But that existed and that occurred. And so that's when we tried to bring that news to people and try to be like, if they're doing it there and they did it to these people, where else are they doing it?
Right.
And they're doing it everywhere. So,
okay.
And especially going back to some of these ancient civilizations. And there are people who have done many different shows, like Leak Project has done really good shows on ancient civilizations and some of the connections with like Sumerians and how that ties in like with like the Chan Thomas, like Adam and Eve story, and how that could potentially be how we got started more so or less. And that was actually brought in the CIA declassified files that the CIA was holding, because the CIA has an opinion about a lot of books, of what their actual meaning is, what their meaning to society is, and what they could be used to do. So if people don't think that, the esoteric and the supernatural world is not real, read some of the CIA declassified Stargate files, and you'll find out really quick that, no, it absolutely is true, because why would these things that they're saying be classified? And I mean, it's outrageous stuff. Like I said, altars, people who have mental illness, like literal altars that spirits take over their body, and they literally have an alter personality, like that it's not them controlling them. And many people have this affliction.
Yep.
All types of stuff that they know to be true, especially about like Ingo Swann, like we were talking about earlier, Zechariah Stitchin, and his work, all of those things. And those works are admitted now in CIA declassified Stargate files. And so, like I said, I did shows at length about this for many years. And I hate to have to go all over it again, but apparently we're going to have to break it down all over again.
Well, yeah,
especially a new audience and a new time. And, but it's something that we did for so long. Like, that's all we did. Because we'd get the next little snippet, or we'd meet the next person on our journey that would then share something else. And then they would lead us to somebody else who then we'd have shows with, and it just compounded.
Well, you might be Art Bell too. Who knows?
I know. Well, that's always been my goal.
fucking crazy.
Yep, and you got to see some of the magic tonight, and it's just I put myself on there, I have a call in, boom.
Yeah, I was hitting up the chat room on Tuesday night when you and I were on, so it's got to be you. So that's fucking.
Yep. Yeah, I'm telling you, it is me, and I bring that energy, and that's why I do my show at the hours I do. Why I've always done them late night, because Art Bell did it late night.
Yeah, all the weird out. That's why.
Yeah, all weird hours and shit. Like he'd do it real late night. Like it was like midnight to 2 a.m. Pacific. Like 11 to 2 Pacific. Like it was a 3-hour show. And sometimes it was even more than that. Some nights it was longer.
Yeah,
and as he got bigger, it was longer too.
I've done shows up at 2 a.m. and I get on because I can't sleep, and the people that come in the chat room are different. Put it that way.
They are, and a lot of times more chill.
Oh yeah.
Than people earlier in the day. The nighttime crew. That's why we always like our crew here in chat on Freedom Revolution Network, here over on YouTube especially, because this group of people we met late night. All these people, Bonnie, Migto, Pam, TLO, all were met in late night chat rooms in the middle of the night, all talking to each other.
Yeah,
that's how all of us met.
It's nuts.
Yep, because Migto used to be on Dutch's chat too, and Marfugo, and so I would talk to him over there. Pam was in Marfugo, Bonnie was in Marfugo chat. Like we all talked over there too. TLO was in like Ron's chat and Dutch's chat, and we met each other many years ago, and then kept meeting up in chat rooms all over the internet on these shows with these types of topics and things.
Crazy.
So it's something that I'm used to at this point, but obviously it's showing us that there's synchronicity and something that we need to go back to.
Well, I just feel like I've heard Alex Jones for the first time, so my head is like fucking wow.
And Alex Jones has even brought up some of these topics.
Yeah,
don't get it twisted. He's got some stuff from back in the day about this stuff too. And I've got an interesting book about reptilians, because I used to listen to Darkness Radio a lot, and I became good friends with Dave Schrader and Tim Dennis, who no longer are together. But they still do shows on their own independent network. And then for a while, Dave Schrader started filling in on our Bounce network and started filling on Coast to Coast AM. But he was a local radio host who did a show called Darkness Radio on AM 1130, Twin Cities News Talk. And I started calling in as a local show, and then their show started getting bigger. And then, like I said, he ended up started being on Coast to Coast, and then eventually Art Bell's network on Dark Matter Digital Network. And then he started doing a lot of shows, especially after Art Bell died. But he's been involved with a lot of these occult shows and occult things, talking about everything from like black-eyed children, to some of these ancient civilizations, to demons, to, just all types of stories. And so that's when I started to getting more familiar with people about reptilians and started going down that rabbit hole. And then, like I said, for like 2 to 3 years, we had a gentleman named Jerome who would come on, and he was very well versed in space and aliens, and we talked about these groups. Like he was talking about the Pleiadians, the Arcturians, the Illyrians, the Syrians, and then the people who would be from Sirius A and B, and these Draco characters and the Alpha Centauris. And we talked about all these different groups, where they come from, what their purposes are, what are they about, who are they for, legitimately. So it's wild, but these synchronicities, when you do this type of thing, happen, and you have to be ready for them.
Yeah, obviously.
Because they just hit you, and if you're not ready, they just come out of nowhere. But like I said, I've been doing this for so long that I'm used to it.
Yeah, I feel like I got hit by a truck. I really did.
I'm sure you do. I know that was a little hard to take. I get it. I feel bad for you. But I should have warned you. But one of my shows hasn't been like that in so long. But like I said, I put back out that energy that we're going to bring back the old juice. And everybody's been doing that. Dutch Sense, and I just seen Planet X News do it too the other day. Talk about I've been gone for a long time, but now I'm about to bring some information back that I haven't told anybody, and that's going to blow your mind. And he hasn't been around in a long time. And he even said he's coming back with new videos because he feels a conviction to come back. Something is in the air. Why do we, as video content creators and, and audio podcasts or live radio, why do we all feel, all three of us, why do we all feel that we have to come back? And after we've had a huge lull, about 2-3 years in super consistent shows, why do we feel that way?
It's a vibe.
There's something going on right now that's telling us to do this, because I can't call it a coincidence anymore. I thought it was a coincidence when Dutch said it, when Dutch came back, and I was like, yeah, because I've been saying that on the air all summer as we've been doing these shows. Something's telling me I got to come back and I got to do these shows. Like something is there.
Right.
And so, and then now to have literally 2 nights ago, Scott from Planet X News, which some people agree with, some people don't. But the point is, he's coming back with videos.
Wow.
Yep. And so I mean, I'd be interested to see if anybody else who's a creator who's kind of slowed down is coming back out with videos.
I'm sure there will be.
Because there's something in the air that's making us feel like we need to return to what we used to do. And especially Dutch sense with these star forts. And he kind of brought it up with like that infinite power plant in Alaska that's under the ground. This is like some of the similar technology that they're harnessing, and that star forts used to be like from ancient civilizations and technologies. So this is what I was talking about when I was saying like you got to research about star forts, because it ties into all these things that he was talking about.
Well, I will try to prepare my mind for this, because this is a whole different thing.
Yeah, this is some stuff that you're gonna have to like take in for the sake of, and then watch the evidence, and then you'll make your decision. Because for me, it was undeniable. Especially once, like I said, you start getting into the military documents and the CIA declassified files and the shit that is government agency said. I mean, you can't even deny that shit.
Right.
That shit's coming from the horse's mouth.
Wow. All right. Well, I got to get up at 5, so I don't know if that's enough for you, but it's fucking definitely enough for me.
Oh yeah, no, I get it.
Gonna be sitting here in bed like, what the fuck? What just happened?
Yeah, see, Malachi Martin, and they said he was a Jesuit, and a lot of people didn't like Malachi Martin, but I learned a lot from Malachi Martin about his time being a Jesuit. So that's very interesting, like you said, Bonnie. Like, and you know, I'll be able to, I don't know. Yeah, see, Marv put me onto you guys, because we were on Marfugel's show, and Marv gets a lot of, viewership. And so, and I was always in the Marfugel chat room, and I've got to speak to Adam when we were doing Marfugel fam meetups, which was super fun. And then they shut us all down on Discord, which was really super sad, because we all had state groups and we were doing meetups and doing campouts, and it was super fun to meet like-minded people who were like watching the show and into the same topics. And like we'd be at like barbecues talking about these topics. Like, and it'd be like a bunch of different people from all different backgrounds. It was so cool, like, because there'd be older people, younger people, families, not families. Like, it was dope. Like, it was super fun. And then Discord shut everybody down, and then they never tried to like recreate it on their website or anything. That's why we need somebody to help us rebuild our website, because we used to have capabilities to be able to have a whole forum that we could keep outside of like social media, so that we could share things like that without getting shut down, like a Discord or things of that nature, so that if we did want to have meetups or private groups, we could do so.
You need your own server.
Right, on your own crap, because otherwise you get shut down if you become too big and become too powerful, because your reach is too far for their liking.
Exactly.
You know, that's why I've always minded to stay smaller and having, but we've had weeks of, 10 to 50,000 listeners, up to 100,000 listeners. So like, I'm not too worried. We get exposure, we get out there, but there's always room to get bigger. And we need to start, trying to kind of buckle down on that and really find ways to get our site back up and running and working, so that we really can make this place for people that is kind of a haven on the internet that can be, especially since now people are used to getting their media in many different ways just due to the censorship.
Right.
So, I mean, yeah, it's very interesting.
Yeah, it is. Wow.
Yeah, I know. It is very sad. Like Bonnie said, sad about Discord.
Yep.
Yep. Small equals under the radar. Absolutely, Darren. I don't mind getting bigger, but maybe one day, and if we grow at the right pace, we'll be able to outpace the potential censorship that comes just by size, money, and sheer power. So I hope that that's how we scale. Like, I don't want to be viral overnight type of deal. Before the fact that we need to build an infrastructure, much like the Kingdom of InfoWars, because you have to have that cushion to be able to fight back. Or else they're just going to crush you like a little bug.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And the stuff we talk about, like I said, Red and I have already said it. Like, we're surprised we haven't got picked up, like, legit, because, like, that's the type of stuff we talk about. So it's like, might happen.
Yep.
But it hasn't happened yet. So, I mean, I'm just here, telling the truth. And, so far that's set me free and protected me.
Right. Okay.
It is the call to arms moment in history. Are you home yet, Tilo, by chance?
Yeah.
You on your way home?
That is true.
Yeah. So, I mean, it is. Radio style is back because people are ready to kind of focus and turn their brain down and listen to what's happening and really get a good idea of what's going on again. Like,
I think
after the sheer shock and like, I don't know what you call it. Like, I don't know, Stockholm type syndrome of the last 2 years, people feel like, well, what's next? What's going to happen? Like, this can't just be it. Like, so it's got people very on a set of unease.
Well, a bunch of YouTubers and Rumble are going to disappear quick because this isn't a fucking sitcom and TV show or a movie. And theater of the mind and listening, like, I love podcasts. I very rarely watch anybody on YouTube for more than one. But I think podcasting in this type of format is it already is. I mean, podcasting's taken off like it's never before. And that's where the future lies. That's what I think.
I agree. I think that is where it's gonna end up being.
Yep.
Let me see if I can send you this link, TLO. TLO says he's at home.
Okay.
So we might be able to continue a little bit. I'll send you a link. But in closing, with you, Tim, I think that I just showed you a little bit of what I used to do and a taste of the type of shows and information and the hard-hitting, thought-provoking type of shows that we used to do. And that's what we're going to go back to. At least I am.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm just like, I'm shell-shocked. So it's like when I first woke up in 2008, this is just a whole different thing now. That's all. So
yeah, because it's stuff that you've never heard before.
No. And when you hear it, well, the first reaction is no way. Then it's denial, and then you think about it, and then you get pissed. What do you mean it's true? And then you got to calm down and figure it out, and then you got to decide where do you want to go from there. It's the same process. So
okay, hold on. We're gonna get an echo for 30 seconds.
Yeah, you're on again.
I know.
So I just got to absorb it. That's all.
Yep. Nope. That's all. You just got to absorb it, and it will come.
Yep. Yeah, you're right, Bonnie. We got to get more hosts too. Yeah, I've seen.
We've just been waiting for hosts. I know, and that's the deal. Like, and me and Red were like the only the female ones. Like in the beginning when we first started this, there was no one else like us. Not talking about these topics.
Right.
There are tons of men, but there are no women, and so it was very underserved group, and that's why people liked me and Red, especially because we did all of our shows together. I always did Clarity After Dark with Red.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure my little thing says with Scarlet Anonymous and Reb Gypsy, like even my little profile picture that's here on the video, because I always did my show with Red. So I got to get her back into the groove of doing it, because I'm going to have to send her the show and have her listen to this guy, because he came in about 147.
Yep.
143-ish. I made sure I looked at the timestamp when he came on, because I was like, I'll want to know where to go back to this to listen again.
Right. Yeah.
Yep. So about 143. So, I mean, let's see. I'm going to send this to Tilu, and hopefully he can get in, because StreamYard always hates him and doesn't like to let him in.
Who?
Tilu.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. Like it always gives him trouble whenever we try to get him in. It is about that time. I know, Tilo. I'm telling you. I hope she does. I'm sure she will, because I want to send it to her, because it might get her jazzed up again about the types of things that we used to do.
Yep.
And all of her information, because I mean, she's a powerhouse of information too, and nobody can research better than her and I together. Legit.
Cool.
Okay. Do we get to? No?
He's trying, yeah.
I'm sure he is. Oh yeah. Okay. Can we let him in? Add to stream. There we go.
Good evening.
All right. Good evening. Welcome. Glad to have you.
Yes, I have arrived.
You have arrived.
So quite a shell-shocking evening.
Yeah, for me for sure.
I can kind of tell.
Yeah, I don't shut up and not talk, and I was very quiet. So
yes,
for once. Wow. Yeah. Well.
No, that is true. You aren't very quiet very often, and you were ultra quiet.
Yeah, I was just dumbfounded. I'm like, but I was listening too, just you two talking. I'm like, holy fuck, man. This guy just said time travel exists. I just that's gonna take a
Okay, there we go. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
I can hear you.
Yes, no, maybe so.
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Now she disappeared.
Oh boy, now she's having technical difficulties.
Yeah, that's so weird. Huh.
Either that or
so
I
have
don't
you
know, I don't think it's raining.
Have you
So
heard
go ahead.
TL, have you heard shit like this before?
Oh yeah. All
Really?
the time.
That's nuts.
I used to listen to Art Bell a little bit.
I can't hear you guys at all.
I personally don't go
This is
too
awful.
deep of dives,
No.
but there's definitely some things that have merit.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. What's going on with you, Scarlet?
No.
She can't hear us.
She's still having issues. See, this is the issue that we've been having. Now it like bumped it over to her or something. Because that's usually the problem that I would have.
Huh. Well, we didn't have any problems for 3 hours. It's crazy.
Right. Yeah, no, you didn't.
Yeah.
For 3 hours, and you had a call in and everything.
Yeah. Yeah, that was. Yeah, and we're still on Podbean, and I think I'm still on Spreaker, so I'm on everything that I've been on.
Right. Well, I can't see me on YouTube, but that's just because my shit would bottom out if I tried streaming on and YouTube at the same time.
Hello.
That was highly sus, friends.
Yeah.
It was. I tried to switch devices and it would not let me. That was highly sus.
Okay, that is a little sus.
Huh.
Yeah, and I'd already been logged in on that device, like in chat and everything else, and like it will not show me the audio. Like it will play the audio. It will show me that audio is playing, but it will not show my audio. It will not let me hear you, and I cannot change any setting to make that work. So that is highly sus.
That's weird.
Yeah, and that's my normal device that I do the show on. This is not my normal device that I do the show on, so that's really weird. But weird things start happening when we start to talk to people like that. They start to mess with the show. They start to do all the fun stuff. Yep. You know, we're used to that. Like that honestly, we're used to that. That's the thing. It's happened in the past. It's going to happen in the future. They don't like the type of shows we bring when we do shows like this. Like, I've gotten death threats before. Like, the whole 9 yards.
What'd you do? Open it again?
No, that's I'm making a cigarette.
Oh, the cigarette.
I wanted to know what that sound was. It's an electric machine.
Right.
Yeah, so it makes a noise as it injects.
Got it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, after that, go in the pack of cigarettes. So
that's what I mean. Like that was a lot of detail and information, but
Scarlet.
But it brought me back to my zone, man. Like legit.
Well, good. I'm glad it did that for you.
Yeah. Yes, it did.
Wow.
It got you to the zone twice.
It did. It's my roots, man.
Apparently.
It's what I built my career on. Those crazy topics that nobody else talks about.
But I love it. Yeah, shit. I thought I talked about shit people don't talk about. I mean, that just blew me away.
Yeah.
Wow.
You know? No, that's true. And like the party brought up about like the Hinduism be very similar, you know, to these ideals that they use, which is true. Because I figured that out when I started researching like Hindu power struggles. That's why I started watching Indian news, because I was like, Indian news is like their problems end up going out and like scoping a little bit bigger to like the worldwide scene, and people don't realize it. And the way they deal with their shit, people don't realize. And so it started opening up a lot of doors. And so I started watching that like 2-3 years ago. And some things that you hear, you never hear anywhere else. And sometimes they talk about the US. And that's when you need to pay attention, or when they talk about geopolitics, because their opinion does influence other world leaders. Like, because they're a large nuclear power, they are heard at the table.
Yeah, right. Makes sense.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's going to be midnight here in a couple minutes. I'm going to turn into a pumpkin.
Yeah, you can head out, and we appreciate you, Tim. Thanks for being here tonight. Appreciate you opening us up on Podbean to the people and letting them call in.
That was a great first show on Podbean together.
Yes, absolutely.
It's crazy. All right, guys.
Hope to have many more. So we'll talk to you soon.
I'm going to get out of here. Thanks for having me on, and have a good night, TLO, and everybody in the chat room.
Yeah, you as well, Tim.
Okay, good night.
All right, everybody, and that was Tim Parsons with the original Red Pill Show here tonight on Clarity After Dark with me, your host, Scarlet Anonymous, and now my co-host, TLO, on Freedom Revolution Network. So, yeah, what did you think about that? Because you were listening at work and then on your way home.
Correct.
Right. So what did you think of it?
Well, it's, as I said, it's ideas and it's information I've heard before. Right. I still personally am researching it on my own, and so I don't go too deep personally as far as the dive, but there's definitely some merit in a lot of the things that, say, Chris was offering us tonight.
That's true.
And so,
yeah, whether you want to take them all as a string or as it was said, but like, as far as like I said, yeah, with my own personal research, I felt like, yes, I have hit a lot of those topics.
And I know this is the time travel thing, I know was something that truly blew Tim's mind, but most people don't really get it. I mean, there always has been time travel.
Right. If time travel exists now, there always has to have.
Correct. Yeah, if it exists everywhere, pretty much.
Correct.
So, yeah, you because on the themes of what Chris was mentioning, the different planes, the different levels, you can't necessarily think of time as a linear, and
right.
This is a message and a theme that's also been positively reinforced by media.
And this is one of the reasons why being Red did shows, is because we were trying to prove that time is a construct of man, and without these principles we've been taught, would our minds do the same things? Because our minds are electric fields capable of a lot of different things, right? Correct. But if we weren't taught this construct of time, would it be like unlocking chains of the mind, right?
Oh yeah. Well, that's part of the belief system, especially say with the Hindu culture and religion, and say quite a few other Asian centered religions. One being Taoism, which is what faith I would be closest to myself. And so if you're opening your mind, that's how a lot of ways you unlock your potential. And I know that sounds like those infomercials, but
it sounds like cliche, but no,
but it's kind of true, like because we only have access to a certain amount of our brains at the moment. So you can postulate,
But
or you
what
can pretty
if
much
what we've been
predict.
taught is why our brains are stuck in that way? So if we learn different ways of thinking, we could maybe unlock parts of the brain that we don't use or utilize.
Absolutely. Yep. That's absolutely correct. Is maybe we have to sometimes unlearn. Some do it through meditation, some do it through other ways. How to focus without focusing. So being without being. And yes, once again, I know that sounds very cliche, but there's a lot of simplicity to a lot of these things,
that are
which is the reason why they're overlooked.
mysteries of the world that really are very simple ideals.
Yeah. I mean, I knew that shit about, Washington, D.C. being laid out like a pentagram, but that's just because I have architectural background, and I've looked at basically city plans for the majority of the United States. And that popped out to me, I'd say probably at about age 17.
Right.
I was like, oh, look, I think I can see oh yeah, you can. I was like, there's a pentagram in the streets. I was like, okay, I got you.
Well, I learned about that, I think, shortly after 9/11. I was kind of brought to that fact.
I do remember after 9/11 there was something that came out to that, but that would probably be because so many people at the time, what were they doing?
Looking at Washington, D.C.
From above. Correct.
Yep, because of the Pentagon being, damaged that day on 9/11. Absolutely. So yeah, I do think that has something to do with it. And then that started being brought up. Its Masonic roots started to be brought up. How all streets lead to the Capitol. That was brought up.
But yeah, and see, this is what I'm saying. It's like
And
sometimes
many other cities around the United States who are built in a similar fashion. Not quite necessarily like
it's quite, it's not
DC
as
proper,
pronounced.
but a similar ideal and a similar configuration of symmetry that was put there on purpose. That wasn't just, happenstance, city planning.
Right.
So that's especially true.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, Bonnie, that's true. We have been taught over the past century you can't move faster than the speed of light, which means you can't travel into the future or past. You can, but you can't visually observe it. Right. And so it kind of would be like an instant shift in a way, your eyes just kind of readjust and you would be in a new, timeline, so to speak.
And it could also explain why there's certain people who seem to move faster than others.
Correct.
Because those people have quote unquote unlocked that potential. And that's what I'm saying is basically what it comes down to is sometimes, even though the true explanation, the if you want to say the quote unquote science behind things is there, sometimes the most simplest explanations or reasonings are quite true and are easy to see if you're looking. And that's the thing, is a lot of people have been distracted by a shit ton of other things. Talk. And so I don't know if the human race is fully capable at this moment to be able to expand their mind.
Some people are capable of it.
Because there's always
there's a good group, just because of the amount of people I've seen over the years open to the ideas, especially lately, the amount of people I see it speaking about it in the open. So I think a lot of people are willing to learn, just need to know where to find the information. And that's why I say, like, some of this stuff has been disseminated before, and old heads, this is going to be stuff you already know. But a lot of times when we were doing these shows, that's how it was. And there might have only been a few or 2 or 3 new nuggets of knowledge, but those 2 or 3 nuggets of knowledge brought you to something different. So sometimes even for old heads, even information that you've seen over and over, you've heard many podcasts or shows about it in the past, even then, even tonight with Chris, he brought up a few nuggets and points of information that I didn't know about. or that I wasn't privy to or aware. So I think even if you think you know all there is to know, somebody else, like I say, might have the other pieces to the puzzle that could fit in a bigger picture.
Absolutely.
Yep. And like I said, it just got me jazzed up because that's what I used to do. So I'm pretty
I
jazzed
could
about
tell you
it.
were doing your little wiggle.
I was told. I was like super excited. I was like, yeah. And it was like a little wiggle. It was like, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It was like a little Jane Silent Bob dance. Like, yeah.
Yeah. See, no, and that's one of my unlocked potentials is I know people.
Right. Yeah. Because
I
that's
knew
exactly.
exactly what you were doing, and I knew exactly what Tim was doing. That's why I was like,
Looking
you all right?
around, like,
That's
oh
why
my
I was
God.
like, you all right, Tim?
Right. Like, I already know because I get that would be kind of overwhelming, right? Because
Correct.
you're hearing a lot of this for the first time.
Correct.
You know, I mean, and that to process, like I said, it's like putting information through a fire hose.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes it's good and it can set your brain on fire, but sometimes it can set it on fire for the worse.
No, I'm sure if
I'm sure it
Pam
was a good fire with
Pam
Tim, but
if Pam is still around, she'll know that the fire hose to the face bit from something on television. But yeah, that's basically what it is. It's just too much, and so some people it's overwhelming, and some people, you may or may not be acclimated to it, or you might just it comes naturally, whatever. But it was a lot because I'm sure it was a lot for even some of the listeners.
oh yeah.
But it probably touched on or at least hit at a few different points for them as well.
Right. And sometimes, another thing to bring up, but not saying that he's one of them, but sometimes they send people to distract you too. So, and I didn't want to say that while we were necessarily on Podbean, but
Oh yeah.
sometimes they send people to distract you too, and that's happened to us quite a few times. We used to have a caller that would always call in when we were like deep into shows, like really hard hitting information, and he would call in and like distract us, and like we didn't notice it at first. And he would talk about like not like pointless things, like it was things like about the topic, but it wasn't like what we like were getting to the head of, like that was really important. And so I'd always have calls open, after a certain point of the show. So when we got calls, I would take them. And this caller would always call in, and we realized eventually that he was like trying to distract us, and he would try to like disrupt the show all the time. And it wasn't even like something that most people would notice, but over time, even some listeners brought it up. Like, how come when you always get to like the real meat and potatoes and like get to like something really passionate and like you're really dropping like new information, that they're calling? So something to think about.
Yes.
That is all. I'm not saying that occurred, but I'm just saying, as a creator, it's also something you need to be aware of. Because when you do topics like this, there are going to be those people sent. And
Well,
especially with
there's always going to be people
military
that
background and this, that, and the other, just saying. I'm going to see if there's a new National Hurricane Center report. Because I'm sure we're getting some, we got a new tropical storm, Newton, off the coast of Mexico there.
Ah.
Yeah, and then Fiona's going to make a deep curve and get kind of close to Bermuda. And then they're talking about it's going to hit Canada.
Yeah, like straight on.
Yeah, and that's bad because I have a friend who lives on Cape Breton Island.
Yeah, tell them to get out now.
They might need to.
No, they will need to, because it looks like it's going to still have pretty decent strength when it gets up.
It's showing over 90% chance of tropical storm force winds for the next 5 days, 120 hours. Yeah, and it shows that all over those little islands.
Correct.
Ooh, hopefully they'll be all right. They ain't gonna be all right because the last time, remember, like we heard about their bridge collapse. That was my friend, and they had to like deliver her ship by helicopter.
Oh yeah, no, just like I said,
That
they
was
need to
all
get out
over
now.
Canadian TV, and she lives there. Yeah, I'm gonna warn her. Yeah,
Because
that's
this,
not
yeah,
looking good.
this one, Fiona looks like she's making a straight beeline for the Canada coast.
Yeah,
And I don't
North
know, it
Nova
might be a little
Scotia
bit
from
of
Hubbard.
karma
Okay,
coming for Trudeau, but whatever.
well, think about it. Okay, so here's the update as of 2 a.m. AST, so Atlantic Standard Time, 600 UTC. And the location was 32.4 north, 67.9 west, about 185 miles west of Bermuda, and 875 miles south-southwest of Halifax, Nova Scotia. Maximum sustained winds 130 miles an hour. Present movement north-northeast or 30 degrees at 21 miles an hour. Minimum central pressure is 935 millibars. Changes with this advisory, none. Summary watching and warnings in effect. A hurricane warning is in effect for Bermuda, Nova Scotia from Hubbards to Brule, Prince Edward Island, Isle de la Madeleine, and Newfoundland from Parsons Pond to Francois. A tropical warning is from St. Andrews, New Brunswick, to the west of Hubbards, Nova Scotia, west of Brule, Nova Scotia to Cap Madeleine, Quebec, Anticosti Island, Sheldrake, Quebec to the north of Parsons Pond, Newfoundland, Boat Harbor to Hare Bay, Newfoundland, Francois to St. Lawrence, Newfoundland, and to North Boat of Harbor, Newfoundland to West Bay, Labrador. Hurricane warning means that hurricane conditions are expected somewhere within the warning area. It is typically issued 36 hours before the anticipated first occurrence of tropical storm force winds. So, I mean, literally, a hurricane warning is in effect from Bermuda to goddamn Nova Scotia and Prince Edward Island and up all the way to goddamn Newfoundland. Really think about that.
Mm-hmm.
On one storm. That's a big ass storm, y'all. Why did it get so big? Like, let's really think about that. Like, nobody's paying attention to it really because it's out in the ocean, but really think about that. There is a goddamn hurricane warning from Bermuda to Newfoundland right now, currently, today, right now, as we speak.
Well, you have to think the East Coast is pretty heavy for commercial sea traffic. So
Absolutely. I can't imagine what the marine traffic is looking like. We could probably look up ship reports right now.
they've already been pouring out of those fucking ports left and right. Like I guarantee you, Norfolk is already almost empty. Granted, it was probably already half empty because of the fact of all the military strife that we're about to see in the next coming weeks, because it's going to start popping, people. Trust me.
Well, yeah, they're saying an increase in forward speed is expected because they said today Fiona will pass just to the west of Bermuda in the next several hours and then approach Nova Scotia later today, move across Nova Scotia, and into like listen to that. It's gonna skip that goddamn part. Like that's far as hell.
Mm-hmm.
It just said it was 875 miles from Halifax, Nova Scotia. So in a day, it's gonna go 875 miles.
Correct.
Like that's not moving at 23 miles an hour.
No.
People have not been paying attention to these forward speeds of these storms lately, and I need people to really think about that. If they're telling you that goddamn storm where the central minimum pressure is, that's the eye of the storm, right? Is how the hell is it moving so fast if it's only moving 21 miles an hour? You can't move 875 miles in one day at 21 miles an hour. You can't. That's impossible.
Well, Scarlet, I have to be the bearer of bad news, but most government entities seem to be not really saying the truth. So,
because it would take 24 whole hours at 21 miles an hour, it would take you get only 504 miles.
Yeah.
So, and that's at 21 miles an hour forward speed over 24 hours. So how the hell is it going to move later today to Nova Scotia? Explain that shit. I need somebody to explain that shit. Okay, so they say the hurricane force winds extend 115 miles from the center, and tropical storm force extend outward 275 miles. But they said the center would cross Nova Scotia today. How the hell does that make sense? 875 miles away from where it is right now.
It doesn't, Scarlet.
It does not. So people, I need people to pay attention to this because,
it doesn't
their
have to.
own math don't maths at all. Like you don't that math don't maths.
Yes, I know.
And you usually don't get them that strong that far north in the Atlantic. But the last few have been going up there and whooping that ass though. That's been legit. Because like they said, she's a large tropical cyclone. Tropical storm form winds out of 275 miles. That's a big deal. So that means Bermuda's getting slapped.
Well, they're expecting to get hit.
Because 115 miles out of the center, you got hurricane force winds. And it said how far? 185 miles for Bermuda. Yeah, they get slapped. They might not get the eye, but they're getting hurricane force winds and they're getting slapped. So, they can cut cutesy words, but that's what's happening. A 935 millibar storm is not cute. And they're saying that automated stations are getting readings with sustained winds up to 65 miles an hour and wind gusts of 80. Bermuda's supposed to get 2 to 4 inches. And Prince Edward Island, Nova Scotia, and Western Newfoundland 3 to 6 inches with a local maximum up to 10.
Mm-hmm.
And storm surge.
Yep.
And surf all along the coast in the mid-Atlantic and Atlantic Canada.
They need to get the fuck out. It's not an option. Because there's already shit. I could fucking, even with my phone, pull up the half dozen people that have gotten run over by trains because they park their fucking cars on the tracks. So,
well, that's just it.
Obviously, the human race at this moment is not very good at its
and tropical storm force winds are also hitting the Azores right now as well. And the storm is gonna hit the outermost Azores, and all of the Azores will receive tropical storm force winds. So, and there's some big seas.
Yeah, they had drone footage from inside of Fiona that was released earlier today.
Right. Yeah, and Gaston, like I said, is about to hit the Azores. So they're about to get their ass slapped too. And that thing popped out super north. I think that developed at 35 degrees north.
Mm-hmm.
Which nobody's talking about that. We just act like it's not there because it's out in the middle of the ocean.
Yes.
And hitting the Azores, and we never talk about the Azores.
Why would we?
Right. So,
I mean,
that's what I'm saying.
Truthfully, and I'm gonna put my fucking end of the world survival cap on. And truthfully, how many motherfuckers are in the Azores? Let's be honest.
I don't think there's that many.
There's maybe a few thousand, right?
Let's see.
Maybe.
Population.
So why the fuck would you worry about something that has the less of the population of some of the fucking homeless camps here in Minneapolis?
I know. It's awful, isn't it? It's awful. Oh, population 236,000 on the Azores.
So it's smaller than Minneapolis.
Correct.
For all the islands. So yeah, no. And it's sad, but it's true. We're gonna have to start being a little bit more triage with our reporting and with our live.
People don't agree with Trump, but he was saying America first for a reason.
Well, there is that, but there's also the fact of the matter that you're not going to be able to save them all.
No, you can't, and we got to worry about home first. but they
Well,
are
yeah, yeah.
expecting, a tropical storm, and they've been hit by volcanic and earthquake activity in the past.
Mhm.
So the Azores is an interesting island as far as geologically. Yeah, it's been very interesting. I could say that at the very least.
Right, and that's not even touching upon the earthquake activity that's been
That's what I'm saying that happens over
quite
there. And so who
frequent.
knows what's going on over there? That could be like a star fort type situation, remnants of potential previous civilization. Um, like I said, oh, and now that storm behind it that's coming off of the Cape of Africa is now up to 70% chance of development. Off the coast of Africa, they're already calling it. So that is bad news, friends. Bad news for hurricane season because that one was behind the other middle one, and that's already at 70%, and it hasn't even hit off the Cape of Africa yet. Barely. It's just leaving the coast. That is bad news. Because that could end up churning up enough over towards like the Leeward and Windward Islands, enough to literally like decimate those small islands again and be like a Dorian where it's like a monster, or an Irma where it's a monster category 5 intense, insane, large storm. Because if it's already got that much juice and they know that, this ain't it. This
Right,
ain't it. Like,
right.
okay, so here's a broad area of low pressure roughly located between the Cabo Verde Islands and the east and to the west coast of Africa is producing a large area of showers and thunderstorms. While this activity is gradually becoming better organized, earlier satellite data indicated the circulation remained fairly broad. Environmental conditions are forecast to be generally conducive for some development over the next day or so, and a tropical depression is likely to form by this weekend while the system moves northward at 10 miles an hour, parallel to the coast of West Africa. So, like I said, it hasn't even left yet, and it's already about to be a system before it even leaves the coast. That is bad news.
Well, we'll
Bad
see how
news.
it
Once it gets
progresses.
out, yeah, once it gets out, well, let's go look at tropical tidbits. Let's go see if we can go see something. I want to see if we can go pull out some models and see if we can see it as an invest. What the heck would that one be? Invest 90L. Yeah, here we go. Invest 90L is what it would be so far. And it looks legit. It's gonna develop into something for sure. I want to be able to see if I can see it on the regional model from, let's see, Northern Africa. We're gonna put this in motion. Oh, there she is. Okay, then we're gonna go down to Tropical Atlantic and run those models because I do see something on the model. So that's interesting already. Here
Right.
we are in the Caribbean. So I want to see where this goes. And I mean, there's a lot of shower activity out there. Even if like some of these waves don't kick up right away, there's so much moisture that when they do, they're gonna be legitimate. Oh, there it goes. Okay, I
Well,
wonder if
where do
that
you
storm
think
that hit
all the
before.
water from Tonga had to go? All the water in the atmosphere.
Well, it's going somewhere, and I have a feeling it's
Hmm.
going to um, start hitting the
Well,
coast and other
yeah, rain
areas.
falls. No,
It's very
definitely picked up.
interesting. And did you see that Dutch saw a new volcano that has not went off before? Um, that he that's over by Tonga or in the Tonga area. Yeah, and this looks like it's hitting it at 9:59 over Florida and stalls out over Florida, then re-hits back on the coast of South Carolina. This storm is going to be a hellraiser if this actually pans out. That invest that's sitting off the coast of South Africa or South America right now. Not South Africa, South America. This is gonna, oh my God. When they run the model, it literally develops down there in the Caribbean, goes straight up as a strong storm, hitting as a 959 in the middle of Florida, and then hitting as a 980 in South Carolina after it spins in the Atlantic for a couple days after it comes from the Gulf. Oh, this is going to be bad if this happens because nobody's ready for a double spin up to hit two different states.
Well, we haven't had one.
And it shows it right here on Tropical Tidbits GFS model going stalling over Florida for a couple days and then redeveloping out in the Atlantic, north of the Bahamas, and then re-hitting South Carolina.
No, we haven't had a spinner probably since Sandy.
No, not like this. It's going to double smack them.
Yep.
Oh my goodness. This is actually going to be really bad.
Hello, Garfield.
Garfield!
Yes, we're celebrating the somewhat freedom birthday of Garfield.
Freedom birthday! Happy Gotcha Day, Garfield! Yay!
5 years since I brought him home.
Yay!
Isn't that right, Cat? Oh my God, you're so big.
He lives his best life. Leave him alone.
Yeah, he definitely.
We should discuss the Paradise Fires again and how they were direct energy weapons. We should.
Well, it is kind of amazing how there's a shit ton of random fires that seem to be popping up, and also buildings exploding of late.
Well, yeah, and that was, that's very interesting too, especially when you think about different pressures, with like solar winds and such things.
Well, I'm just talking about the fact, well, I don't think solar winds are going to make apartment buildings explode. Otherwise, they would do it on a grand scale, would be my guess.
Right. That's why I think it's more like natural solar weather, potentially instability of the atmosphere due to, just composition, like, potential leakage of like methane gases or other potential issues. Did you hear that there's a CO2 shortage, and it's because they've been taking carbon dioxide from a supposed extinct volcano in Mississippi, and now some type of like swamp sewer gas came in from a different mine, and so that's why we have the CO2 shortage.
I didn't hear all that. I just knew we had a CO2 shortage.
Yeah, apparently we get carbon dioxide from a volcano in Mississippi. For most of the restaurant industry and places we've been using CO2 in. It's just carbon dioxide from an extinct volcano, like a geothermal vent.
Interesting.
Isn't it? That's what I said. I was like, dude, we've been drinking volcano bubbles this whole time and didn't even know it.
Right.
Legit volcano bubbles.
Like legit bubbly.
Right. Like from volcanoes. Like carbon dioxide. Like, and then they turn it into CO. They turn it into like, the carbonation.
Yeah. Pressurized CO.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. But that comes from this volcano, I guess. And now their tap of it is contaminated and you can't use it for food use anymore.
Well, yeah. Because I'm sure once you start getting into that, that's more the I'm
sure you could have effects from it, even
the degradation and whatnot of biomes and stuff. So things breaking down, decomposing. So yeah, you wouldn't want to drink that. Because
No.
that's mostly what like swamp gas is.
Yeah, and it's basically like that has come through from an old separate mine that had nothing to do with the volcano. But
Yeah,
it like
that's
somehow
good.
made a pathway or a tunnel or something. Who knows? Could have been lava. Shit, they say it's extinct. We don't know.
Well, it could be
I
from
trust
all the.
nothing they say. Because I just read an article recently about how there is a super volcano brewing underneath like New England, and Dutch was just talking about, you know, how the Hudson River was bubbling back when that happened and the lady got flown off the beach and shit. Like, well, creating a super volcano would be the, you know, underneath the northeast of New England would be the way to do it.
I thought they were talking about a super volcano in Australia.
No, there's an actual article. I'll go pull up the link. Give me 1 second. But yes, there is an article that I just literally read into about how there is a super volcano. Because Tim was sending me some articles the last couple days, and one of them was an article from InfoWars about how this weekend in Denver they're passing out bug out bags for people, and I thought that was a big deal because like since when are cities just like, oh, here's a bug out bag?
Yeah, I've never heard of it.
No, and there was a whole article on Infowars.com. Bug out bags, underground bases, the Denver International Airport. Look that up. And he sent that to me. And then in there, I told Tim he needs to go to where they're passing these out and get him one of those free bags and see what's in it.
Yeah,
like,
Bonnie. That's what I thought is in New Zealand or Australia.
No, it's America, but there's one in America though, like legit. Because he sent me a thing about how Topo, you know, just got raised the alert level, right? Which is concerning because the last time Topo blew, it was a big deal, right? Right. Okay. But then during my research, I found this article from natureworldnews.com from March 14th, 2022. Scientists observing threat of developing supervolcano beneath U.S. This is Nature World News again. For thousands of years, volcanic eruptions have shaken human civilizations, such as the Mount Vesuvius eruption of 79 AD, which buried the ancient city of Pompeii under meters of volcanic ash and pumice. In January, a volcanic explosion in Tonga hurled ash 60,000 feet, 18,000 meters into the sky, obliterating a volcanic island. The eruption, which killed at least 5 individuals, was classed as a once in a thousand year occurrence with the VEI index of up to 5. They explode every 17,000 years and are 1,000 times more powerful than the 1980s Mount St. Helens explosion, the worst in U.S. history. Yellowstone in the United States, Lake Toba in Indonesia, and Lake Taupo in New Zealand are just a few of the world's recognized supervolcanoes. A new supervolcano might be forming beneath the U.S. states of Massachusetts, Vermont, and New Hampshire, according to groundbreaking 2018 research. As described in a research published in the 2016, the North Appalachian Anomaly is an active, autonomous upwelling of molten rock under the surface. Scientists at Rutgers University analyzed 2 years of data from the 2016 research to understand better what was going on under the surface. The upwelling we saw was like a hot air balloon, geophysicist Vadim Levin told Fox News. We deduce it that something is coming up through the deepest section of our Earth under New England. The area where they discovered is geologically stable and devoid of active volcanoes. In terms of Earth's geological processes, the magma buildup is recent, tens of millions of years to be precise. It will most likely take millions of years for the upwelling to get where it's heading, Professor Levin concluded. The next stage is to figure out exactly what's going on. He said it's not Yellowstone-like, it's a distance relative in the sense of something little like a couple hundred kilometers across is happening. The magma bubble may never reach the surface. If it happens, it will very certainly take a long time. Perhaps it didn't have time yet, or maybe it's too little and will never make it, Professor Levin told National Geographic in 2018. We'll see what happens in 50 million years, said the researcher, when the magma from the mantle rises into the crust but cannot break through supervolcanoes form. And a big rising magma pool pressure develops until the crust can no longer stand it. They can form hotspots, such as the Yellowstone caldera, or subduction zones, such as Toba. When they erupt, they can trigger long-term climate disruption and the extinction of species. Historic eruptions. Mount Tambora's 1815 explosion was the most intense volcanic eruption in human history, resulting in the year without a summer. Any possible super eruption with the VEI of 7 would be 10 times more powerful than Mount Tambora. The most recent super eruption occurred 26,500 years ago in Taupo, New Zealand. Well, Taupo just came out and said they're monitoring because they're getting more earthquakes than average, and they're concerned. So that's something to think about. Most ashfall was hit by New Zealand, with an 18-centimeter coating remaining on the Chatham Islands, 1,000 kilometers distant. It's unclear how humanity would react if such a catastrophe occurred again, but the experts have suggested that humans may not receive much warning when the next super eruption occurs. Our work also reveals that no severe events occur before a super eruption, Earth scientist Luca Carici said in a report published in PNAS last year. However, other research at Yellowstone suggests magma reserves might achieve eruptive capability in decades, which scientists will undoubtedly notice. So look, they're going to say millions of years, and then they say achieve eruptive capability in decades. So which one is it, decades or millennia? Like, look, man, come on now.
Correct.
Can't have it both ways. Can't have it both ways. That's why these type of articles irritate my soul, because I swear they have like contradictive statements throughout the whole thing. So which one is it? But like I said, Tim had just sent me, which is why like I found it when I went to go read the article that he sent me about Taupo, because I was like, that's really interesting. I find that, because the threat level being raised is a big deal on a supervolcano. And this one says only 1,800 years after the world's biggest eruption. And they said that scientists at GeoNet have raised the alert level for Taupo in New Zealand after recording 700 small earthquakes in the area since May of this year.
Mm-hmm.
So a supervolcano responsible for the largest eruption over the past 5,000 years has been cranked up a level on the alert stakes. Taupo in New Zealand has not covered the nation's North Island in lava, rock, and ash for nearly 1,800 years, but scientists have noticed a shift in its activity. The alert level for the formidable supervolcano has been raised from 0 to 1 out of 6 for the first time since the measuring system was introduced in 1994. A series of nearly 700 earthquakes since May has led the geological agency GeoNet to raise the geological threat level from Taupo supervolcano. Despite them being so small, many were not felt on land. Fortunately, experts insist that the chance of eruption remains very low, with the largest recent of earthquakes on September 10th reaching a magnitude of 4.5 on the Richter scale, which goes up to 9. The volcano's magmatic system is believed to be at Horomotangai Reef in Lake Taupo, where most of the earthquakes and ground deformation has been recorded. GeoNet said in a statement, "We interpret the ground uplift and earthquake activity to be caused by the movement of magma and the hydrothermal fluids inside the volcano. We have sampled springs and gas vent around the lake for changes in chemistry that may be related to earthquake and ground uplift. Since 1870, 17 episodes of unrest have been recorded at Taupo, but none more threatening than level 2 of the alert system had it existed at the time." GeoNet said on Tuesday the volcanic alert level reflects the current level of volcanic unrest or activity and is not a forecast of future activity. Volcanic unrest at volcanoes like Taupo could continue for months or years and not result in an eruption. When it exploded nearly 1,800 years ago, Taupo covered lakeside areas in rock and pyroclastic flows of dozens of feet deep and blanking much of the North Island in at least 1 centimeter of ash. When the clock's back even further to about 25,500 years ago, which is where the last article told us was the last time Taupo went off, and the supervolcano erupted to create the large basin that formed today's lake. Between those historic dates, at least 27 other smaller eruptions are known to have happened. And that was the end of the article. But I found that interesting because I had found that and then found about that super volcano in the US, and I was like, holy crap. I was like, that makes sense with all that activity up there and all the earthquakes that we've been seeing that are kind of out of place, for how the North American craton kind of works.
Yeah.
It always made it, if we're going with the Dutch sense method, it always seemed weird that we would have these like seemingly out of place earthquakes that pop kind of out of nowhere. One place we get those in the country without precipitating activity from the coast or the craton is Yellowstone. So it makes sense now why we're seeing those in this Appalachian, subduction zone, whatever they called it.
Right.
But that makes sense why we would start seeing it there if a supervolcano is erupting. But then, like they said, that could happen in decades. And then in the other part, they said 50 million years. So which one is it? Can't have it both ways. So I need some clarity on that.
Well, yeah, that's pretty fucking big.
Ain't it though? Like legit. Well, and this is why with the things about, the food supply and the fertilizer, this is why they had the bird flu earlier, because if you kill all the birds and suffocate them or use that foam, then you can dispose of those chickens. And chickens are one of the fastest decomposing animals on Earth. So you can like turn them into fertilizer pretty quickly.
That is true. But MGTOW does bring up some valid points. There is definitely, let's just
Yeah,
say,
so
a
they were saying like,
movement.
and even Care 11 brought this up though, Tilo. There was an article about Care 11 that said when the bird flu was happening, that's what farms were doing with the used carcasses.
Yes, because you can. But my and MGTOW's point is that there is a concerted effort that's seemingly becoming apparent that excuse me, certain higher powers seem to think that us plebs don't really need food.
No, they're gonna eat bugs and we're gonna like it.
Oh yeah,
They said we have to develop alternative proteins.
Isn't that what that sickly bitch Gwyneth Paltrow was going on about?
I don't know, but they're trying to make us eat crickets, and crickets honestly have chitin, which a lot of people are allergic to. Not only that, most crickets also have parasites.
Yes. Icky, nasty parasites.
That transfer to human beings.
Oh, yeah. That do icky things to human beings, actually.
Very bad things to human beings. And it doesn't, like, come out when you roast them and things. Them parasites stay. Like, some people have shown killing crickets that have tons of worms in them.
Yep. I've seen that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I've seen that in real life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, feathers are high in nitrogen. That's why they kill the whole bird, and that decomposes. And they say like a whole chicken could decompose in 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
So then they take that, as well as chickens create a high volume of ammonia.
Yes, they do.
Mm-hmm. Because they don't have urea because they don't urinate. But Philo, can you take over for me for 1 second, please?
Sure.
I will be right back. So continue.
Yes, slugs are slugs are the same with parasites, but no, there is a for sure a concerted effort on a grand scale to try and get us away from food, which I find interesting because I am all about patterns and whatnot, and I find it interesting that during the 80s we were all somewhat convinced to just get more, and then in the 90s there was like a emergence of vegetarianism and veganism, and that became pronounced, and that was a shift away from meats and from animals. And then in the aughts, it became about being on chemical diets or these protein shakes and stuff you get at GNCs and whatnot. And now we've come to the point where we're trying to wean ourselves off of foods completely, it seems like. And another additive to that is the fact that the powers that be, seem pretty damn disinterested in dealing with our opiate issues. And anybody who's anybody with any common sense knows that one of the first things to go when you're heavily in drugs is appetites, for the most part, for most drugs. That's why a lot of them are actually used in diuretics. Hint, hint. But anyways, but now we're also being told in this new decade, the 20s, the 2020s, that we should be eating bugs.
And we're supposed to like it. World
Yes, and
Economic
we're supposed
Forum
to
said
like
we're
it.
supposed to like it.
So it does seem rather odd that we've gone through these waves, and now all of a sudden it's like completely in pretty much
In vogue.
reverse. Yeah, basically like full stop almost. So yeah, it is a concern there. It is a concern.
Well, there was a company in Canada that's creating like a puffed snack that uses cricket flour. And it's like, are they monitoring their products for these parasites and other things? And are they putting on these packages that chitin you can be highly allergic to and have a histamine reaction?
Yeah, probably not.
No. And that's the biggest problem. Is if you have like a shellfish type allergy or anything of that sort, you can't eat insects. Um, you will probably be allergic. And just
Yeah.
chitin of most insects is highly, like I said, histamine agonist. So some people just can't handle it because you just don't feel well after eating it. It's completely
Yes.
insane. But this is what they're going on. As well as, though, some things I can't talk all bad about World Economic Forum, because on the other hand, they also are trying to get people to start focusing on regenerative farming and alternative methods. You know, ecosystem, permaculture. You know, some of the things that we talk about here being important for people to learn. They have also come up with an initiative for this as well. You know, stating that, you know, industrialized agriculture as it exists is unsustainable. And the future of farming sustainability is small, local farms that create a larger network branching out around, you know, your country and then, you know, obviously the further world. But that there was going to be a heavy focus on funding and participation on small farms, which concerns me for a little thing that maybe people don't remember that happened called Holodomor. Mm-hmm. And if people are not familiar with Holodomor, uh, people need to know because it was called the Terror Famine or the Great Famine. It killed many millions of Ukrainians and Russians. This was during the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic. They say potentially up to 5 million people died. And people were starved out during Holodomor. They said starving people roamed the countryside, desperate for anything to eat. People dug into empty gardens with bare hands. They were so emaciated that their bodies began to swell and stink from the extreme lack of nutrients. You just see them about walking, and one would drop, and then another, and so on it went. In the cemetery outside Village Hospital, overrun doctors carried bodies on stretchers and tossed them into an enormous pit. The Ukrainian famine, known as Holodomor, a combination of Ukrainian words for starvation and to inflict death, by one estimate claimed the lives of 3.9 million people, about 13% of the population. And like other famines in history caused by blight or drought, this was caused when a dictator wanted to both replace Ukraine's small farms with state-run collectives and punish independence-minded Ukrainians who posed a threat to his totalitarian authority. So basically, all of the government little farms, they wanted people to run government farms, and you had to sign up to run government farms, or else they were going to take all your food and land and beat you and then put you in like a prison camp.
Yes, the gulag.
Mm-hmm. Correct. And this happened to many, many people. And one of our previous hosts who did the Against the Grain show here on Freedom Revolution Network, Sam, her family's Ukrainian, and she knows a lot about the history of Holodomor and how her people were treated because her grandparents talked about it and were around during that time. And that's about the time that they left Ukraine. But this had a big psychological impact on the Ukrainian people, because even afterwards, people were afraid to farm because they were afraid that the government would come in and shut them down. And you had to grow what the government wanted, when they wanted, how they wanted it. And they were coming in and taking your whole crop. If they found out you took any for personal use, you were being executed. And then somebody else was being put on your ancestral land that wasn't theirs, and it was now their farm, because all farms were signed over to be government owned, or else you went to the gulag. Like, it was that simple. And it was absolutely an insane time of life. So that's why it concerns me, like, groups that are large, like World Economic Forum, are coming up wanting people to have small agricultural regenerative farms. The USDA and other companies have been coming up with obscene amounts of grant money for people to create food forests and localized farms that you sign away your land so that they can come plant food forests on your land. And they give you like the money. Like, there was a grant earlier this year that one company in Minnesota got that was over $450 million to put food forests and to get plots of land, 1 acre or more, that homeowners were willing to give up control so that they could plant food forests on your property that then became like public food forests. This sounds like something that could happen again. And they have a new Victory Garden type program through the USDA that they want people to register their gardens with. So
that sounds a bit odd.
It does, doesn't it? And like I said, that one company in Minnesota got $450 million to put up food forests. And I was talking to them on, I believe, Telegram, somewhere. I found these people, Signal. And then I hooked my friend up, Julia, with them. And then because she's doing like some landscaping around Minnesota and things and doing it for like Freedom People, and was hooking up with him. And she was giving me all the details about it because she had ended up talking to him. And I have land, but I wasn't going to give up my land.
Right.
Because what if I want to build on it or at some point or whatever? It basically sounds like they're getting land leases from people, making it sound all cute, talking about food forests and shit.
Yes.
And then they said other people would come tend to your land. Well, then now other people are all up on your land. And then when do you get it back? Do you ever get it back?
You
like,
don't get it back.
Yeah, so you don't get it back. So see, that's my whole thing. Like, you're just giving up your land to this company for no reason. That then they could eventually use it for whatever, because they probably made you sign your life away in the contract to use it.
Yes, Scarlet. Most of us do know making a deal with the devil is a bad idea.
Right, but it sounds good under the guise of food forests and feeding communities and all this other crap. Like they make it sound like it's all rainbows and sunshine and
Yeah,
unicorns and shit.
but they've failed, and it's very evident with another affront or another one of the battle lines that have been drawn, and that is with movies and media. Who actually trusts the mainstream media? Nobody,
I mean, people
because
do,
they've
but
lost
no.
that. Yeah, people do. There's definitely a shitload of sheep out there. That is for sure. But for the most, and definitely the people who have just common sense have seen the fact that no matter what, rainbows and unicorns these motherfuckers present, it's all bullshit. And
Well,
so
it is. It's all
a
smoke
lot
and
of people
mirrors.
are very, a lot of people are very hesitant to buy into these
And these are
programs
freedom people,
for
though,
those
who were
reasons.
getting involved with this. And I was very surprised, like libertarian minded people. And I'm like, okay, it sounds good on paper, but it's like, when do I ever get my land back? What if I want to use it for something? Like, no, I could plant my own food forest and provide it to the community if I so choose. Because I mean, they were giving you like $5,000 to $10,000 to like transform the space, but then, like I said,
Yes,
then who gets it? Well, who has control? It's not
yes.
yours anymore. You know, all these things.
The thing about that is, like, at that point it doesn't really matter. If you sign your life away, you sign your life away. I mean, anybody who's read any sort of religious text know that, it's the Pandora's box. It's the fucking, deal with the devil. You don't do it, because no matter what, it doesn't matter how, it doesn't matter why, it's basically over. And see, BJ, Bonnie, you actually touched on something that I am more concerned about than, say, federal grants and whatnot. Is yes, the Bill Gates or large corporate entities that are buying up large swaths of land, especially farmland. That is, to me, is more concerning than silly little programs for community farmers.
Well, because
Because
they realize things are getting bad, and if you think about it, under the guise of like the grand solar minimum, they're going to need food to eat too, and so they have to plot out where their best places of control with the best conditions, the best water, the most aquifers, so that they can have strategic planning. I think that's most of why Bill Gates is buying what he's buying. Because then what's to stop him, especially with his research with the bees and things like that? What's stopping research like CRISPR-9 research and, new bioengineered animals and, all types of things on these farms? Because they would
that,
be, private third party farms. So I don't
yeah,
think they would be regulated, by the government doing, experimental research.
well, we all should know better by now, Scarlet, that there's not really any sort of regulations that have been followed in the least in any aspect of our lives.
I mean,
Like,
fair enough.
truthfully, like, let's just be
Oh
really
yeah,
fucking
Bill
frank
talked
about
about
it.
the COPSEC formula. I mean, we know what he's up to.
Yeah, and that's
Like
what
he
I
said,
mean.
COPSEC, you have to drop CO2 people, and you do that by a mixture of public health and reproductive medicine, thereby reducing the population by 25%. And that's what he said at his TED Talk. I will never forget those words because I was like, ah. But yeah, COPSEC, it's like CO2, something, people, energy, something else. But it stands for COPSEC, is the formula that they were using to then depopulate because, you do reproductive medicine. And what are people screaming about the loudest lately?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
If we do a really good job, he said, educating people on reproductive medicine, we can reduce the population by 25%.
Which is exactly what's happening.
Correct.
Well, actually, more so.
And that's one of the reasons why it's like when Bill Gates says to do something, I'm going to do the opposite.
Well, yeah, I've never
Because
fucking
who is
believed
he? He's not a
in the first
doctor.
fucking place.
Like, they always make fun of people like me, and they're like, oh, look at your Dr. Google credentials. Well, what the hell kind of Dr. Google credentials he got? He created Windows, so he's like the master of Dr. Google. Like, what?
Yes.
He doesn't have a medical degree in any way, shape, or form, but yeah, he's allowed to dictate policy worldwide on medical health matters.
It's just because he has a lot of money. Which is what it always comes down.
Well, and he's put a lot of his money into big pharma. That's what it really, really is. Because if he wasn't in the technology industry and the medical field, putting all this money into these types of programs, nobody would care about him. But because he funds their little big pharma empire and has for a long time, it's allowed them to grow to the level that they are today.
Yes, and the military construct.
And the military industrial complex, because how long have they been using our soldiers as guinea pigs? And now that we've declared this all over, lawsuits are going to start to pop up, especially in the military, because they were requiring an emergency use product that now there is no emergency. So now you can't force people to do it because you're only forcing them due to the emergency at hand. Now there is no emergency.
Well, that's the stick there, or what a lot of people refer to as the catch, Scarlet. The key is they have not relinquished that power. Yes, he has come out and the dipshit
Well,
said
now they'll be able to go fight it in court, though, because how can you come out in public and say it's over, but yet not relinquish your emergency power? Because that is only supposed to be granted during the time of the emergency.
Yes, but that does not matter at this moment, Scarlet, because look at how many countless cases that there's even a long list of.
Well, they'll just have a better legal leg to stand on. Well, I think there'll be a better legal leg to stand on because more FOIA requests have been granted as of recently. I was watching an interesting podcast from Children's Health Defense earlier yesterday. And it was fascinating. And it was with Polly Tommy and this woman named Mary. I can't think of what her last name is, but she is the president of Children's Health Defense with Robert F. Kennedy. And they were talking about some of these things that we're talking about. And she has sued the federal government a few times during the pandemic and basically won certain factors to come out in the media and such and such. But like she said, this is going to open up such a new avenue of lawsuits that they're going to try to hide it and bury it so far under because people are going to have the upper hand because now you can't claim emergency powers if you have come out publicly and said it's over. Because now it's supposedly over. Now you have to relinquish your powers because by definition of the way emergency powers work, they only work during the emergency.
Correct.
So hopefully now we can try to unravel some of that.
Relinquish that power, Scarlet?
Oh, I mean, if it's brought through to, upper courts that actually, and we do still have judges that care in these upper courts, but we're going to have to do it in a way that brings it back to them. And then if people start winning a few landslide cases, then that's all we need. Because what are they going to do? They're just going to have to come up with a new disease or a new threat because at this point, this one's over. So how are they going to keep that facade?
Oh, they're finding ways, just like what was said.
But he just announced it on the 19th. So I don't expect everybody to be in lockstep ready and have their lawsuits ready when he just announced it the 19th. Today's only the 23rd. So that's only been a few days.
I understand that. I just
No, I get where you're saying where like the stage is already set. It's pretty much in stone. I get that. But like I said, this brings a new glimmer of hope for a new round of attacks on them that they're not going to be able to necessarily just wash away. Because during the emergency, they kept saying, well, it's an emergency, this and that. It's unprecedented, blah, blah, blah. Well, now you don't have that leg to stand on, or else you shouldn't have came out and said it was over. See, it's going to force their hand to admit either it's over or it ain't. And if people don't like the way that they explain it's over or it's ain't, I think that could push public opinion to, kind of end this shit once and for all. Because people are going to be like, hold up, is it or ain't it? Even the most, sane person at that point is going to be like, what is this?
Well, yeah. See, MGTOW understands before they relinquish power, they will hit us with another one.
Well, that's what I think too, because I can't think, like I said, they're going to let it get to the point where people are going to be able to do what I just said. Get to the point where they get to a court and force the hand of the government to be like, is it or ain't it? And then if they're like, it is, well, why did you say it wasn't? And that level of distrust, they will never let people get to. So before then, they're going to do something else. Because otherwise, they're going to have to admit in the public realm that we allowed this, but we lied. Either we lied because we're never going to give up power, and we just said that because we said it, or, hey, it actually is over, and you know what? I guess we do have to relinquish power because it is over. But in the meanwhile, we've got Congress trying to override all the election laws and basically try to say that they're going to prevent election tampering or blah, blah, blah. And this is going to ruin the election, and nobody's talking about that either.
Correct. That's what I'm saying as well. Is like, no matter what, they're already trying to change laws, and they have changed laws, and they have manipulated things.
Or yeah, you're right, Big Toe. Just as the lawsuits hit, World War III starts conveniently. Wouldn't that be our luck? I swear it would be. Like, because like legit, like I said, it's one little glimmer of hope that then gets smashed out because, like I said, they're never gonna let it get to the point where it would come to the media where they'd be like, so you admitted that it was over, but now you're saying in court it ain't. How can it be both? You can't have it be over if it ain't. Like, they're trying to act like it ain't over till the fat lady sings, and there's no fat lady. That's not how this works. Like, the fat lady has been in the room. This needs to end. But like I said, if we push too hard for this to end, what starts next? Because we all know, like, as far as my research has gone back many, many years, and I started doing this as anything and everything against the New World Order. The one thing that I learned was their MO. It was when they finally were going to be able to put out this web of control like this and take full and final control, that they would do like a soft hit where we kind of go through all the motions. Everybody's kind of forced to do all these things that they don't want to do. Some people rebel, some people don't. But they allow it to some degree because they can't clamp fully down because people aren't ready for that change yet. But then once you put people through all that psychological torture and trauma, then you wait and then you strike the hammer and fully put the band down. And you put all the rules on the table, and then it's basically like gulags and taking people out and shooting them in the back of the head and brown shirts and craziness. But that's what I've always been taught, how they are going to do their plan. And I'm going to assume that this time is going to be no different, that right now we're waiting in the wings. Because the way I broke down this shit at the beginning of 2020, I was absolutely correct of how it was going to occur after that, right? So now we're in the lull. We're in the period where people are starting to feel comfortable. Much like I just said, with him saying it's over, people are going to get this sense of, well, it's over. And get back into this comfortability, right? But that is going to allow the next wave to get built up and then smack down. I mean, they're spending millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars, trying to get groups together to figure out how to get people to uptake the V. If you go to Fauci's little company's website, they're talking about combination flu RSV, and the like all together in one, like all different types of mRNA cocktails, of which they're starting to find out that some of the fragmentation in there is showing that maybe none of the mRNA was ever active. Maybe it was all broken spike protein chains, and nobody knows what happens when you put broken spike protein chains into someone. And so they're finding out that a lot of them were most likely this. And this is why we're seeing so many adverse reactions. And they're almost using these hot lots as a measurement mechanism around the country, so they can see where their batches are going wrong, or what happens to said people when they're given this. So a lot of people have been talking about it. Like I said, this was with Polly Tommy and Mary with Children's Health Defense. It was really interesting information. If you like statistics and data and hard-hitting data, this will be the show for you. And they come on every week. But it was really fascinating to hear some of this stuff, because I haven't kept up with any of that for a really long time, because it was just like, whatever. You know, but now's the time to start paying attention to it, as these people are starting to say it's over. You know, because is it over?
Right.
Or is that just what they want you to think while they're getting ready to hit the jugular? And I think that's the case. Is they're getting ready to hit the jugular, and we're thinking it's going to be over for a little bit. You know, that's just how I see it right now.
Well, I also see it as we're forgetting.
There's a lot of people comfortable. I've met a lot of Patriot people who are comfortable, MGTOW. Like, you ask who's comfortable, a lot of people are. A whole bunch of people. This is why I decided to come back and start doing shows, because there are a lot of people who are comfortable, even Patriot people, people who claim to be truthers, a lot of people in the community who have stopped spreading truther information, haven't been talking about any of that anymore, don't even care, aren't even involved, could give two shits less. And I have seen more people with apathy lately for a lot of these topics than diving into them. As I would say, maybe even like 4 years ago, the renaissance of information. I think even the most seasoned people got fatigue during the scam.
Right.
Where they were just, you know, getting so much information, so many data points, all this stuff all the time. The news cycle had, sped up exponentially. Like I said, when I first started doing this, you could talk about something for a week because there was no other articles out there. Right. And they would be talking about the same thing in the paper for multiple days in a row. And that would be the news cycle. And you would hardly get new things happening once a week when I started. 4 years in, and especially by the time we got Trump, the news cycle started to rapidly intensify, where, I mean, there wasn't even a 12-hour news cycle or a 24-hour news cycle like there was. I mean, we were talking 6 4-hour news cycles. I mean, as one story came out, another one broke. You couldn't keep on top of it. It was basically burying you, to the point now where it's an absolute explosion. Nobody could ever read any of all the articles that are put out in a day. Things get buried. Things get censored. You don't even see half the shit half the time. And it has exploded to where it is literally constantly news, breaking news all the time, to where a lot of people don't even pay attention to the word breaking news anymore. And they have news fatigue. Like, it's that bad. Like, I have literally watched it go from, like I said, and this was just a few short years ago. You know, just like 7 years ago. Where 7 years ago, you'd have a story and you'd have it for a week. Like, this whole new Topo thing would be like the new thing for the week. And everybody'd be talking about it for the week. You know, kind of how, like, when the Queen died, everybody was talking about it for a week. Like, that's how shit was. Like, you just talked about the same shit for a week. And you had different specials about it and this and that and blah, blah, blah. And had more news articles and more coverage and more about the story later on in the week. But now you can't get that as much. Like, shit comes so fast. Like, how can you even wait for an update?
Well, that is because we live in the world of technology now, Scarlet.
Yeah, I know, and technology has gotten bigger in 7 years, but at the same time, it hasn't because a lot of the same news agencies exist now than did then. But it's just the rapid pace.
But the
Of,
social media didn't exist, and that unfortunately is where a majority of these fucking sheep are getting their damn news is just online.
I mean, that's true, but I feel like at the same time, social media has also, I don't know, it has brought things better. But yeah, you're right, I guess. Social media has, but it's still people who are writing articles. Like I said, things like smart news exist now that aggravate news stories. But like I said, I could never read all the news stories that ever were. Ever. Oh, here we go. Remember when I brought this up when the Queen of England died, and I brought it up to Tim that I didn't know if the what they were going to start to do was take away their money because King Charles ain't on it, and then that's they gonna make them go cashless. Remember when I said that? Do you remember when I
I
said
do
that?
remember that, yes.
Oh, guess what came out at the top of Smart News? Bank of England says paper banknotes only good for one more week. British consumers have 1 week to spend the last 11 billion pounds of paper banknotes that recirculate before the cash ceases to become legal tender. As of September 30th. Oh, what day does the Vatican want all their shit recalled? Dun 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 dun! Bop, bop. Like I said, this is what I said. I said what I said. You heard it here. Future news now, like I said, with me, Scarlet Anonymous. Because I told you all this was going to happen. Did I not? Did I not? Did I not? Did I? I did. Okay, I don't want to toot my horn, but toot toot. So, they said, and more than 5 billion of the 20-pound notes will no longer be accepted by UK businesses, the Bank of England said Friday. That's a total of more than 360 million notes. People can exchange the paper for new currency made of a plastic-like polymer by appearing in person at the BOE's London headquarters in Threadneedle Street, sending them through the post or at certain post offices. Sending them through the post? Why would you send your money through the mail? So somebody could steal it? Look, now come on now. What year is it? What year is it, TLO?
That does sound pretty dumb.
Isn't that sound sus? Like
No,
folks
I
that
mean,
steal gonna
it
be
doesn't even
stealing the
sound
damn
sus. It
mailbox
just
now.
sounds.
They
It
gonna be
just
stealing the
sounds dumb.
mailbox looking for all the envelopes that got it addressed to the BOE in London.
The postman's probably not even gonna or even have it on him, or he'll probably
And
already
they
have
said to
stolen
certain
it.
post offices. So it's like they say putting them through the post, Threadneedle Street at BOE's London headquarters. So all you gotta do is look for a damn letter addressed to Threadneedle Street and steal it. Because it's gonna have banknotes in it. Like, how dumb are they? If I could figure that out, criminals done already figured that out. Because I don't even thief. But that's the first thing that came to my mind. You know, because I have hood tendencies and hood mentality. Okay, but that's the first thing that came to my mind when I read this. They said many commercial banks will also allow them to be deposited into accounts. On Thursday morning, a line of people for the cash exchange at the BOE were already extending out onto the street. The end of the 20-pound and 50-pound paper notes will complete the UK transition to new polymer banknotes. All of the polymer versions of the bank carrying a portrait of the Queen can still be used as normal. Oh, so it's just this paper to this plastic crap. But that's still a lot of money. But what if they start saying that the stuff with the Queen on it they're going to take? Because that's what I heard. They're going to have to take that because you can't have your non-living monarch on the notes. So then what's next? Then once they get everybody used to doing just these paper notes, then they're going to make them rechange their polymer notes. And then they'll say, we really can't redo all the polymer notes because, you know, that's kind of against, you know, environmental rules. So we're just going to go digital. I believe this is how this is going to go because we've already got them to take this much out of circulation. The same day that the Vatican takes all the money out of circulation as well and wants them to move the funds and assets. I find that too cute.
Yeah, I didn't
That's
even hear about
real
the
convenient.
Vatican, so.
Ain't it real convenient? Real convenient. Ultra convenient.
Well, I
And we
would
know
imagine.
that, and like Chris said tonight, that if we want to think about this, you know, on the global world orders type scene, London is the financial banking center.
Yes, exactly.
And so 360 million notes are being taken out of circulation. The same day that the Vatican is moving all their crap and all their assets and funds to this outside Vatican thing that's not a bank. Just some type of group organization.
Well, it's
Like,
probably because they have a lot of liquidity in the British pound, because it definitely held higher than whatever it is that they use in Italy, as far as a currency. So yeah, no, they're moving their assets around just because.
well, that's what I'm
And
saying.
yeah,
And how
see
many
it like
people? How many
we'll
people
see
are trying to
we'll see whose
send in these
percussion is better.
money? How many people will try to send in these monies? And like Migto said, they'll say they didn't get it. Like I said, they're telling them to send it through the mail. You don't send cash through the mail. No, 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 no. That's a no. No, no. No. Why are we telling people to do that? And post offices aren't supposed to keep a whole bunch of money either. Because next people will try to be robbing the post offices because they know they got bunches of banknotes. Especially if you do it now, you'd have 7 days before they all need to be back to the bank. Where it wouldn't be strange for you to be using them. And people from all over are going to be trying to get their banknotes in.
Yes.
So why wouldn't they do this? Like I said, if I had a thieving mentality, this is what I would do. The next 7 days would be like money, 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 money. Because you could grab a whole bunch of shit and buy it. Like I said, if they're just sending it to post offices, putting it in envelopes, all you have to do is go hit up all of the little post office box. They still got all the little old school ones like on the corner. Like we have the blue ones here where you just slip the mail in.
Yes.
Exactly, man. Because most people don't have a box. They slip it through their like door slots and shit. It's not common to have like an actual like mailbox in England. It's more common to have a door slot where they just put your mail inside. And so you put yours in a municipal box for them to come pick up because they can't pick it up out of your house because you don't have a mailbox. You just have a door slot. So with that being said, like people are going to steal these. I would. Like I said, if I was a thief, that's what I would do. But I find that finally very interesting after knowing that that is the same day that the Vatican's supposed to move all their money. Dun, da, 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 da. Just saying.
Yes. But we also have to realize, Scarlet, that to be all brutally honest, it doesn't really give a shit about the money because the Vatican's assets go far beyond the reach of the material.
That's true. I mean, you know.
It's more of the connection. It's more of the influence. Why do you think it's a big deal to install a bishop in a foreign country?
Right.
So the money thing is to them is definitely more of a nuisance than anything. It's not some big grand thing, and it definitely doesn't affect their bottom line. I'll tell you that much.
No, but I wonder if this is like a secret injection into this little Vatican bank on the same day. Because their shit's going to go out of circulation, but all they have to do is bring that shit to the same day to that Vatican bank, and the Vatican bank would probably still give it credit as being legal tender. So if they take that 316, 46 million or whatever and go show up to the Vatican September 30th and say, hey, Vatican, we got $316 million for you. And they'd be like, thank you. And then write it in their books and then boop. And then transaction done. And it's all legal beagle. And then we don't ever know that England gave up $346 million on September 30th to the goddamn Vatican, because maybe they owe the Vatican. And that's why they were like, give us your money before then, because otherwise we're going to come whoop that ass. And boop, here we go. Because we know Elizabeth had ties with the Vatican, and maybe that's their payout for her dying, like some type of insurance policy. Because we know in the past that the Vatican and the monarchs worked very closely together and had a lot of deals and money that went back and forth through hands for different reasons. And this could be one of them. Because I just find it coincidence. It's the same day. And all they got to do is just roll on over there. Don't take that line to get there from England. Like, you could fly there on the 30th and do the transaction, and it would still be 100% legal. Just because UK businesses won't take them after the 30th, as long as they show up there on the 30th, the day also of the deadline of the transfer of the Vatican, boom, bam, bop, done. Just saying. I'm not saying that's what's happening. But what if they got to pay up because she died or something? Like, I don't know.
See, I would tend to believe more along the lines of what MGTOW has suggested, and that's probably what I would believe too.
Yeah, I'm sure there's no debt, but I'm sure maybe they had an agreement for payout, like upon her death, like, you know, like a philanthropy thing. You know how people give money to the Humane Society from their estate. You get my drift?
Yes, but you also keep missing the fact that these are people who have
I'm not saying it's a debt.
So much wealth. Like, literally,
Yeah.
Queen Elizabeth could fucking take
but
one
$346 million is a nice. Yeah, I know.
One of her jewels could take care of the entire debt of the UK. That's how
I know it could. No, I get it. She's worth a lot of money. But what I'm just saying, but what if, obviously there could be more money than that on the surface, but what if that's just a part of the injection? Because we're never going to know if they do deal in jewels or this or that with them and the royal family.
That's what I'm saying.
Like, we don't know what they're going to get, but I'm just saying, what if this is a part of that? I just find it coincidental it's the same day. That's all. And a lot of times there's no coincidences. So I think there's something going on there, fishy, that they are going to be, you know, but we'll never know because we're not the royal family. We don't know what their agreements are, because that shit goes back to like old heads, you know. I mean, many, many moons ago, like ye old moons, like.
Yeah, Scarlet, like the Vatican has been playing Europe since Europe existed. So
that's what I mean. Like, so that's the whole point. So like they have some type of agreements, I'm sure, with Charles coming in, and they've been talking to him, I'm sure. Well, even though they have the Church of England, but I know they entertain private audiences.
Of faith-based, kind of along old school lines. So.
Well, they deal with them more on business purposes than even if they were religiously aligned. Because that's always been the case between the Vatican and the current monarch. Even if the monarch didn't agree with the Vatican, they still kind of played the game. You had to if you wanted to stay in power. Or else the Vatican was going to take your ass out.
Yes.
They weren't playing with you. That's going back to like Louis to Versailles, or like Anne Boleyn, or like Mary Queen of Scots. Like, you can go back to many, many monarchs that have had all different types of family lines and connections through other, you know, family connections of Spain or this or that, or, you know, other royalties, that if the Vatican did not approve,
that's how they set their power.
Well, yeah, and if the Vatican did not approve, it did not move forward.
Correct.
I mean, the Vatican approved royal marriages.
That's why I said the Vatican has been playing the Europe for a long time. Like the Vatican is about the only thing that's higher than the monarchy.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The Vatican's always controlled the monarchy.
Yeah.
The Vatican
So
allows monarchs
whatever
to
happens in England is kind of like just a
yeah,
dust
small
mite.
potatoes, but I wonder if it's not where some of those assets are being collected from. Because, like they said, all assets from around the world that were Vatican based must be brought back.
No, absolutely. That's what I said, is like, because there was more value in the English pound than there was in the Italian, I want to say civ or still or something like that.
Yeah, now they use euro though, don't they? For like commerce.
I
I'm
don't
pretty
know.
sure.
I
Or do
don't.
they
What?
lira?
I
Lira.
think.
It's Italian lira.
Yeah, it's something like that, because they aren't actually part of the EU. Italy is not a part of the EU. They didn't sign up. I believe it's Italy and now UK, because they had Brexit, but there's the northern ones too that weren't necessarily part of the euro. Sweden was, but I don't think Norway. Yeah, I'm fairly confident Norway wasn't part.
Wow. I hate to cut you off, but I just found this article and wow. Okay, so you know how I was talking about hydrogen the other night?
Yes.
And how I felt like I was before my time? And hydrogen is clearly the superior fuel and the way to go. Right. The hydrogen money is here just in time for the hype. The U.S. Energy Department has Clean Energy Forum to start the race for hydrogen funding. There's always someone in the room objecting to this fuel or that technology, Faith Burrell, the executive director of the International Energy Agency, said on Thursday, but not hydrogen. Everybody loves hydrogen. In a conference filled to the brim with announcements, the U.S. Department of Energy used the occasion of the Global Clean Energy Action Forum to start the race of the $7 billion in hydrogen funding. The money and part of the infrastructure bill passed last year is intended to establish clean hydrogen hubs across the country. Concept papers are due by November 7th and full applications by April 7th of 2023. Pennsylvania, and specifically Southwest Pennsylvania, has been waiting for this moment for months. It has assembled numerous coalitions, and on Wednesday, Team Pennsylvania Foundation released the roadmap for a state to pursue hydrogen made from natural gas with carbon capture and sequestration. Shell and Equinor and possibly U.S. Steel is still deciding if they'll apply for the money. Nothing gets more attention than hydrogen hubs, DOE Deputy Secretary David Turk said during a panel on clean hydrogen on Thursday. Hydrogen's versatility, it can be used to make electricity, power, transportation, to store energy, accounts for its recent popularity, he said. When I look at energy security challenges, and they are real in Europe, versatility is a powerful attribute. DOE Secretary Jennifer Granholm said Thursday that the clean hydrogen market could rise to 10 million tons by the end of the decade and double that in another 10 years. The current global market for hydrogen is 91 million tons, according to the International Energy Agency, but is expected to grow exponentially in the coming years and decades. While most of the talk at the Global Energy Conference was about hydrogen made through electrolysis, powered either by renewables or nuclear power, it is blue hydrogen that has dominated discussions in Pennsylvania for several years. Blue hydrogen is made with natural gas, resulting in CO2 emissions captured and pumped into geologic storage underground. See, this is that bullshit I was talking about, though, how they're going to try to like make it to where it's like unattainable for the individual, because there's ways to have individual hydrogen generators inside each vehicle where you don't need all this. But I digress. So TMPA report prepared by the Minneapolis-based Great Plains Institute notes that 279 facilities required to report their emissions to the EPA, the state's 48 natural gas power plants, and account for nearly half of the CO2 emissions in Pennsylvania. That's twice as much as coal power plants and eight times more than steel plants. The one reason they've viewed as prime targets for decarbonization. Another is that it's not too difficult to catch the CO2 out of a flue stream of a gas plant, and the stream of CO2 is relatively pure. With the new incentives embedded in the Inflation Reduction Act, TPA's roadmap found near-term opportunities to decarbonize 22 facilities linked by 933 miles of new infrastructure that would transport 34.7 million metric tons of CO2 per year to storage hubs. But it also said the state is not considered in the game in terms of carbon management and needs to reach out to industry immediately, set up a regulatory structure to attract investment. It would also need to ink key partnerships, possibly with neighboring states, to qualify for DOE money that was announced Thursday, the report said. The primary issues that need to be settled, according to Team PA, are who owns the pores in the rock layers thousands of feet underground, who will be liable for making sure the CO2 injection stays there put, And who should be responsible for permitting such injection wells? Now, see, that sounds like some bullshit. We don't want to be doing all that. That sounds like fracking and pumping CO2 under the ground, and especially over there in Pennsylvania and New Hampshire and all that area that they said is a super volcano down there. Anyway, we don't want to be doing that. That's not a good idea. You could have people start to get pressurization events, earthquakes out of that. No, that's not good. There's a way to do it where you can generate it by capturing it out of the air without having to put the byproduct in the ground, where your emission is water. So they're absolutely wrong about this. See, I knew they were going to adulterate it and pervert it to where it would not be actually sustainable, where it's just going to be some new corporate industry crap with waste that we don't need and getting rid of it the way we don't need it to. Like, why can't we feed that to like forest somewhere or something? Because like they usually take in like CO2 through their leaves and then put out oxygen. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's got to be ways to do this that isn't like in the ground, breaking through layers of bedrock and shit to capture gas pockets when they don't even understand how plate tectonics or a lot of fracking consequences work at this point. Or they do and they just want to hide it. But I don't think they've ever even looked into it because they don't care. So they said that the Secretary of Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection told the state Senate Environmental Resources and Energy Committee earlier this week that his department is looking for ways to streamline the permitting process for injection wells and has begun discussions with regulators about the potential of taking that on. But he warned the DEP will need additional money and staff to do so. The idea of using natural gas as the main source of hydrogen production has been challenged by various groups who are worried that it's another way to keep the oil and gas industry relevant. Yes, absolutely it is. 100%, 100%, 100%. That's 100. And keep them profitable at the expense of cleaner energy sources. Because hydrogen can be super clean, but if they're going to do it like that, it's not going to be clean. Because there's ways that you could capture it and clean it and run it. Or like I said, even, like little hydrogen cartridges even. Okay, if they wanted to do that even. But what they're talking about is there's got to be a better way that you could like decarbonize or whatever and get rid of that byproduct that you don't want. There's got to be the way to burn it up or do something. The Ohio River Valley Institute, a progressive think tank, has cautioned that the pursuit of blue hydrogen hub may leave taxpayers and utility ratepayers on the hook for subsidies to fossil fuel companies. Its researchers worried that it might distract resources and attention from other energy and economic development strategies. In a different hearing on hydrogen hubs last month, organized by the Pennsylvania Democratic House Policy Committee, Rob Altenberg, director of Penn Future Energy Center, warned that at the beginning of the fracking boom, we were told that methane gas could be a bridge fuel to aid in the transition of the clean, renewable energy we know we would need. But that is not what happened. In the years since, Pennsylvania failed to prioritize the policies and investments needed to make a transition to clean energy a reality and put all its eggs in the fracking basket. Scaling up hydrogen, however it's made, will also be a technical challenge. There are questions whether current infrastructure can be repurposed to carry hydrogen. No, we don't need to repurpose. We just need to create new pipelines, legitimately. Just start over like they did with like little electrical centers, like just one by one, get that shit started. To that end, Wednesday, North Shore Utilities Peoples Natural Gas and the University of Pittsburgh announced a partnership that will study how hydrogen can be incorporated to people's gas distribution pipelines and then pilot its use there. Other utilities, as National Grid in New York, that's part of a hydrogen hub coalition that will be pursuing DOE funding, are staking their net zero goals on replacing natural gas with hydrogen. By 2050, the goal is no fossil fuel in heating, said Judith Judson, head of U.S. strategy at National Grid, said during a panel discussion. But she said it's possible to start blending as much as 20% hydrogen into the gas stream today. U.S. Special Presidential Envoy for Climate, John Kerry, called hydrogen the Swiss Army knife of energy, which it is though. Like, why is everybody getting on hydrogen now? This irritates my soul because I was here for it first. You heard it here first. Future News now. Like, that all the roads to zero emission economy include hydrogen in the mix, and someone's going to make a lot of money off that transition, a lot of money. And the conference runs through Friday, September 23rd at the David L. Lawrence Convention Center and Westin Hotel. But isn't that interesting I was just talking about it and how great hydrogen is. And it's gonna be great for the universe and blah 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 and all this shit, and then that comes out.
Yep.
I'm depressed because they finally have caught on because it really is. But if they do it the way that they're talking about doing it, it's not gonna be good. It's gonna be super sucky. That's the problem here. It's not gonna be like the Swiss Army knife of the future if they make it to where it has to go through fossil fuel production and turn from one product to the other when you can capture carbon out of the air outside. Like I said, where you could have a generator in each vehicle that then picks up the CO2 outside, runs it through a small arrestor type situation that, like, you know, creates your spark for like your spark plug type situation. And then that's your combustion that pops through your engine. And then as it goes back out through the exhaust system, your only resulting exhaust is water. And there's a way to put one of those in individual vehicles where you don't need hydrogen reserve tanks, but you could have it set up to where, you know, after it bleeds through the system, it fills it up kind of like NOS tanks, you know, where it kind of keeps it and holds it up for yourself as you're generating it the farther you're driving, especially on long road trips, this or that, the other. You could have like a storage component to the vehicle, but you wouldn't necessarily, you know, like I said, I don't like the idea of cartridges. I like the idea of self-filling at home, similar to natural gas. So, I mean, if they want to use the natural gas pipeline, I understand why, like, you'd want to use one thing for the other. But if it has to be created out of natural gas first, that defeats the purpose. Because then it's just going to be as expensive as natural gas.
Yes.
And the whole point is that you can extract this shit out of the outside air. And so that's the whole point, is that people don't need to be misrepresented on what hydrogen power can do. It doesn't have to be this big, you know, complicated, corrupted process like they're saying it needs to be. It's actually quite simple. And it would bring energy independence and full and true energy independence, because people would be able to power their homes. And basically, like, instead of propane style homes, which propane could give it a run for its money as far as like cost and effectiveness. But if we can get home generators that could literally just take CO2 out of your local area, you know, just out of the carbon dioxide, you know, that's around naturally, that would be next level. You know, even if you had to use maybe a little bit of wood power, you know, or gasification with it, you know, in areas that don't have tons of pollution, that could maybe be an option as well. But the way they're saying it, I don't like it. Sounds sketch. That's all I'd like to, you know, say about that. But I just found it interesting that they were coming for it. And sad. Americans in 2022, 1 in 4 can't name any branches of government. Half think Facebook is protected by First Amendment.
Yes.
Wow. Can you list the 3 branches of U.S. government? If you can, you're apparently in the minority. For the first time in 6 years, the percentage of Americans who can correctly name the legislative, executive, and judicial branches fell below the 50% mark. All in all, just 47% of respondents know all 3 branches of government, a decline in nearly 10 points from last year, according to the latest Annenberg Public Policy Survey. To make matters worse, 1 in 4 people could not name any of the branches. That's a quarter of the people. Y'all.
It's because they're not teaching anything in schools.
Even fewer could not correctly identify what role the U.S. Supreme Court serves. Also, in dropping in number to 2022 is the number of Americans who with any prompt can name the 5 freedoms guaranteed by the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. Only 6% of the 1,113 adults surveyed were able to list the right to petition government as a First Amendment protection. Freedom of speech knowledge appears to have fallen or become politically tainted among self-described conservatives. 2/3 inaccurately think Facebook posts are covered by First Amendment. Overall, a slightly majority, 51%, incorrectly say that First Amendment protections force Facebook or other social media companies to permit users to post anything they want on their company platforms. Well, people are actually suing about that, and Facebook was actually about to get ready to be told that they can't tell people what they can and cannot say as far as that goes. So I don't know if that's going to hold up. But anyway, continuing on. Troubling that so few Americans know their civics, and the survey results end years of rising civics knowledge among Americans, prompting the University of Pennsylvania's Annenberg Public Policy Director Kathleen Hall Jamieson to describe the findings as a warning sign. It's troubling that so few know what rights were guaranteed by the First Amendment. We're unlikely to cherish, protect, and exercise rights if we don't know that we have them. During a C-SPAN interview, she expressed her disappointment at the results, particularly after positive numbers in the 2021 annual survey. If you don't understand these civics facts, then some basic things happening in the news aren't going to make very much sense. But also, some of your capacity as a citizen is not going to be at the top of mind for you when you need it. Adults in the survey did maintain solid civics knowledge and result to several specific aspects. That includes presidential vetoes and the relationship between the U.S. Supreme Court and the White House. More than 3/4, well, they just said people didn't know about the Supreme Court. More than 3/4, 76% know that under the Constitution, even when the president vetoes a bill, that it can still become law if 2/3 of both houses of Congress vote to override the executive branch. And 73% of respondents know it's inaccurate to say under the Constitution, a president can ignore a Supreme Court ruling if they believe it's wrong. Numerous caveats and tidbits of constitutional awareness show up throughout the latest survey numbers. For example, 76% of adults in the survey know Congress cannot establish an official religion in the United States. And 78% know it's accurate to say that protection from unreasonable searches and seizures is guaranteed by the Bill of Rights. Similar majorities of the U.S. maintain their knowledge of their rights in court in regards to undocumented immigrants. 57% majority know that undocumented immigrants in the country have at least some rights under the Constitution, up nearly 20 percentage points from 2017. But that's awful. That's really bad.
Yes, it is.
Like, that's really bad. Oh my goodness. Apparently, the Russians are using missiles that are banned that are like flesh melting bombs.
Yep.
And they might be phosphorus instead of thermite.
Well, they were showing that when they rained that phosphorus shit down on that village that they had liberated.
Yeah, that's really messed up if they are doing that. But we've known in the past the CIA will go in that and do it and then act like it was them. So they got caught. Remember when they did that in Syria and all that? Why the Russians went into Syria, to be honest. That's when the Russians got involved, is when they started to play a tricky pool with them. Because the Russians were already starting to build bases over there and whatnot. And so when that occurred, when all these kids were shown in the back of pickup trucks, and we found out later that they were gassed and drugged and everything else.
Yes.
And that it was actually their own people using it. You know, so, I mean, there's that. And it wasn't Bashar al-Assad doing it. So, with that being said, because when they say coalition forces, those are people that we trade and basically as the CIA, who are the opposition to the government that is in place currently. That we trade to try to go in there and destabilize countries. That is a known fact. We do this. We do it all the time. We've done it in many countries. Like Chris was talking about tonight, one of his, people he speaks to was at an embassy. We all know what happened at other embassies. We know the events that transpire, the way people are silenced. Oh, but how
Well,
would the natural gas people make money? MGTOW, because if they're making this blue hydrogen that they have to run first through natural gas capturing and sequestering the CO2, they're going to make the money because they make the natural gas. That's how. Like that's how it works. Did you have anything to say, Tila?
no, I was about to say that embassies have and always have been soft targets and excellent
Oh
ways to
yeah,
make
because
political
they do.
statements.
They pull games. They interfere with, governments. Think about the
Well,
Jamal
no,
Khashoggi
it's
event.
not even that. It's just a representation. I mean, think
Well,
of
there's
one of the
people.
most
There's
famous.
usually high value people inside of these buildings.
Somewhat.
People who know things. People who know things on the
Was
ground.
there anybody truly high valued in Benghazi?
I mean, people who work the local governments of that area, yes, because they're going to know things about why troop movements, especially when they were trying to overturn Libya and change, their gold backed system. These are things that people in that embassy would have known because they deal in the day to day. They know how these things were going to be changed. They know what U.S. policy was going to be laid down. Even if they had no gravity or seniority over that policy, they still were there to execute and carry out those policies under the name of the United States. So they weren't necessarily of high value to what most people think, but as far as chess and pod, and 3D, 4D chess, like when you're trying to change a company, if you have a home base there, like an embassy, and you've got people in there working with the people, knowing that you're about to do these moves against this country, that gives you an optical advantage, right? And that's why these set places become soft targets all around the world.
Yes, absolutely. I agree with that.
Yeah,
But
because I
the
mean,
thing
the
is,
people that are inside are going to know things. People come and go who know things. People come and go who get in trouble. People have diplomatic immunity through these hubs, so they come in there for times of refuge again, which then become soft targets. Like I said, think about like a Jamal Khashoggi at their embassy. Boom, bam, bop, cut up, done. Things go on in embassies that people don't realize. Hell, they had goddamn Julian Assange locked up for a bajillion years. Of which we ain't heard nothing about that. Aren't they supposed to be extraditing him over here? Where Julian Assange at? Because I thought Biden wants him over here.
I think they're still fighting the extradition.
I know, but didn't that court say that they weren't going to do it?
Well, the court said that they weren't going to protect him, but I think another country stepped in.
Okay, so 1 week ago, Mexico City gives Julian Assange keys to the city.
See?
Zelensky, Ukrainians, and Assange among nominees for Sakharov Prize. A EU award dedicated to individuals, groups, or organizations that contribute protecting freedom of thought. That's exciting. 3 weeks ago, how can Americans tolerate U.S. government's crucifixion of Julian Assange? Mexico invites relatives of Assange to Guevara for Mexican Independence Day. That was September 7th. And they also had Che Guevara's relatives come too. So, and the former presidents of Bolivia, Uruguay, it was along with relatives of Nelson Mandela, Martin Luther King, and Cesar Chavez. Oh, we know Khashoggi was the international arms dealer. We talked about that at length in previous shows because I found a bunch of lectures that he was a part of. And the inner workings of the government that he knew, that wasn't a journalistic level. That was a I work with the government level. I am a friend of the government. But yeah, that's interesting though. Let's see. I don't see anything else, but besides giving the keys to the city, obviously. Julian Assange family campaigns for release while in Mexico with Lopez Obrador. Um, President Lopez Obrador calls Assange a Quixote for freedom of speech, who does not deserve to be behind bars. He also pushed for young people to investigate why Assange does not deserve to be in jail, and on the contrary, should become a cause célèbre for all global journalists, and the media is still imprisoned. Good for Lopez Obrador. He said that Assange is behind bars because he's revealed scandals on bad politics management in the United States and other countries, including Mexico, where he denounced some of the officials of the National Electoral Institute of the 2012 elections where Felipe Calderón rigged the presidency. Assange revealed some documents from evidence from the U.S. Embassy talking about 2012 elections, fraud committed between former President Vicente Fox, and how INE officials visited the U.S. Embassy before elections in order to inform them how they were going to handle the election results. See, like I said, all types of stuff be happening at embassies. I'm just saying, though. For all these reasons, Assange is not the victim of repression and not of the fabricated crimes he is indicted for. He made revelations and denunciations in favor of freedom of information and speech, and what he did was quite sobering. Oh, he filed an appeal last week. Oh no, August 26th. So about a month ago. He filed for an appeal to the U.S. as the UN human rights chief lends support to the Australians' cause. Assange has been indicted on 17 espionage charges in the U.S. and one charge of computer misuse over WikiLeaks' publication of thousands of military and diplomatic documents leaked by the whistleblower Chelsea Manning. The charges carry a maximum sentence of 175 years in prison. WikiLeaks says Assange's legal team has filed perfected grounds of appeal in the UK's High Court against the US and the UK Home Secretary Priti Patel, who approved his extradition in June. Assange's lawyers argue he's being prosecuted and punished for his political opinions. His wife said the prosecution is unlawful. Overwhelming evidence has emerged proving that the U.S. persecution against my husband is a criminal abuse, Stella Assange said on Twitter Saturday. The High Court judges will now decide whether Julian is given the opportunity to put the case against the U.S. before open court and in full at the appeal. Assange remains in London's Belmarsh prison, where he has been in detention since April 2019. A UK judge blocked his extradition last year, but the US government successfully appealed in the High Court. The Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has previously stated enough is enough regarding Assange's ongoing detention. The appeal comes after the UN Human Rights Chief Michelle Bachelet met with Assange's lawyers and his wife in Geneva. The advocacy group Assange Defense Committee told AAP that they detailed his deteriorating health while the Australian publisher suffering a mini stroke recently. So, poor Julian Assange. But it's true, though. If they prosecute Assange, they're going to prosecute the rest of us, and that's going to be the end of that. And nobody can whistleblow, and nobody can speak out against the government. And these documents exist, and this just shows all the things that we've been talking about tonight. You know, coming down to somebody who was very important in the world of journalism and taught us and a lot of people a lot of things. I mean, the WikiLeaks were so huge. Red and I covered those in depth. We went over those for months on end with the data drops and dumps and all the things. So, I mean, Julian Assange had groundbreaking information, and he did it on both sides, and that's why I think they're so mad. But that just should show people how Corn Pop acts. Okay? Corn Pop's the only one trying to throw him down. Like, Obama was too, but not as bad, because back then, Assange was releasing information about George Bush. So he wasn't like threat at that point, because he was releasing things about the previous administration. So that was good news.
Yeah, but once he started to, that's when Obama got pissed at him. So
exactly, when things started to be released about his kill list and this and that, and documents and drones and this and that, and boom, like that was done. Like he was over it. Like Assange was no longer, cool to him. So, you know, wow, 60 Minutes Australia said he was an arms dealer. Oh, he's talking about Khashoggi, Darren. I don't think he's talking about Julian Assange. But yeah, there was a lot that came out, you know, and it's all connected back to embassies, back to CIA black sites, back to plans for global world domination, for the same families and the money and the power, and going back bajillions of years and centuries, and like, you know, and I guess it depends on what you want to believe. Like, if you want to believe the full alien route where we're pretty much doomed and we were farmed by aliens and we're going to be farmed by aliens again, or if you believe that we can break out of that programming and be higher beings, or if you believe that it's, you know, the end of the world according to the Bible, and that this is the end times, and, you know, that's the end of that, or if you want to believe like the Hindus, it's the Kali Yuga, and it's, you know, the time wheel, you know, reinventing itself again. It doesn't really matter. All of the things pretty much come to the same crux point. It doesn't matter how you package it. Apocalypse, you know, however you want to package it, it all becomes really the same thing.
Bottom line is it's change. So
yep, it's change, whatever you want to call it. So I just think that's important for people to realize too, because a lot of people get caught up on labels and things, you know, whether it's Christian or, so does that mean it's holy? You know, a lot of people have been talking about that lately, and really coming out of left field with it. And I don't think that that's the point. You should use, especially if you are a Christian, obviously you use the Bible for spiritual and ideals. But you also need to look at other texts and other parts of history that also intersect and correlate with it as well. And I think that's the only way that you could truly understand if that's what you believe in or not. So I challenge Christians to, if they have not read about other religions or other doctrines, or even just the missing books of the Bible, for historical purposes alone, it's worth going through. And other versions. One book that I have found super interesting has been The Aquarian Gospel of Jesus Christ. That book brings a lot of things that aren't in the Bible and that most Christians would never touch. But it talks about people in the Bible that we've heard of, where they came from, what they were doing. And it makes you wonder, because it kind of fills in the missing pieces and where he was during those times, and how during some of his time he was actually in India and working with the Hindus. And so I think it's really important to kind of know all the history and not just take everything that, if it didn't come out of the Bible, because I've been seeing a lot of people do this lately. If it doesn't come straight out of the Bible, it's evil and blah, 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 and it's not of God and blah, blah, blah. That's not what God said, because he was always learning from other people and other religions, and did not take that into account for people being a part of his miracles either. So I think people are, you know, some Christians take it overboard with the absolute literal, if it's not in the Bible, it doesn't exist. Because there's a lot in the Bible that has been mistranslated, misrepresented, like I said, stricken out, taken out, removed, rewritten. You know, I mean, even King James wrote the book of demonology that talked about all these demons and spirits and things that were around. And that book was stricken. But
Correct.
that was included with the King James version of the Bible when it came out. You know, it was either shortly before or after he came out with the book of demonology, and he was saying that those two are supposed to be used together. But nobody pays attention to that. And that talks about a lot of really crazy things that then can go into the Tetragrammaton and all types of crazy, like, next level world shit. But that shit needs to be talked about, because it all goes together. And when you look at, like I said, some of the ancient histories and mysteries And stories, they correlate to the Bible and seem to be similar to, if not copies of, stories in the Bible and other religions. So, but like I said, one of the books that is really interesting is the Aquarian Gospel of Jesus Christ, because in this book it talks about like, kind of where he went during times where people didn't know. What are the Akashic records? What is an age? What is the Piscean age? What is the Aquarius age? And it talks about a lot of different points. So like I say, the Bible would never push on, but it makes a lot of sense when they fill in some of these missing pieces. So from like just a historical kind of add-on book, it brings some things, if you want to believe in it, some things that you may get out of it. And like I said, in some of the time where they say that he was, out in the world and meeting all these other people and learning all these other things, and, where Mary comes from and her connection to Jesus. And it's very interesting. It's a very different narrative than kind of what you hear in the Bible, but some of the same peoples and points. So it's really interesting. I don't know if you ever heard of it, but Red and I have went through it a few times. And there's quite a few chapters. I think there's like 170 chapters or something like that. 180 chapters. They're really short. Like each page is like, chapter 181, 1 through 17. It's like one sentence. So it's like, but there's a lot of information into it. So yeah, 182 chapters. So it's
I
very
have not read the book, but I may give it a glance.
Yeah, you should. I own a copy of it, and maybe when I come down, I can bring it for you. And then you can send it back to me like media mail, because it's like a couple bucks. But like I said, it ties in like the Bible and Christ into like the Akashic records, which I think is an important part. And that Red and I talked about a lot on our show in the past. Because we felt like, some of these topics that people claim are not of the Lord absolutely would be coming from God or a higher power, or like I said, especially like when he goes and meets the sages and he goes to like Alexandria and goes and, like I said, goes and meets people in India, all around the world. And it kind of explains the time, like I said, when they say they don't know where Jesus went. This book claims to know of those things.
Right.
So it's very interesting. And like I said, it gives you a whole new kind of perspective of the Bible that isn't in the Bible, that could be its own teaching of itself, to be honest.
I wouldn't put it past anybody to already have some sort of institution, albeit probably small, but
Right.
I'm sure
Just
there's one
because,
out
like I said, I could see it. I haven't heard that yet, but like I said. But the fact that they tie in a lot of like spiritual consciousness and things that, like I said, aren't, put into the Bible, but yet, through the idea of kind of like a new age type of deal, and they kind of explain it, for new ways to use like air and electricity and like magnetism and things, more so than like things that aren't of God, right?
Right.
So I found that very interesting, because a lot of people right now are absolutely interpreting it the opposite way. Like people were literally saying today that and they were fighting, and they were saying like, if you let your children celebrate Halloween, you're allowing demon rituals into your home, and my child was trying to watch Harry Potter and that's demons, and like, I mean, just every stereotype. And these are like usually like smart women who are like literally like wearing head coverings and not letting their children talk about wizards or witches or magic or like fairies or anything because that's of the demons. But yet they worship a book that talks about people seeing visions and angels and this and that and things that are mystical and not of this world and of beasts and this and that.
Well, I'll be once again brutally honest because that's what I do. The word on the street is Christians are a dying breed.
Yeah, they are to some degree, but on some other levels, I've seen some people getting into it stronger than before. But if you want to go by what the Bible says, that is to be expected. Like it even predicts that there will be a time where there will not be that many followers and people will fall away from that.
Oh,
But
yeah.
at the same time, like I said, if you look at history and you look at other stories and other groups and other people who have similar stories, that all you have to do is change some of the protagonists and the agonists in the story and it will fit absolutely perfectly. It makes you wonder where it comes from. Because if you can match up many other cultures of the world with similar stories, I mean, there's stories even from like Taoism or Buddhism. There's stories from Hinduism, ancient Sumeria, that all fit some of the stories and narratives of the Bible. Even stories of like the Great Spirit from natives. You know, how, they believed, certain customs and things are very similar to things like Jesus and the story of like Noah's Ark and the story of, because, in native culture, they have a story of, the ancient spirits putting all the animals in one like little boat and sailing them off before something bad occurred in a big flood. And where have we heard that? And how would these people have known Christianity? They wouldn't. And like he said, like Chris said tonight, the one way that you recover history is by individuals and the stories that they pass down through their families. He wasn't wrong about that. I mean, not saying that it's 100% true, but when you have stories like that, like I said, dating with people going back hundreds of thousands of years, and you have other cultures that go back that far that have similar stories, and you can go back either farther than that and find similar stories, there might be something to that.
Perhaps.
Yeah. Just because they change some of the characters doesn't mean that some of the principles aren't applied throughout the ages in these different religions and pretexts. So who's to say people practicing these things are necessarily wrong because the intention in the end is the same intention? I think people get too caught up on what's the perfect spirituality to be. Like, do I have to be Christian? Am I anti-Christian? I don't know what I am.
It's more of that tribalism, so.
Exactly. So you see what I mean? Like, I don't think that it really matters as long as you kind of believe in certain things. Because, I mean, does it matter what path you're on if it's all the same path? Because I think to some degree that's what spirituality and religions of the world are. To some degree. Other degrees, no.
I don't believe anybody really can be on the same paths. Like they
No,
can
but it's different paths. Like, okay,
paths.
like for instance, like a Judaism path, right? Just because somebody is following the path of Judaism doesn't mean that somebody who is Islamic isn't following the same path to the same God, right? Or the same spirit or the same creator, right? Like, we put those labels on people on earth, but that doesn't mean that within their individual walk of life that they're not walking the correct way.
Yes. But the I think Darren kind of sums it up eloquently. All religions have similarities because the fact of the matter is, if we're all on this same planet, which
We are.
we are, if there was a great flood in you know the area where Noah was, then there was going to be a great flood where the Hopi Indians were, or or what would be around that time. What, like some leftover Jutes, some leftover Sumerians, maybe, but they all have their different stories, but they'll all have similarities. They'll all have instances where people will make sacrifices or do what's best for the most vulnerable, i.e., the animals. So they would have, the Indians and in the story of Noah, those would be similar because people are compassionate towards animals, and they have been for millions of years. That's part of the reason why we have domesticated cats and dogs.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
So, like, all these stories are going to have similarities, and so you can grasp it and believe it all to be true because. And so each person in their perspective is going to say, either it's true or it's not, and then obviously there'll be some that question it either way. But for the most
Right. And
part,
like you
everyone
said,
can agree
Egyptian
upon it.
petroglyphs in Australia, like how did they get there? And I mean, like I said, when you go back to like ancient Sumeria, Egyptian stories, you go to like Greek mythology,
Yeah,
um,
exactly.
you can find very similar stories all around. Like I said,
So yeah,
like
so
even
it
Taoism
could
or
be the same
Confucianism or
story.
Buddhism or even Hinduism, Judaism, like all the Abrahamic religions, you can find these similar stories, contexts, ideals, and paths, so to speak, that, each individual is walking on. I mean, even atheists or agnostics, also have their own path that they're walking. Does that make it less divine? Does that make it less important? I don't think so. So I think that a lot of the judging I've been seeing by Christians and non-Christians alike, I think is out of place right now. And I hope that we can get to a point where we get over that. I don't know if we ever will because we're tribal, you know what I mean? But it would be nice to where we could at least accept if people are on their own path or not on a path at all, that may be just exactly what they need.
Well, I doubt any form of civilization or government would be able to ever come to that sort of consensus, just to be brutally honest, as usual.
I know. But I like
I
to
mean,
think
that's
that we
part of the reason
could.
why there's like the utopia thing is such a myth, and hell, it was even expounded on in fucking
We are
Doctor Who.
naturally
So in
tribal to its
popular,
ultimate
yeah, in
core.
popular culture, their utopia turned out to be a falsehood.
Well,
Like,
yeah, because like I said, we're ultimately like tribal at our core. Like no matter how we want to admit it, we're
and
ultimately tribal.
we're all the same, but we're all too different as well. And
Mm-hmm.
the human thing and the tribalism thing is where we can't reconcile those two. So yeah,
Well, because
it's
it's a natural,
5 hours
it's a natural
here,
instinct.
Scarlet.
Oh damn,
It's
that's the
5 hours.
longest show
So
ever.
I'm going to have to make it a hard stop because it is, almost 3:30 in the morning.
Same, my friend, same. I didn't even realize that. But
But
point
yes,
of day,
no,
everything is
we
connected.
should be getting back to at least common goals is something that I could probably
Yeah, and small common
more
goals at very small, ultra like local levels, because I don't think
goals should transcend any sort of like religious or political or gender or any of those sort of differences or
because it shouldn't matter.
Yeah, goals
People
are
should be
just
able to come
something
how they
that
are and
we
be
commonly
accepted.
can obtain, is what it
Right.
comes down to. So we can commonly obtain these things, we should. And that means working together instead of sitting here and bitching at each other or calling each other names all the time. So yes, there should be definitely less of that and more actual talking. And I do mean actual talking and not just fucking texting each other.
Right. Like actual conversations, because that's what I think is lost. I think that's why people like things like podcasts and live shows where they can interact, because you can have that long form conversation that
Correct.
just doesn't happen anymore, because everybody's watching reels and 30-second videos and TikToks and Instagram,
Yep.
this or that.
Absolutely.
That's super fast, super quick,
And
and
not
you're just
and
overly
you're not
consuming.
yeah, and you're not engaging. Correct.
No, and you
You're just
can't engage because
receiving.
it's unattainable to engage under that platform. Like maybe a content creator would see your comment, maybe somebody on there would, comment on your thread or your comment, but that's few and far between. So it's like people are missing that, interpersonal aspect of how we have long form conversations, how we come to agreements without politics. Because I think too many people in the last 4 years have used only politics as a metric to decide problems.
Yes, more so in the recent history for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's always was a thing, but now it's more so than ever. Like, you don't want a sidewalk, it's because you're a Republican. Like, what? Like, it's craziness.
Yes. Like also having a live stream that goes 5 hours and it's not an emergency.
I know. I can't believe we've done a 5-hour show. But I guess me and Tim talked, and then Chris talked for quite a while.
Yeah, no, you guys were on for about 2.5 hours, and then we've been on for about 2.5 hours. So you've had 5 hours, Scarlet. You should get some rest.
I should. So, with that being said, thank you everybody for tuning in. We appreciate you here at Freedom Revolution Network. We're going to try to do shows on a more constant basis. I guess we'll talk to Tim and see when we'll do a show next. If anything big happens between now and then, I will do a show maybe tomorrow night. Maybe I'll do it at the Clarity After Dark time pretty late. I haven't heard from Dwayne, so maybe we could bring him in for a show or something like that.
Yeah.
So see what's going on with him, because we always enjoy that. Ooh, did the National Hurricane Center just tweet?
It may be pretty close to Bermuda by now.
Yeah, they said NHC will initiate advisories on Tropical Depression 9 located on the Central Caribbean Sea at 5 a.m. AST. So that's that one that's going to turn into that storm that's going to hit Florida and then regroup and hit South Carolina. So that's interesting that they're already going to start issuing advisories.
Yep. No, they know it's going to be a bad one. That's why they're actually.
Everybody knows, because they're actually, for once, warning everybody a week in advance. Like, that's how you know it's going to be Thriller in Manila. Like, they never warn people, ever, ever, ever. They always say, the models are uncertain. We can't tell you in advance. They're not reliable.
They do say that.
They do all the time. But this time, I'm telling you, when you run the models, this thing looks so healthy and so deep that they know. Like, there's no way you don't know. And this is how I predicted hurricanes in the past. When looking at the models days in advance before anything even kind of shows up on spaghetti models, that's, something concrete, you can watch these models in motion of where you see these isobars are supposed to move. And weather doesn't move that quickly to where it's just going to be completely different. One day to the next. Maybe soon during the grand solar minimum we'll start seeing that, but not yet. So it's pretty much, unless you've got some big other, high pressure or low pressure system to push it out of the way, it's going to pretty much show the forecast out in the future. And at least now they do up to 15 days at times. So it's like, it doesn't usually change very much, usually only intensity or maybe tracked by a little bit. But the fact that they're warning everybody now, telling all the big meteorologists on, Facebook who have been saying lately, don't pay attention to anybody who puts models a week out in advance before a hurricane. They're even doing it now, doing live streams about it already, doing whole, NHC tropical broadcasts before this thing was even a thing. Before it was even like an area to watch, they were talking about it developing into an area down there, and it's been instant and everybody's picked it up. So it's like either it's going to be a dud and fizzle out, which sometimes it happens.
Yep.
Where they hype it up so much and get everybody so scared and so ready, and then it ends up petering out or something and not being the way they thought, and then everybody's like, damn, was a bust. Or with the way this really looks, like I said, with Tropical Tidbits, and maybe I'll try to get Dwayne to do a show so he can do a screen share, because we need to show this storm in motion and how it literally hovers over Florida for 2 days over the central coast, which is where most of the people live. Hovers over that for 2 days, comes in on the Gulf side, exits on the Atlantic, spins in the Atlantic for 2 days, and goes up and hits South Carolina as just almost as a powerful storm. That is insane. And if it does that, like I said, that will be the costliest hurricane in the United States. And the millibar pressures that we're showing, like 939, 959, you're talking at least Cat 3, if not 4.
Yeah.
Legit. And I don't know if it necessarily is going to be a big storm, but it definitely looks tight isobars, strong, and going to hit. So, and that's already, and like I said, that's already rare enough to be showing, very good signatures already, not disorganized, like active hurricane looking. That's a big deal. So people can check that out at nhc.noaa.gov. And you can check it out at tropicaltidbits.com. You go to Tropical Tidbits, you hit the forecast models, and then you pick regions, and then you go pick that North Atlantic region, because then that way you get to see everything from the Cape of Africa all the way up. And then you zoom in on Florida and you watch that go across. It's bad news. It's bad news. Like, you can even look at the Southeast US version, and that one looks even worse because you get to see it up close and personal. And I mean, everywhere on the Gulf is going to get some tropical moisture, but the tight is going to hit Cuba, then hit, like I said, the western coast of Florida, then go in, hit the eastern coast, and then go up and whoop South Carolina and a portion of, I believe that's Georgia there as well, the coast of Georgia, coastal Georgia.
Yeah.
So, and it looks bad. And then it's going to linger for a few days after that, potentially, causing flooding and other issues, and then maybe go out to Bermuda and some of the other tropical locations and do more damage. But this looks really bad. So I need everybody to keep their eyes open. Any news that you hear, please let us know. Like I said, you can email me at any time, stationmanager@freedomrevolutionnetwork.com. I will check out that link about the Egyptians, or send that to me, Darren, so that way I can check that video out tonight. But thank you, TLO, for being here with me. I thank Tim, as well as our other caller, Chris, who called in with the wild card of a call-in, which, like I said, me always modeling my show after Art Bell is actually a compliment, but it also shows the talent that I can bring in, just doing what we do and talking about the things that we talk about. Like, people may think that I'm jabbering or whatever, but I do make a point, and it does come from knowledge. So I did appreciate that to validate some of my thoughts from over the years. And like I said, to me, it was like a synchronicity or a sign that it is time to fully ramp up this operation, so to speak. Well, thank you, Nomix. We appreciate you being here. Thanks, Darren and Migto and Bonnie and Pam. We love us some Pam. And everybody else who's been here tonight in the chat, who has contributed with their thoughts or comments or just was here listening. And those who are listening to the replay in the future, we appreciate you too. So we're going to try to do more shows. They're going to be sporadic for right now. You could go to freedomrevolutionnetwork.com and set for notifications. We do still have the push notifications set up. So if you set that up from a browser or a computer, you'll be notified anytime we go live on different platforms. As well as you can go to YouTube and hit that notification bell and personalize all notifications. And that way you'll know every time we go live for a show, and most of the hosts always hook up to that system. So you'll see, the title of whose show and who's on at the time, and come join us here for, more conversations. And we'll try to use Podbean more so that, and I might try to get my own account so that we could have other people call in as well, because it's pretty simple just to use a different device for it. So we'll try to make that happen for people too, because I know people enjoy being able to call in. And especially when we've had people like Migto or Darren or everybody else call in. So we appreciate them very much. Well, thank you. I appreciate the sleep well. TLO, any last words?
Yes, actually. Don't take the people that you have close by for granted. And don't always believe what people tell you.
Right. Like I said earlier, do you know it because someone told you, or do you know it because you researched it for yourself?
Correct.
Yes.
Or you've seen it yourself with your own eyes.
Or you've seen it yourself. Yeah, experienced it. Because, your experiences are your truth. Like I said, that was always the tagline and the theme for Clarity After Dark, that your thoughts and your reality create your truth. And those experiences cannot be duplicated by another person to create your reality or your truth. So only you know what truth and reality you walk in on this plane.
Absolutely.
Yep. And so that's why I say, everybody always said, walk a mile in my shoes. No one can. Absolutely no one can. Because no one is never going to have the same set of emotional experiences, life experiences, mental experiences as you do. And that's what makes you uniquely you. And so you cannot let anyone get you down. So everybody out there, if you guys are lonely or feeling low or down, just know that we're here for you. And we love you very much. And you are uniquely you. And only you can be you. So thank you very much for joining. Right. Thank you very much for joining, everybody. Come see us anytime in the replays and from the land of 10,000 lakes. Good night, universe.